He forged the ultimate weapon that saved the entire world, but his reward was getting his arm violently severed by the exact same hero he trusted. Bill was just a humble background extra who wanted a quiet life as a blacksmith. But when the so-called hero becomes a ruthless dictator and massacres everyone Bill loves, he realizes that staying out of the spotlight is no longer an option. He might lack natural combat talent or magical spells, but he's about to build a devastating mechanical weapon capable of leveling entire armies. The greatest craftsman alive is going to war, and the Empire is completely unprepared for his brutal revenge. Let us go back to the beginning to see how a simple smith transformed into a kingdom-destroying monster. We're kicking things off with a literal masterpiece, the hero's sword. This thing is glowing with so much divine energy, it could make your eyes water, and the crowd is absolutely going nuts over it. Sepia, the short-haired brawler of the group, can't even believe what she's seeing. She's staring at the blade like it's a gift from the gods themselves, calling out how different it looks from any regular weapon. She starts geeking out over the specs, explaining that this thing is forged from orichalcum. Not only is it basically unbreakable, but it's as light as a feather for the person holding it while hitting like a literal truck. Sepia is really selling the hype now, flexing and shouting about how every strike lands with 10 times the force. She's like a walking advertisement for this legendary piece of gear. But there's a nasty catch. The sword is actually cursed. If you get hit by this thing, healing skills won't even work on you, making it a total death sentence in a fight. Sepia turns to the side with a smirk, finally ready to reveal the genius behind this terrifying weapon. She's clearly proud of her friend, but the guy she's talking about looks like he wants to disappear into the floor. Meet our main man, Bill Bark. While everyone else is cheering, he's just standing there looking incredibly awkward, wishing for world peace and probably wondering if he left the oven on back at the forge. Bill is a stuttering mess, barely able to get his words out as he mumbles about his humble skills. Bro, you just made a god-tier weapon. Maybe have a little bit of confidence? The hero of the story is impressed, leaning in with a look that says he knows talent when he sees it. He tells Bill he's amazing, noting that even the royal smiths can't work with orichalcum like this. The hero is standing there looking majestic as ever with the new blade, but he's humble enough to ask Bill if it's really okay for him to have something this powerful. It's a total bromance moment in the making. Bill just laughs it off, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish grin. He tells the hero that a weapon is only as good as the person wielding it, otherwise it's just fancy scrap metal. The hero places a heavy hand on Bill's shoulder, looking him dead in the eye with total seriousness. You can tell this guy truly respects Bill's craftsmanship, and that coolness is definitely rubbing off on our boy. The hero makes a massive vow right then and there, promising to make Bill the greatest blacksmith on the entire continent. No pressure or anything, right? Bill is completely stunned, his eyes wide as he looks up at the man who just promised him the world. It's one of those life-changing moments that every protagonist usually gets. The hero is practically glowing with main character energy, leaving Bill feeling totally overshadowed. The text literally says the hero shone with light, making Bill look like a background prop by comparison. Bill can only bow his head and offer a shaky thank you. He's standing next to a literal legend, and the height difference alone is enough to make him feel like a side character in his own life. The inner monologue starts hitting deep. Bill sees himself as just some backwater smith from a border town, while the hero and Sepia are the ones destined for glory. He watches them from behind, accepting that he's just a background extra, and he's fine with it, as long as his little tricks can help his friends survive their dangerous journey. Later, Bill catches Sepia alone and calls out to her. He's got that nervous vibe that usually ends in a confession or a massive tragedy. Bill is blushing like crazy as he pulls something out of his pocket. He claims he just happened to make it while working on the sword, but we all know that's a total lie. He holds up a beautiful ring made of orichalcum, his hand shaking with nerves. He's trying to play it cool, saying it'll look great on her, but the guy is practically vibrating with anxiety. He starts rambling, trying to backtrack and say it doesn't mean anything special. Sepia just stands there watching him fumble through his words with a blank expression. We get a close-up of the internal struggle. Bill is screaming at himself in his head, trying to find the courage to actually say what he wants to say, but the fear of rejection is real. He finally gets out the words, saying he'd be happy if she took this ring. He's offering it to her like a holy relic, hoping she'll accept his feelings along with the jewelry. Sepia reaches out and places her hand over his, but she doesn't take the ring immediately. The tension in this panel is thick enough to cut with a blacksmith's hammer. She gives him a sweet, almost sad smile, telling him that if the ring is that precious, he should give it to her after they defeat the Demon King. Oh man, the return alive promise? That's basically a death flag, Bill. Bill's heart sinks. He's not stupid. He sees the look in her eyes and realizes exactly where he stands. He forces a pained smile, sweating as he agrees to her terms. He knows he's just been friend-zoned in the most polite way possible, and it hurts to watch. Bill clutches the ring tightly in his gloved hand, the internal realization hitting him like a ton of bricks. He knows exactly what Sepia meant by that postponement. The text spells it out for us. Sepia is actually in love with the hero. Bill is officially the odd man out in this legendary party. He looks at the back of the hero's head, realizing he's known this for a long time. If he didn't try to speak up now, he felt like he'd never get another chance to even be rejected. He watches them from a distance as they prepare to head off. To him, they're flying off to a place he could never reach, a world of heroes and monsters that a simple smith has no place in. Bill's face is cast in shadow as he wishes sepia happiness with the hero. It's selfless, sure, but it's also incredibly depressing. The scene fades to black with the words, "Be happy." It's a bitter conclusion to his childhood crush, and you can feel the weight of his loneliness. Fast forward to the present, and Uncle Phil is absolutely hammered. He's slamming back a bottle of booze and laughing like a madman, clearly trying to drown out some serious stress. Uncle Phil starts ranting about how Bill is the youngest Meister and helps save the world, but what good is it if they can't even pay their taxes? He's rightfully salty about the forge being on the verge of seizure. Another apprentice tries to calm him down, but Phil is on a roll. He's shouting about the unfairness of it all, while poor Bill is just trying to work in the background, looking totally exhausted. Uncle Phil gets hit in the head by a flying hammer. The impact says it all. Someone is definitely done with his drunken complaining. Phil points a finger and keeps yelling, blaming the Empire for funneling all the money to big guilds while small-town smiths like them are left to rot. He's not wrong. The economy in this kingdom is clearly in the trash. Bill tries to play peacekeeper, telling his uncle that they must have their reasons. He's still the same humble guy, always trying to see the best in a bad situation. Bill continues hammering away at the forge, sweating but smiling. He tells his uncle that just knowing he helped the hero save the world is enough to make him proud. He's way too nice for his own good. Uncle Phil isn't buying it. He calls the hero a Lord Protector and spits on the title, clearly frustrated that the guy Bill helped hasn't done anything to help his old friend's financial situation. Phil softens up, looking genuinely regretful. He apologizes to Bill, feeling like he held the kid back by making him take over the family business instead of letting him join the imperial court. Bill stands tall with his hammer, reassuring his uncle that this was his choice. He's determined to find a way to earn the money they need, showing that he's got a spine under all that humility. As night falls, they realize they need to put the fire out because of the curfew. The Lord Protector has implemented some strict public security systems, and being caught out late is a one-way ticket to trouble. The next day, Bill is heading into town with his gear. The city looks peaceful enough at first glance, but there's a tension in the air that wasn't there before. Bill is doing on-site repair service to make extra cash. He's hopeful that they might clear their back taxes by the end of the month, but then he hears shouting in the distance about merchants' rights. He walks into a massive protest. People are packed into the street, waving signs and screaming for the Empire to guarantee their rights. It's a powder keg waiting for a spark. Bill asks a bystander what's going on, looking totally out of the loop. The guy explains that the Empire is only dealing with large guilds now, which is basically bankrupting all the smaller traders. The bystander looks worried, noting that the whole country is on edge and even the Empire doesn't seem to know how to handle the unrest. Bill just listens, his face darkening. We see rows of armored soldiers standing guard, their spears at the ready. They're watching the protesters like hawks, and you can tell things are about to go south very quickly. Bill's internal monologue turns cold. He calls the protesters idiots, thinking that screaming in the streets isn't productive and won't actually change anything for the country. He looks at the passionate crowd with a sense of pity. He wonders what will happen to their families when they inevitably get arrested by the terrifying rulers of the Empire. Bill turns away, calling the whole scene pathetic. He's decided that it has nothing to do with him and just wants to do his job and stay out of the crossfire. But as he walks away, the chanting of "guarantee them" echoes through the streets. He looks back one last time, the weight of the social unrest finally starting to sink in. Bill stops dead in his tracks, his eyes going wide. He's spotted someone in the crowd he definitely didn't expect to see. It's Uncle Phil. The old smith is right in the thick of it, screaming his lungs out for merchants' rights. Bill is absolutely horrified that his uncle is risking his life in this mess. Bill's world goes dark as panic sets in. He's standing in a purple-tinted haze of shock, his mind racing as he stares at his uncle, wondering what he is doing there. The camera pans over the crowd, highlighting the danger Phil is in. Bill is paralyzed, realizing that his mind-your-own-business plan just went completely out the window. Suddenly, a bald, scarred soldier in heavy armor steps forward, screaming for order. He's the commander of the Lord Protector's forces, and he does not look like he's in the mood for a civil discussion. The commander raises a metal-clad fist, his face contorted with rage. He declares that martial law is now being enforced and orders his squad to raise their spears. This is bad. This is very, very bad. A wall of spears bristles into the air with a sharp glint. The sunlight reflecting off the tips turns the street into a forest of death. The order is given to ready spears forward, and the soldiers level their weapons at the unarmed crowd. There's no warning shot here. They're going straight for the kill. The soldiers charge into the protesters with a thunderous stomp. The crowd starts screaming in terror as the realization of what's happening hits them. The violence is immediate and brutal. We see people being run through by spears, blood splattering the walls as screams fill the air. The Empire isn't arresting anyone, they're conducting a massacre. Bill is caught in a stampede, looking totally dazed as people rush past him. Everything is a blur of motion and blood, and he can barely process the carnage unfolding around him. He sees a man get skewered right in front of him, the spear tip poking through the guy's chest. Bill's eyes are wide with trauma as he realizes how close he is to dying. Bill's face is splattered with blood as he stares at the horror. He looks like he's about to snap, the extra who just wanted a quiet life witnessing the true face of the Lord Protector's rule. He spots Uncle Phil in the chaos, and the old man is injured. Phil is clutching a woman and shouting for Bill to run, his face covered in blood. Bill doesn't hesitate. He lunges forward and grabs Phil's tunic, pulling him away from the danger. He's found a shortcut and is determined to get his uncle out of this slaughterhouse. They sprint into a side alley, Bill leading the way with his heavy tool case in hand. He's shouting for Phil to follow him, desperate to reach safety before the soldiers catch up. Behind them, the commander's voice booms out, ordering his men not to let a single person escape. They're being hunted like animals. Bill and Phil are running for their lives down a narrow corridor, the soldiers hot on their heels. The panic is palpable as Bill looks back at the armored wall of death chasing them. A soldier lunges with a spear, the cold metal narrowly missing them. The order is clear: kill them if you have to. These guys aren't taking prisoners today. Another protester behind them isn't so lucky, getting a sword right through the back. The pained grunt is the last thing that poor guy ever makes. Bill is huffing and puffing, his face covered in sweat and grime. He's pushing himself to the limit, his hands still clutched tightly on his toolcase as he tries to find a way out. They dive into a dark, narrow alleyway, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. It's a dead end, or at least it looks like one to anyone else. Suddenly, Bill's eyes start to glow with a strange blue light. He remembers the first time he followed his father into a forge and learned something that no one else could understand. Bill's vision completely shifts. The world around him turns into a blue wireframe blueprint, showing him the underlying structure of everything he sees. He's looking at the buildings and the alleyway in a way that's totally alien. It's like he can see the skeletons of the objects around him, spotting every weak point and structural flaw. The wireframes extend up the buildings, revealing the supports and beams that hold the city together. It's a literal God mode for a craftsman. Bill realizes that other people can't see things like this. It's his unique cheat skill, and it's about to be the only thing that saves their lives. He looks down at the ground and then back at the soldiers, his mind processing 1,000 structural calculations in a split second. He's not just a smith, he's a structural genius. Bill's expression hardens as he spots exactly what he needs. He's no longer just running, he's planning a counterattack using the environment itself. He zeroes in on a specific wooden support beam on a balcony above them. A glowing red line appears in his vision, highlighting the exact spot where a single hit will cause a total collapse. Bill reaches into his tool case and pulls out his trusty blacksmith's hammer. This isn't a weapon meant for combat, but in his hands, it's about to be a tool of mass destruction. He swings the hammer with a powerful clang, striking the exact structural weak point he identified. The wood splinters instantly under the force of his blow. The impact sends a shockwave through the building, a circular crack forming in the wood. Bill has just triggered a controlled demolition in the middle of a chase. Above them, the soldiers are shouting to execute the traitors as they charge into the alley. They have no idea that the very ground beneath them is about to give way. Bill looks back one last time, his face cold and determined. He tells the rebels to stop right there, but he's not talking to the protesters. He's talking to the soldiers who are about to get a very rude awakening. The soldiers sprint down the hallway, their armor clanking loudly. They think they've cornered their prey, but the countdown has already begun. Bill starts counting down from 3. He watches the cracks in the wood spread, his timing perfect as the soldiers close the distance. The soldiers are screaming about how they'll all pay for their crimes, completely oblivious to the fact that the entire ceiling is about to drop on their heads. 2. The wooden beam groans under the stress, the circular hole Bill made widening as the structural integrity of the balcony fails completely. Dust starts falling as the wood begins to snap. The soldiers are right under the kill zone now, and there's no turning back for them. The entire support structure shatters with a deafening crack. Beams of light and dust explode outward as the building's overhang begins its final descent. 0. Bill finishes the countdown as the massive wooden structure comes crashing down right on top of the pursuing soldiers. It's a total cave-in. The alley is filled with falling debris and screaming soldiers as the entire balcony collapses into a pile of rubble, completely blocking the path. The soldiers who weren't crushed are left staring at the wall of wood and stone in total confusion. They've lost their target and a good chunk of their squad in an instant. Bill and Phil make their escape through the dust cloud, Bill's still hauling his uncle along. Behind them, the sounds of pain confirm that his little trick worked perfectly. We cut to a shot of a small house nestled in the dark woods outside the city. They've managed to escape the massacre and the pursuit, but at what cost? Inside the house, Bill is absolutely losing it. He's clutching his head and swearing under his breath, the trauma of the day and the shock of his weird vision finally catching up to him. Bill's eyes are still glowing with that faint blue light as he stares into the void, asking why, what was that just now? He's terrified of what he's become and what he saw. He slumps against a wall, looking totally broken. Phil and the other apprentice are nearby, but Bill is in his own world of pain and confusion. Uncle Phil looks at Bill with a sad, tired expression. He's covered in blood and dirt, looking every bit the man who just barely escaped a war zone. He asks Bill to explain everything from the beginning. Bill looks up, his face a mask of shock and confusion. He has no idea how to explain the blueprint vision or the fact that he just brought down a building with a hammer. Bill looks away, his voice heavy with regret. He admits that they don't know all the details either, but the Empire's response was way beyond normal. The world is changing, and our background extra is right in the middle of it. Uncle Phil is trying to explain the harsh reality, how the state is slowly grinding commoners like them into the dirt. Bill looks completely drained, barely able to find the words to respond as he faces his uncle. Bill isn't interested in a revolution, he just wants to survive. He tells Phil straight up that he doesn't want him involved in any more citizen activism ever again. We get a close-up of Bill's hands on the floor, and they are shaking like crazy. The weight of his fear is clearly reaching a breaking point. Phil looks down, his face a mess of blood and exhaustion. He asks Bill a heavy question. If everyone stops, what's going to happen to the country? He's a man who still believes in the greater good, even when it's killing him. Bill drops to his knees, begging his uncle to just let the Lord Protector worry about the country. He's terrified that Phil's idealism is going to get them both killed. The trauma starts pouring out of Bill as he cries about his past. His parents were drafted as combat engineers and never returned, and now he's lost contact with Sepia too. He can't handle losing anyone else. Bill insists that he's working himself to the bone specifically so they won't lose the forge, even without joining the protests. He just wants a path that doesn't involve a spear through the chest. He throws the ultimate emotional haymaker, asking if the country is really more important than his family. He's basically telling Phil that his heroism is actually selfishness to those who care about him. Bill is a total wreck, tears streaming down his face as he asks what he's supposed to do if he loses Phil too. It's a gut-wrenching moment that clearly hits Phil hard. Phil places a gentle hand on Bill's head, finally seeing the toll his activism has taken on the kid. He offers a simple, quiet apology that says everything. Phil pulls Bill into a hug, promising that he'll make sure Bill never has to worry about this kind of thing again. The movement just lost its most passionate leader for the sake of a nephew's peace. Phil turns to the other workers and announces that he's quitting the movement as of today. He's chosen family over the cause, and he's not looking back. The announcement has a domino effect as the other men decide to quit too. None of them really wanted to die, they just wanted a better life, and seeing the risk finally made it real for them. We get a brief shot of the clear blue sky with birds flying overhead. It looks like peace has finally come to the forge, but in stories like this, that's usually just the calm before the storm. The sun rises over the forge where everyone is sleeping soundly on the floor. It looks like a fresh start for the whole group, a chance to just be blacksmiths again. Bill wakes up with a groan, stretching on his makeshift bed of straw. He looks like he just had the best sleep of his life now that the weight of the protest is off his shoulders. The morning light is bright and hopeful. Bill stares at the ceiling, probably already planning out his next day of work in the forge. Uncle Phil wakes up next to him, offering another apology for all the stress he caused. He seems genuinely relieved to be done with the politics. Bill thinks to himself that he's glad he managed to talk his uncle out of it. He's determined to make sure Phil never has to overwork himself ever again. He lies back with a satisfied smile, thinking that things are finally going to go back to normal. That's irony level 100 right there, folks. Bill closes his eyes for a second, savoring the peace. He's convinced the nightmare is over, but the universe has other plans. Suddenly, the peace is shattered as a heavy boot kicks the door open with a violent bang. The soldiers found them. Imperial soldiers storm into the forge, their armor glinting in the morning light. They're moving with purpose, and it's clear they aren't here for a friendly chat. Bill is pinned against the wall with a spear at his throat. The lead soldier shouts that everyone in the forge is under arrest for treason against the state. The betrayal is here, and it's loud. The soldiers begin tearing the place apart, searching every corner of the forge. Bill is left wondering how the hell they knew to come here in the first place, especially since the forge is so remote. Bill realizes something is seriously off. If the state knew they were here, they would have raided at night or dawn while everyone was asleep. The timing of this raid is way too convenient. He looks around at the chaos, his mind racing. He knows this area barely has anyone around. There's no way they just stumbled onto this place by chance. The camera zooms in on Bill's eye as the realization hits him. He spotted the rat in the room. One of the apprentices, Tom, is being held by the soldiers, but he's shouting that this isn't what they were told. It looks like he made a deal that the soldiers are now ignoring. Tom is desperate, yelling that Phil never took part in the protests. He's trying to save his skin, but it looks like he's just realized he's been played by the Empire. Bill looks at Tom with a face full of pure betrayal. He can't even finish the sentence, the shock of being sold out by one of his own being too much to handle. Tom's face is a mask of guilt as he looks down, unable to meet Bill's eyes. He knows he messed up big time. We see Bill's hands tied tightly with rope. He whispers a single, pained why as he tries to process the ultimate backstab. Bill finally snaps, screaming at Tom to tell him why he sold them out. He's completely heartbroken, and you can hear the raw pain in his voice. Tom starts sobbing, claiming that they said they wouldn't take Bill if he talked. He thought he was being smart and protecting his friend, but he clearly doesn't know how the Empire works. Phil stands in the background, looking defeated. He probably saw this coming the moment the door was kicked in. Tom explains his twisted logic. The forge was going to be seized anyway, and he was tired of Phil's drinking and activism. He thought selling Phil out for the reward money was the only way to save the business. He keeps digging the hole deeper, saying that with the reward, they could keep the forge and start fresh once the deadbeat uncle was gone. This dude is a total snake. Tom is still crying as he tries to justify his betrayal, trying to act like a victim while he's literally the one who called the hit. Bill stands tied up in the dark, a look of hollow disappointment on his face. Tom's apology is worth less than a broken hammer at this point. The scene shifts suddenly with a blast of trumpets. We're going from a dirty forge to a place of extreme power. Bill is standing at the end of a massive, red-carpeted hall. It's the kind of throne room that makes anyone feel like a tiny ant, and Bill looks appropriately terrified. A booming voice greets him as his longtime comrade, Sir Bill Bark, saying it has been far too long. It's the hero himself, Oliver Prime. Oliver is sitting on a golden throne, looking every bit the Lord Protector of the Empire. He tells Bill there's no need to tremble, trying to play off their old friendship like they're still equals. He tells Bill to make himself comfortable, but Bill is sweating buckets. He manages a shaky reply while clearly feeling like he's about to be executed. Oliver mentions he heard a rumor that Bill joined the citizen movement. The way he says it while looking down from his throne is incredibly intimidating. Bill panics, waving his hands and swearing he's just a fan of the hero. Oliver just laughs, calling hero a nostalgic title. This guy has definitely changed since the old adventuring days. Oliver sits back, noting that Bill is probably the only one who still calls him hero these days. There's a bit of a hidden edge to that comment, like he's well aware that most of the country hates him now. Oliver smiles and says he was just teasing. He confirms it's been proven that Bill never took part in the movement because one of the citizens, Tom, testified to his innocence. Bill is flooded with relief, almost collapsing as he thanks goodness. He wonders if Tom actually did something right for once. Oliver goes a step further, saying he heard the forge was in trouble and paid off the back taxes with his own money. He tells Bill to put his worries to rest, acting like a total saint. Bill is overwhelmed by Oliver's kindness, thinking he's a shining light. Oliver just waves it off, saying it's the least he could do for the man who saved humanity with his craft. In the back, some soldiers are whispering, wondering who this random kid is and why the Lord Protector is being so nice to him. The captain turns to them with a look like he's about to drop some serious lore on these rookies. He explains that there are 3 great meisters in the world. We see symbols for the one-eyed cyclops of the demon realm, who looks very spooky. Then there's Vulcanus the Duplicator from the Aveline Kingdom, and finally, the Volterone Empire's own Golden Hand Midas. The captain reveals the truth. Bill Bark is the legendary Golden Hand Midas who forged the sword that killed the Demon King. Our boy is a literal living legend. The rookies are shocked, but one tries to downplay it, saying the kingdom has 20 meisters. The captain just scoffs, saying those were just participation trophies handed out by the Empire. Back to Bill, who's being his usual modest self. He just wants to stay out of the spotlight, which the captain notes is why most people don't know his true face. Bill gathers his courage and asks if he can ask the hero one more question. He's got that worried friend from the past look again. Oliver is all smiles, telling Bill to go ahead. He's playing the part of the benevolent ruler perfectly so far. Bill is sweating again, hesitating as he tries to find the words. He's clearly worried about more than just his forge. He finally asks about Sepia, saying he's lost contact with her. Oliver's hand on the throne clenches ever so slightly. This is a sensitive topic. Oliver tells him that Sepia is away on a mission and will be sent back to the forge as soon as she's finished. It sounds like a total don't worry about it brush off. Bill is thrilled, thanking the hero for his help. Oliver just waves it off, saying there's nothing between them that needs thanking. Bill has one last, desperate request. He's looking at his own hands, clearly nervous about the answer he's about to get. He asks if Uncle Phil can come home with him. He's hoping that their old friendship is enough to get a pass for the man who raised him. Oliver's expression goes cold as ice. He stares down at Bill and asks, what if it's already too late to do anything for him? The tone in the room just dropped 30 degrees. Bill is paralyzed with fear, his voice trembling as he asks what Oliver means by too late. This is every nightmare he had about his uncle's activism coming true. Suddenly, Oliver bursts out laughing. He leans back, cracking up like he just told the funniest story in the world. That's a sick sense of humor, dude. Bill is absolutely not laughing. He's shivering with shock, his eyes wide as he processes the joke. The hero's royal sense of humor is basically psychological torture. Oliver wipes a tear from his eye, saying he tried to soften things with a joke, but seeing Bill's face makes him realize it was a mistake. Yeah, no kidding. He gets serious again, explaining that while Bill is innocent, Uncle Phil isn't. He says running a nation means he can't just hand out special favors like candy. He tells Bill to head home for today, and he'll see what can be done. It's a classic non-committal politician move, but Bill has no choice but to accept it. Bill leaves the palace, still convinced that Oliver is a shining light for helping as much as he did. He's so desperate for a hero that he's ignoring all the red flags. The screen fills with the words, "a shining light." It's laid on thick, which almost guarantees that things are about to get very dark. We get a close-up of Oliver's face as he watches Bill leave. He's got this half-smirk that's way more sinister than heroic. This guy is definitely hiding something big. Bill is back at the forge, hammering away. He claims waiting after that wasn't hard, trying to stay positive while his uncle is still locked up. He mentions that Tom disappeared, leaving only an apology letter and some money. Good riddance, honestly, nobody wants a rat like that around. Bill stays busy, focused on making new gear for Sepia and buying a good bottle of wine for Phil's eventual return. He's living on hope and hard work. He's working through the nights, the steady clang of his hammer, the only sound in the empty forge. He's determined to have everything ready for his family. Days pass, and Bill's expression becomes more intense. He's counting every second, his eyes filled with a desperate kind of anticipation. A knock at the door. A voice announces they're from the Imperial household and asks for Bill Bark. This is it. Bill's heart is pounding. He thinks his family is finally coming home, and his face is lit up with pure joy. He shouts, "Yes, coming," and sprints toward the door. He's moving with a speed he hasn't shown in days, his excitement palpable. He thinks about how long he's waited for this moment. He's practically flying down the hallway, ready to see the faces he loves. In his mind, he sees a happy montage of Sepia and Uncle Phil. This is the future he's been working for, the one he sacrificed everything for. He's got his whole welcome back speech ready, planning to feed them home-cooked food and finally give Phil that wine. He looks so happy it's actually painful to watch. He throws the door wide open with a massive thud. The light from outside floods the room, and he's ready to scream his lungs out. He shouts, "Welcome back," his face full of the purest joy we've seen so far. But then he sees it. Sepia is sitting on a large wooden box outside. She's not moving, just staring blankly ahead. We get a horrific close-up of Sepia's face. Her eyes are vacant, and blood is trickling from her mouth. She's dead, but she's been propped up like a morbid trophy. Bill looks at the wooden box she's sitting on and realizes it's a coffin, wondering if Uncle Phil is inside. The realization is hitting him like a physical blow. That day. The text is simple and devastating, marking the moment everything changed. Bill's world comes crashing down. We see a dark silhouette of him with white tears and a horrific, distorted smile. The trauma has finally broken our shining light, and things will never be the same again. Bill is staring at Sepia, who is sitting on Uncle Phil's coffin. He's totally in denial, asking what happened to her leg like they're just catching up after a long trip. Suddenly, Sepia's body just slumps over and falls right off the coffin with a sickening thud. It's a gut-wrenching confirmation that she's really gone. Bill is standing there in total shock, tears welling up as the silence of the forge becomes unbearable. He can't even process the level of cruelty it took to deliver her body like this. He wanders around like a ghost, asking himself if this is all just a nightmare. The background is a white void, showing how he's completely disconnected from reality right now. We get a close-up of a hand opening the coffin. The heavy sound adds to the atmosphere as he prepares to see his last remaining family. Bill is losing it, his face a mess of tears and shadow. He's talking to Uncle Phil's body like he's still alive, mentioning the good liquor he bought for him to celebrate. He stares into the coffin at Phil's lifeless body, the dark shadows making the scene even more grim. It's a brutal visual, showing the man who raised him just lying there in the dark. Bill starts laughing hysterically. But it's that broken kind of laughter that tells you someone's mind has finally snapped. He's officially reached the breaking point. The laughter turns into a primal, earth-shattering scream. He's yelling "why" at the top of his lungs, his face contorted in pure, raw agony. He's clutching his head, screaming for them to wake up as sweat and tears fly everywhere. It's a total mental breakdown in real time, and it's honestly hard to watch. He's kneeling by the coffin, just an absolute mess of grief. The text describes a pain like his flesh being torn open. This isn't just sadness, it's soul-crushing trauma. Close-up of his mouth as he screams until his voice gives out. The art style gets gritty and dark to match the sheer weight of his despair. We get a flashback to Oliver Prime's lying face. He promised Sepia was on a mission and would be sent straight to the forge, knowing damn well what he'd already done. Back to the present, Bill's eyes are glowing with a terrifying intensity. His grief is finally turning into pure, unadulterated rage as he stares at the palace in the distance. Another flashback of Oliver looking all smug on his throne, acting like he's doing Bill a favor. This guy really played him like a fiddle while planning to destroy his life. A close-up of Oliver's face in the flashback, looking every bit the cold, calculating ruler. The monochrome filter makes him look even more like a villainous snake. Bill is kneeling in the white void, screaming at the sky as his world burns. His fury has finally found a target, and you just know he's going to do something insane. His face is shadowed, eyes glowing white with a terrifying power. The text says his fury has found a place to land, and that's bad news for everyone in the palace. Back to the palace flashback. Oliver is handing Bill a golden token, acting like they're still longtime comrades. Oliver explains it's a guest token proving Bill is his special guest. He's literally grooming Bill to stay loyal while likely already deciding the fate of his friends. He hands the gold token over, telling Bill he can even sell it at the market if he needs the cash. It's the ultimate hush money bribe disguised as friendship. Oliver gives that slimy, pure gold comment with a smirk that should have been a red flag. Bill, being too humble for his own good, says he'd never do something like sell it. Bill is clutching the token with a hopeful smile, promising to repay the grace Oliver has shown him. Oh, the irony in this panel is physically painful to see now. Fast forward to a rainy night at the castle. Bill is standing outside the gates, ready to make good on that promise to repay Oliver, but it's definitely not going to be a gift. Bill shows the golden token to a guard in the pouring rain. The guard recognizes it as the Lord Protector's personal mark and immediately changes his tone. Bill is standing there with his heavy tool case, looking calm but incredibly determined. He tells the guard he's there to service the Lord Protector's sword. The guard tells him to wait while he reports to his superiors. Bill just gives a polite thank you, playing the part of the humble, unsuspecting smith perfectly. Bill is clutching the handle of his tool case so hard his knuckles are turning white. He's barely holding back the urge to start swinging that hammer right now. We get a flashback of Bill training, or maybe just sparring against the hero. He's realizing the massive power gap between a simple craftsman and a world-class warrior. Bill lunges forward with a practice sword, letting out a yell. He's trying his best, but he looks like a total amateur compared to Oliver's natural talent. Oliver just casually dodges Bill's attack without even breaking a sweat. It's clear that in a direct, fair fight, Bill doesn't stand a snowball's chance in hell. The odds of Bill winning against the hero are literally 0%. He's visualizing the gap in their skills, and it's basically an impossible mountain to climb. We see Oliver walking away while Bill lies face down on the ground. The 0% is plastered across the screen, hammering home how outmatched he is. Oliver mocks him, calling him a little rat and asking where he dodged to. Bill is so slow compared to him that he probably didn't even realize he'd been cut. Bill acknowledges his own identity. He's a blacksmith by trade, not a warrior. He makes the weapons, he doesn't wield them in battle. On top of the skill gap, the hero has a secret weapon that makes him almost untouchable. Bill's mind is racing as he looks for any possible opening. The hero's sword. It's the legendary blade Bill made himself, the very one that ended the Demon King's reign. How do you beat a god-tier weapon you built? Bill is back at his anvil in a memory, hammering away as he thinks about the problem. He realizes the answer is actually quite simple if you think like a smith. He's looking at his reflection in a piece of metal, a wild, focused look in his eyes. He has a plan that only a blacksmith would ever think to pull off. He holds his hammer high. The solution is repairs. It's brilliant cover. Who would suspect the man coming to fix their weapon is actually there to kill them? Close-up of the hammer striking a glowing piece of metal. A blacksmith repairing a weapon is the most natural thing in the world, and it lets him get closer than anyone else. Oliver is standing in his throne room, his back turned to Bill as the sun shines through the window. He's completely unguarded, not suspecting a thing from his loyal smith. Bill has the hero's sword right in his hands. He's staring down at his masterpiece, ready to use it against the monster who commissioned it. We see Oliver from behind again, looking like a majestic king. Bill thinks about how brilliant this plan is, the ultimate trap using Oliver's own arrogance. Bill is in the dark, looking at his hammer and the sword. He's weighing his options, choosing the perfect way to deliver his final repair. Bill shouts at Oliver's back, calling him a bastard and demanding an answer. The hero finally turns around, hearing the genuine hatred in Bill's voice for the first time. Oliver looks genuinely confused, asking why not when Bill says he never wanted to be a hero. He's trying to play off Bill's anger as just whining about a difficult life. Oliver looks off to the side, talking about how there's a limit to how much one person can save. He's trying to justify his tyranny with some deep, disillusioned logic that sounds totally fake. Bill is clutching the sword handle so hard his knuckles are white. He's not buying Oliver's excuses for a single second. Oliver admits he did save the world, but then asks a hypothetical. What if the Demon King's army had never been able to invade in the first place? He's trying to justify his iron-fisted rule as a way to prevent future wars before they start. It's the classic peace through tyranny talk that every dictator gives. Bill is standing in the middle of the massive hall, looking tiny against Oliver's shadow. The hero is basically lecturing him on why he had to become a monster for the greater good. Oliver looks down from his pedestal, asking Bill if he understands yet. He's acting like a teacher explaining a simple math problem, which is just insulting. He says they just needed to be so powerful that no one would dare challenge them. Total dictator talk. Power is the only thing that matters to him now. Oliver clenches his fist, saying that if they had been strong enough, there never would have been a war. He's shifting the blame onto everyone else's weakness. We get a bird's eye view of a city. Oliver asks if Bill knows the answer he reached after killing the Demon King and seeing the world's flaws. Bill is listening with a look of pure disgust, his head bowed. He's realizing that the man he admired is officially gone, replaced by a power-hungry god king. Oliver declares his grand plan, that he must rule the country himself. He's fully embraced his destiny as a tyrant, and he looks proud of it. He claims he cut out the rotten nobility and raised up brilliant talents. According to him, the nation has entered an unprecedented golden age because of his control. He raises his hands as if he's holding the whole world, asking Bill if he understands now. He thinks Bill should be thanking him for this forced peace. Oliver asks why Bill was brought there, looking completely smug and self-assured. He still thinks he's the protagonist of the story. Bill is done with the talking. He lunges forward, swinging the hero's sword with every ounce of strength he has left. A close-up of Bill's face as he attacks, his eyes full of pure, burning hatred. He's telling Oliver to just hurry up and die already, no more lectures. Oliver doesn't even flinch, just raises a hand with a glowing green light on his fingertip. He calls Bill's attempt a pity, like he's swatting a fly. He fires a magic arrow right into Bill's shoulder. The green beam of energy pierces through him instantly, stopping his charge dead in its tracks. Bill is gritting his teeth in intense pain, sweat rolling down his face. He's been hit hard, but he's still trying to hold on to the sword. Bill screams in agony as the sword is knocked from his hand and blood splatters across the floor. The scream really captures the moment. Bill falls to his knees, clutching his bleeding shoulder as the light fades. A squad of armored guards rushes into the room, spears at the ready. Oliver stands calmly while his guards check to see if he's okay. He acts like the assassination attempt was nothing more than a minor, boring annoyance. The guards surround Bill, shouting that he's under arrest for attempting to assassinate Oliver Prime. Bill is just kneeling there, panting and bleeding from his shoulder. Oliver looks down at him from the side, his face totally cold. Bill asks since when Oliver realized he was going to attack, looking completely defeated. Oliver raises a hand and tells Bill he's asking the wrong question. He's right back to being the arrogant, untouchable hero. He says the real question is why he didn't strike Bill down sooner, since he sensed his killing intent from the very start. He's been playing with him this whole time. Bill is speechless, sweat dripping from his chin as he looks up at the monster he used to call a friend. The power gap is just too massive. Oliver looks down, his eyes cold and golden. He says he kept Bill alive because he's capable. It wasn't mercy, it was a business decision. Oliver leans in, his face lit from one side like a classic villain. He tells Bill he still wanted him to be one of his and offers his hand. We see a close-up of Oliver's open palm. It's the ultimate join me or die offer, and he's waiting for Bill to give up and take it. Bill is still on the floor, surrounded by guards. He looks up at Oliver, his eyes full of a mixture of fear, shock, and stubborn defiance. Bill asks if Oliver is serious, even after he just tried to kill him. He's trying to buy time, then asks to hear the answer to one more question. Oliver smiles, finding the counteroffer amusing. He says he'll answer Bill's next question earnestly before he makes his choice. Bill's face is in shadow as he prepares to ask the most important question. He's got that look of someone who has absolutely nothing left to lose. He asks why Sepia ended up like that, his eyes burning with intensity. He needs to know the truth about the woman he cared for. Oliver puts a hand to his chin, thinking it over. He acknowledges that she was very capable and even broke through 200,000 demons on her own. We see a flashback of Sepia in battle, her leg being chopped off by a massive demon in a shower of blood. Even with such a grievous wound, the text says she didn't despair. Another shot of the hero's party standing together after defeating the Demon King. Peace has finally returned to the world, but at a terrible price. The sun is shining through the clouds in the flashback, the happy ending. But we know what comes next is anything but happy. The peace was short-lived as humanity immediately turned on itself once the common enemy was gone. People are being trampled in a new, even bloodier war. Young Oliver looks out at the chaos with a grim face. He says they had no choice but to send even the wounded heroes to the front lines just to survive. We see Sepia in the present, sitting in a wheelchair alone in the dark. She was the only hero who didn't join the new war. Bill is standing by her wheelchair in a bitter memory. Oliver asks if Bill knows the loneliness of being left behind while your comrades are all doing their part. A golden cup lies spilled on the floor with dark liquid pooling around it. Sepia was consumed by that loneliness, her spirit finally breaking under the weight of it. She reached for something no one should ever touch out of pure desperation. We see her silhouette standing over a dark, glowing, magical circle. Sepia returns to the battlefield, but she's not the same person. She's surrounded by a dark, purple aura of black magic, walking like a ghost. Back to the present. Oliver looks at Bill and says he's seen the side effects of that black magic for himself. This confirms Sepia's state was a choice she made just to feel useful again. Oliver stares at Bill, telling him the long story is over. He demands an answer to his offer right now. Close-up of Bill's face as he processes the horror. He looks utterly broken, the truth about Sepia being even worse than he imagined. Bill ignores the offer and asks Oliver why he didn't stay and help her. He's crying again, his face full of genuine pain for his friend. He shouts that Sepia was Oliver's comrade, his voice cracking with emotion. He can't believe Oliver would just let her get that bad. Bill is screaming why at Oliver, his face twisted in a mask of pure agony. He's clutching his chest, the emotional weight being almost too much to bear. He's yelling about how she'd lost her leg fighting at Oliver's side. He's accusing the hero of leaving her to bear all that pain alone while he played king. He points a finger, shouting that Oliver had the power and influence to help her but did nothing. His rage is finally overflowing. We get a grainy, faded flashback of Bill and Sepia together. It's a bitter, painful contrast to the current horror. Bill is slumped on the floor, surrounded by guards. Oliver just looks down from his throne, totally unmoved by Bill's tears or accusations. Oliver coldly asks, and so, basically saying so, what to Sepia's entire sacrifice and subsequent suffering. He leans in and asks if Bill really thinks all of that makes it his responsibility. He's completely detached from any sense of duty to his old friends. Oliver places a hand over his heart, asking, and who are you to say that? He's officially turned into a complete, heartless narcissist. He points a finger at Bill, asking why he didn't come to the battlefield while Oliver was out saving the world. He's flipping the script and blaming Bill for being a coward who stayed home. Oliver mocks Bill for holing up in his little workshop and enjoying the safety Oliver carved out for him. He's belittling Bill's entire existence and craft. He leans forward and screams at Bill, daring him to lecture him about responsibility. He's finally lost his cool king mask, revealing the monster underneath. A close-up of Oliver's eye, filled with a cold, murderous light. He calls Bill a coward with pure, dripping venom. Oliver towers over Bill, his silhouette dark and menacing against the light. He tells Bill he's just a petty little man who runs from real responsibility. A shot of Bill's shoulder from behind, looking totally defeated. He's forced to listen to Oliver's cruel words while bleeding out on the floor. Oliver walks away from him, his back turned once again. He's laughing mockingly as he repeats the word coward over and over. Bill's face is cast in heavy shadow, his eyes glowing white with a terrifying light. He's murmuring running from responsibility as something deep inside his soul finally snaps. Suddenly, Bill's arm is sliced clean off in a bright flash of light. Oliver delivers a final, brutal blow without even looking back. Bill screams in pure, unadulterated agony as his severed arm flies through the air in a spray of blood. He falls into a black void of pain and shock. Oliver stands over him holding his sword. He asks why he should take responsibility for something that is useless to him now. He's officially discarded Bill like a broken tool. Bill is on the ground, clutching his stump as blood pools around him. Oliver says he'll spare his life only because of his past service, which is just another insult. We see Bill's severed hand lying in a pool of blood. The golden hand is gone. Oliver tells him he can live out his days like this, a final, cruel mercy. Bill is screaming in the dark, his face a mess of tears, blood, and sheer madness. He's completely broken, everything he cared about being ripped away by the hero. We see Bill from behind, kneeling in a white void while Oliver walks away into the distance. Bill is left screaming as the chapter ends on a note of absolute, soul-crushing despair. Peace and quiet at last, or so it seems. We're out in the middle of nowhere looking at a remote little house, and someone is calling out to see if anyone's actually home. A pale hand gives the door a couple of knocks, but the silence is deafening. The voice wonders if they trekked all this way for a ghost town. Wait, I know that face. It's the black-haired girl from the hero's party, and she's looking a little suspicious as she peers through the gaps. The door creaks open, and there he is. Our boy Bill, looking like he hasn't seen the sun in weeks. He recognizes her immediately, and honestly, he doesn't look too thrilled to have company. Meet Sarah, the former thief queen of the hero's party. She's looking way too casual for someone whose leader just became a dictator, greeting Bill like it's just another Tuesday. The two of them head down to the river to catch up, and it's a pretty heavy conversation. Sarah's basically summarizing the absolute dumpster fire Bill went through at the palace. Sarah tries to crack a joke about how the country developed under Oliver, but she quickly walks it back when she sees Bill's face. Read the room, Sarah. She lets out a sigh, acting like she wasted a trip because Bill looks like a shell of his former self. She's being pretty blunt about his current state. Sarah points out the elephant in the room, Bill's bandaged stump. She tells him flat out that with only one arm, he's basically done as a blacksmith, but Bill isn't having it, muttering that he can still work. You can see that fire in his eyes is starting to reignite. She tries to test him, asking for a new dagger or at least some repairs, but Bill shuts her down every time. He's not in the business of making gear for the hero's friends anymore. Sarah decides to play her trump card, lounging back on the grass while she dangles some bait. She says she was going to tell him the real story about what happened to Sepia. That got his attention. Bill is sweating now, his resolve crumbling because he needs to know the truth. He stammers out that he'll do it just this once, and Sarah's got that I win smirk on her face. Sarah hops up, happy she got her way. She asks for his price on the dagger, and you can tell she's ready to pay whatever it takes for that golden hand quality. Bill looks her dead in the eye with a serious expression. His price? The cost of materials and the full, unedited story of Sepia? He's done with Oliver's fairy tales. Deal. The contract is signed in the shade of the trees. It's the start of a very dangerous partnership, and the atmosphere is thick with secrets. Sarah starts narrating as we see Bill back at the anvil. She calls out Oliver for being a manipulative snake who twisted the story of Sepia's injury to make himself look like the tragic hero. Bill is putting everything into his work, sweat pouring down his face as the hammer strikes the metal. He always knew Oliver was hiding something, but the truth is usually uglier than people think. Sarah asks a chilling question, wondering if Bill honestly thinks someone as fast as Sepia just failed to dodge the Demon King. She's about to dismantle everything Bill thought he knew. We see a flashback of the Demon King, a literal mountain of dark power. Sepia was the second fastest person Sarah knew, so getting caught like that shouldn't have been possible. Sarah explains that the Demon King's real threat wasn't his speed, but his raw, planet-cracking power. There was no way she should have lost both legs in one shot unless it was intentional. We see a ring fall to the dusty ground. It's a small detail, but it's the moment the tragedy truly began. The truth is out. Sepia chose not to dodge. She's sitting there on the ground, looking absolutely spent and broken. She threw herself into the line of fire to protect the hero. Oliver was wide open, and Sepia paid the price in blood just to keep him standing. Sepia looks haunted, her eyes vacant as she processes the loss of her legs. Sarah reveals that the reason she eventually went back to the front lines was way darker than duty. We see a flashback of Oliver kneeling before Sepia in her wheelchair. He's putting on the charm, telling her he needs her help to win his war and become the Lord Protector. Oliver is acting so desperate, claiming the tide is against him and only she can turn it around. He's basically weaponizing her loyalty to the party. Sepia looks completely crushed, asking him what he expects her to do with her missing leg. She's ready to retire, but Oliver isn't done using her yet. She clutches the blanket over her stump, her hands shaking. It's an incredibly vulnerable moment that Oliver is about to exploit. Oliver tells her not to worry about the injury with a look that's way too calm. He's got a plan, and you just know it's some cursed business. He pulls out a scroll and brings up that grimoire they found in demon territory. He promises her she won't just walk again, but she'll become stronger than before. This is the definition of a devil's bargain. Sepia is rightfully horrified, calling it out for what it is, black magic. She knows that's power that should never be touched, but Oliver's face is starting to change. She looks him in the eye, her voice firm as she rejects the idea. She still has some morals left, but Oliver is about to throw a tantrum. Close-up of Oliver's jaw tensing up. You can see the hero mask slipping as he gets angry that his puppet isn't obeying. Oliver snaps. He lunges forward, shouting, and so what? He's completely dismissed her concerns about literal black magic as if they're just annoying details. He starts gaslighting her, asking if they aren't comrades and how she could refuse him after everything. He's making her feel like the bad guy for not wanting to sell her soul. He's literally screaming in her face now, claiming he thought of them and their bond. It's total emotional manipulation at its finest. Oliver looms over her wheelchair, yelling that he thought of her as more than just comrades. He's laying it on so thick it's nauseating. Sepia is stunned, her eyes wide with hurt. She's stuttering, completely overwhelmed by the hero she trusted suddenly turning into a monster in front of her. Suddenly, Oliver stops and covers his face, acting all ashamed of his outburst, wondering what he is even saying right now. Talk about a mood swing. He turns his back on her, telling her to just pretend today never happened as he walks away. It's the classic push and pull to make her feel guilty for upsetting him. Sepia watches him go, her face full of conflict. He knew exactly what he was doing by walking away like that. Oliver's boot stops. He's waiting for the bite, and he's not disappointed. Hold on, Sepia calls out to him, and you can just feel the trap closing. She can't stand the thought of being the reason for them falling apart. Oliver turns his head slightly, and he's got that terrifying, wide-eyed grin. He says, "I'll help you," but we all know that's a lie. Sarah is watching this whole manipulation from the bushes. She sees Sepia agree to help Oliver, and the look on Sarah's face says she knew this was the point of no return. Flashback within a flashback. Young Sepia is startled as something metallic hits the ground with a clang. It's the ring Bill made. It bounces on the stones, a symbol of their childhood promise falling apart. The ring rolls across the floor, and you can see a boot in the corner. This was the moment Bill realized something was very, very wrong. Young Bill is staring at the ring, his face pale with confusion. He doesn't understand why the thing he spent so much time on won't work. He tells Sepia to let him see her hand, determined to fix whatever is going on. He's still trying to be the hero in this situation. He takes her hand and tries to slide the ring on, telling her it's hers and that she won't lose it if she wears it. It's so innocent and so heartbreaking. He pushes the ring onto her finger, expecting it to fit perfectly like it should. But then, it just falls. It slides right through her finger like she isn't even solid metal anymore. The thud as it hits the floor is the sound of his heart breaking. Bill is stunned, staring at the ring on the ground. He mutters that it's strange, his mind unable to process the supernatural failure. He's sweating now, his face contorted with worry. He can't understand why it doesn't fit when he measured everything so perfectly. He says he made it to fit her perfectly. He's practically pleading with reality to change, but the ring just stays there in the dirt. He tries again, his hands shaking as he attempts to force the ring on. He's in total denial at this point. The ring slides through her hand again. It's like her physical form is already starting to reject the world because of the magic Oliver put her through. Bill is on his knees, staring at the ring as Sepia watches him. The distance between them is becoming a literal physical void. He reaches out for the ring, tears streaming down his face as he cries out why. He's losing her before his very eyes, and he can't hammer his way out of it. Close-up of Bill's fist on the dusty ground. He's at his lowest point, the weight of his helplessness crushing him. Tears fall onto the dirt as he sobs quietly. Everything he built, every promise he made, it's all turning to dust. Bill lets out a pained groan, his head bowed. He's finally realizing that being a great Meister means nothing if you can't protect the people you love. His grief turns into cold, hard anger. He's gritting his teeth, his fist clenching so hard it's shaking. He's a mess of tears and rage, letting out a sharp grunt as the realization of Oliver's betrayal truly sinks in. Bill punches the ground with everything he has, screaming, "Damn it." The impact sends dust flying, but it doesn't change a thing. He's hunched over, asking the air where it all started going wrong. Uncle Phil, Sepia, it's all too much for one person to carry. A montage of his regrets flashes by, taking on the apprentice, letting Sepia leave, putting the sword in Oliver's hand. He blames himself for every step that led to this. The text asks the final question, about him picking up a hammer in the forge. He's even questioning his entire life's work at this point. Bill is completely broken, gasping for air. Every effort he made, every weapon he forged, it all feels like it's strangling him now. We see him small and alone in the darkness. The text says his powerlessness is tightening around his throat, and you can really feel his suffocation. Suddenly, a glowing hand reaches out and touches Bill's head. It's a moment of impossible tenderness in the middle of his despair. It's a vision or a spirit of Sepia. She's glowing with a soft, warm light and smiling down at him as if she's trying to lift the weight off his shoulders. Bill looks up in shock, his eyes wide as he whispers her name. Is it a hallucination or a final goodbye? Either way, it's exactly what he needed. Bill is staring at the glowing image with tears in his eyes. He's afraid to even believe what he's seeing, fearing it's just another joke from the universe. He's kneeling before her, asking if she's actually trying to comfort him. The background extra is finally feeling some real warmth again. He's crying harder now, lamenting that he never did anything for her. He's full of regret, but the vision of Sepia is just there to be with him. Bill looks down at his tools with a new kind of look. The grief is still there, but it's being forged into a new, singular purpose. He grabs a heavy hammer from the table, his grip firm. This isn't the hammer of a humble smith anymore. This is the weapon of a man with a vendetta. Bill holds the hammer high, the light glinting off the metal. He declares that he promises Sepia. He's done with crying, it's time to get to work. The hammer strikes the anvil with a thunderous clang. Sparks fly everywhere as Bill puts all his rage and promise into every blow. He's hammering with a terrifying intensity, sweat flying as he works through the pain. He repeats, "I will like a holy mantra." Another strike, even more powerful than the last. He's forging his revenge one swing at a time, and the heat in the room is rising. The forge erupts in a massive blast as Bill finishes his work. He yells, "I will, for sure," and you know he means it. Back in the present, Sarah asks if she can pick up her dagger in 2 weeks. It looks like the contract is officially in motion. Sarah walks away across the hill, leaving Bill alone by the river. The peace is over. The gears of war are turning again. Sarah stops and looks back, her expression getting serious. She admits she couldn't stop Oliver from using Sepia back then, and she's carrying that guilt too. She acknowledges that part of the responsibility is hers. She's not just here for a dagger, she's here to balance the scales. Sarah gives him a final look and tells him to call her if he ever needs help. It's an open offer for an alliance against the hero. She runs off with a wave, promising to help him just once. It's a typical thief's goodbye, but Bill knows he's found his first ally. A massive explosion of sparks fills the forge. Bill is working on something that's clearly not a regular weapon, and the power coming off it is intense. The final shot is terrifying. Bill is silhouetted against the heat of the forge, and he's holding up a mechanical, multi-jointed metal arm. He'll make sure he sees that revenge is carried out properly. Our boy has built himself a golden hand for war. We're back at it. A group of elite students is tearing through the wilderness on a mission. The sound of their boots hitting the rocks is the only thing breaking the silence. The scarred commander leading the pack calls out to his top student Hans, asking for a quick briefing on the objective. Hans doesn't even miss a beat while sprinting. Hans explains that villagers have been reporting weird explosions in the area. Their job is simple: find out who or what is making things go boom before someone gets hurt. The team fan out, scouting the terrain. Hans is thinking it's either some illegal weapons research or criminals prepping for a big heist. Either way, it's not good news for the local neighborhood. The commander gives them a stern reminder: they're still students. The focus is on scouting and gathering intel, not jumping into every fight they find. Yeah, good luck with that, Cav. The squad shouts yes sir in unison as they speed up. They're professional, they're fast, and they're definitely looking for trouble. They arrive at a blast site, and it's absolute carnage. Shattered trees and craters everywhere. This wasn't just a small firecracker. Someone is packing some serious heat. Lynn, the girl of the group, gets close and sniffs a scorched log. No smell of gunpowder means this wasn't an explosive. We're likely dealing with some high-level magic. Phylon, the guy with the spiky hair, notes the sawdust hasn't even scattered yet. That means the bomber is still close. They're closing in on their target. One of the girls suggests the suspect might have used teleportation magic or a fast mount to escape, looking genuinely worried about the mystery attacker's mobility. Hans shuts that theory down. If they had an easy way to move, they'd be setting off these blasts way further from the village to avoid being heard. This person is grounded and probably desperate. The commander is beaming with pride, saying exactly. He's loving how well his star pupils are analyzing the scene. These kids are top of their class for a reason. He confirms they're short on clues, but certain the suspect has no transport. Then, a massive explosion echoes from the distance. Found him. The group watches from the shadows as they spot their target in a clearing. It's just one guy, and he looks kind of busy. It's Bill. He's out there swinging a practice sword like his life depends on it. He's clearly trying to learn how to fight, but man, he looks like a total amateur. Bill looks at the sword with a confused expression, wondering if he's doing it right, muttering something like this: "Bro, you're a smith. Stick to the hammer." He keeps at it, grunting with every swing. He's putting in the work, but compared to the elite students watching him, he's basically a toddler with a stick. Bill is completely gassed, huffing and puffing after just a few minutes of practice. Hans is watching from the trees and sounds almost disappointed, asking if he's just a rookie swordsman. Bill senses something and looks up into the canopy. The students are perched there like predatory birds, just judging his terrible form. Hans is savage, calling Bill's skills the ability of a no-name bandit grunt at best. He was hoping for a challenge, not some guy who can barely lift his blade. The pigtail girl smirks, saying there's no need for all three of them to jump in on such a weak target. They're already underestimating him, and that's a big mistake in this world. Phylon agrees, looking totally bored. They're treating this like a boring chore instead of a mission. Hans asks the commander if the mission is officially changing from scouting to arresting a criminal. He's ready to wrap this up and go home. The commander pulls out a wanted poster, cautioning them not to label someone a criminal too hastily. Then he looks at the paper and goes, "Oh, there it is." Yep, it's a wanted poster for Bill Bark. He's officially a criminal in the eyes of the state, and the reward is probably huge. Bill is still standing in the clearing, totally oblivious as the students read his file. They're wondering why there were so many special remarks for a simple blacksmith. The commander's face goes pale as he reads the charges. Attempted assassination of the Lord Protector. Suddenly, this rookie looks a lot more dangerous. He screams at Group A to get their attention. The playtime is over. This is now a high-priority capture. The commander tells them that given the remarks, they should prioritize capture, but he's basically giving them the green light to use whatever force they need. Phylon catches the vibe immediately. Preferable to capture means it's totally fine if the guy doesn't make it back alive. Dark times at the academy, man. Hans agrees, rationalizing that if the guy tried to kill the Lord Protector, he must be some kind of secret monster. They're hyping themselves up for a fight they aren't prepared for. The girl gets her pigtails ready and preps her whip rope. She's got a twisted little smile, clearly enjoying the hunt. They dive from the trees in a synchronized 3-on-1 strike. They're not taking any chances with the man who supposedly tried to kill Oliver. Bill is caught completely off guard. The students land a barrage of hits and kicks, sending up a massive cloud of dust as they dogpile him from the start. Bill is on the ground, looking totally confused and overwhelmed. He barely even saw them coming. Hans stops and looks confused, wondering why he's so weak. He can't believe this is the guy who allegedly tried to take out the strongest man in the Empire. The girl suggests he's just an informant or something, and Phylon notes he couldn't even manage a single counter. Their ego is shooting right back up to 100. Hans is lost in thought for a second, looking at the pathetic smith on the ground. Hans kicks Bill's sword back toward him casually. He's decided he's going to play with his food before finishing it. He tells Bill to pick it up, saying that ending it like this would be way too boring. He wants Bill to die like a swordsman, which is pretty rich coming from a student. The girl calls this the kindness of the next hero, me, Hans. Hans is smirking like a total villain, and the arrogance in the air is stifling. Bill is looking up from the dirt, sweating and trembling. He looks like a cornered animal, and the kindness of these students is clearly anything but. Bill reaches for his blade, his hand shaking. Hans tells him he's got it all wrong, clearly ready to start teaching him a lesson. Bill stands up with the sword, looking grim. Hans notes that talking isn't an option anymore, and he's clearly looking forward to the violence. Hans starts a literal lecture mid-fight, beginning with a sword, you see. He's going to explain basic mechanics to a man who probably knows more about metal than Hans does about breathing. Hans takes a professional stance, explaining how to measure the distance between you and your opponent. He's treating this like a sparring match in a gym, not a life or death arrest. Bill takes a slow, amateurish swing, and Hans dodges it with a flashy move. He's making Bill look like a complete joke. Hans moves with incredible speed, appearing behind Bill before the poor guy can even finish his swing. The skill gap here is absolutely massive. Then, in one go, Hans delivers a brutal kick to Bill's leg from behind, knocking him off balance and ruining his stance. Hans follows up with a lightning-fast strike from his own sword. He's moving so fast, it's just a blur of motion lines. Bill is nicked on the cheek, blood splattering as he looks totally stunned. He can't even react to the speed Hans is putting out. Hans continues the lesson, telling Bill how to ensure his swing doesn't break. He's basically mocking every move Bill makes. He bashes Bill in the face with the hilt of his sword, showing him, "You do this." Hans is having the time of his life beating on someone who can't fight back. And follow through, Hans delivers a final, heavy kick that sends Bill flying. He's treating Bill like a literal punching bag. Bill is being bounced around like a pinball, hits landing with a solid thud. Hans is smiling the entire time, looking more like a bully than a hero in training. Bill is gritting his teeth in pure agony. He's taking a massive beating, and the students are just laughing about it. He gets blasted back through the air, tumbling across the grass as the other students watch and cheer from the sidelines. Bill faceplants in the dirt. Hans stands over him and calls the performance seriously lame. He's totally dismissive of the man he's supposed to be arresting. Hans looms over the fallen smith, asking how he's going to make up for all the wasted time. This kid's ego is out of control. The commander is watching from the background, his face shadowed. He mutters strange, clearly sensing that something about this fight doesn't add up. The commander starts putting the pieces together. Their mission was to investigate explosions, but so far, all they've seen is a guy who can't even swing a sword. He thinks back to the shattered trees at the blast site. Those were definitely caused by powerful blasts, not a bad sword swing. He narrowed the suspect down to a mage or a bomber. He recalls Lin's report, no smell of gunpowder, no mana. If Bill isn't a mage and doesn't use bombs, then what caused those explosions? The commander looks at the rookie swordsman on the ground. He realizes that if Bill Bark is the suspect, his weapon can't be a sword. He's realizing they've been looking at the wrong things this whole time. Hans is about to deliver another strike, but Bill is reaching out and begging him to please just stop. He looks broken, but there's a flicker of something in his eyes. Hans stops his attack, looking confused, asking, "Stop what?" He thinks he's already won, but the real fight is just beginning. The commander's realization hits like a ton of bricks. If there's no one else with him, then the wanted man Bill Bark's weapon is, suddenly, a massive blast of light erupts from Bill's hand. Bill's mechanical arm is revealed in a spray of steam and light. It's glowing with pure energy, looking like a literal piece of siege weaponry strapped to his stump. He says, "Let's just end this." Not a sword, but something like a cannon. The commander screams in shock. Hans's face is a mask of pure terror as he finally understands what he's been poking. The explosion is massive, a circular blast wave tearing through the clearing with a thunderous boom. Hans is caught right in the center of it. We see a close-up of Bill's mechanical hand, steam and sparks rising from the joints. This thing is a masterpiece of destruction, and Bill just let it loose. Hans is absolutely screaming in pain, clutching his head as the heat from the blast sears him. The commander yells that Bill hit his weapon and calls him a cowardly son of a. Hans is still yelling about the cowardly move while Bill just watches him with a cold, dead-eyed expression. The tables have officially turned. Hans is blown back by the secondary shockwave, his sword flying out of his hand. The dust cloud is so thick you can barely see anything. Bill is panting, standing in the middle of the carnage he just caused. He throws Hans's words right back at him, asking, "And you still call yourself a swordsman? Savage." Hans is looking absolutely demonic, his face covered in soot and shadow. He's completely lost his cool, his hero persona shattered by a single blast. Hans is shaking with rage, asking what Bill just said, "You bastard." His ego is unable to handle being insulted by a rookie. Hans grabs his sword and lunges for the kill, screaming that he'll slice Bill's filthy mouth right along with the rest of him. This kid has officially gone off the deep end. Hans swings his blade with everything he's got, a cry to die echoing through the forest. But just as the sword is about to land, clang, someone blocked it. The sword is caught in midair, sparks flying from the impact. It's the commander. He stepped in and blocked Hans's lethal strike with his own armored forearm, saying, "That's far enough," with a voice like cold iron. Hans is stunned. The commander is stone-faced, looking at Bill while he praises the strategy. He realized that Bill wasn't being weak, he was setting a trap. He explains it to the students. Bill used enough destructive power to make sure his target dies and guided the enemy into close range to increase his chances of hitting. This Smith is a tactical genius. Bill is still on the ground, his mechanical hand held up in a defensive pose. He looks like a man who just barely missed a lethal blow. He shut his eyes. We see a close-up of Bill flinching as he fired the blast. He couldn't bring himself to watch the death he was causing. The commander looks at the trembling Smith. He's never killed anyone before. Despite his power and his plan, Bill is still too human for this kind of work. The commander stands tall, his shadow looming over the scene. He tells his students that taking a life is never easy, even if the other person is trying to kill you. This is a real lesson, not the bullying Hans was doing. The other two students are in the background. VILLIAN is mocking Hans, telling him to shut up because he nearly died because he let his guard down. Hans looks like he wants to die of embarrassment. The commander tells them both to quiet down and look at him. He wants them to see what a real person looks like after a life or death struggle. Bill is just sitting in the dust, huffing and puffing. He's completely drained, both physically and emotionally, by what just happened. Hans is still arguing, asking if they're just going to drag him off like this. He clearly wants to keep fighting until he gets his wind back. The commander notes that from the beginning, Bill hasn't had any real hostility toward them. He was acting in self-defense, not out of a desire to kill. He adds that without hostility, you can't fight seriously. Hans looks like he's about to blow a fuse, but he can't argue with his teacher's logic. The commander turns to his students with a terrifying look. He tells Class 3, Group A to take out their talismans. This just took a very dark turn. Bill looks up, completely confused by the mention of talismans. He's got no idea what these kids are about to do to him. The commander addresses him formally, asking the criminal Bill Bark if he's familiar with the Hero Academy's curriculum. You can just feel the danger levels rising. He explains that one of the mandatory programs is training students to kill evil without hesitation. This academy is sounding more like a cult for killers every second. He gets graphic, saying they hack apart the body of a living criminal just so they can get used to blood and screams. Bill is absolutely horrified by the cruelty of the people he used to help. The students take out their glowing talismans, looking ready to begin their practice. They're treating Bill like a training dummy. The commander points a finger and drops the ultimate bombshell. The name on their group's practice assignment is Phil Bark. Bill has a total mental snap. The word family screams across the screen as his eyes glow white with a pure, blinding rage. They didn't just kill Uncle Phil, they used his body as a training prop. The commander smiles a cold, shark-like grin, saying, correct. He's clearly enjoying the way he just broke Bill's spirit. Bill is shivering, his teeth chattering. The students mock him, saying his resolve still isn't there yet. They have no idea what they just unleashed. He's clutching his chest, muttering about how Phil is still in pain. He's completely lost in a haze of grief and madness. Now I get it. Bill is clutching his face, his eyes wide and terrifying. He's finally seen the true nature of the empire he served, and he's decided what needs to happen next. He stands up, looking at the ground with a cold, dead stare. He thinks killing Oliver means he's finally found his hostility. He looks at the students and commander with a gaze that would freeze fire, thinking erasing everything you created. He's not just after the hero anymore, he's after the entire system. Bill is crying and smiling at the same time, looking like a total psycho, every last bit of it. The chapter ends on a terrifying cliffhanger, and the shining light of the hero is about to be snuffed out. Hold up, Bill is putting a stop to the execution. He's standing his ground in the middle of the clearing, surrounded by the elite student squad and their commander. Bill looks them dead in the eye and asks if they need a real target for their combat practice. He's tired of being the punching bag, and he's about to change the rules of the game. He reminds them that he's a blacksmith by trade. If they just slaughter him now, they aren't going to get any meaningful training out of it. He's basically calling them out for bullying a civilian. The commander looks intrigued, his scarred face twisting into a grin. He asks Bill what exactly he's trying to say, curious about what this criminal has planned. We get a chilling close-up of the commander's eye as Bill drops the demand. He only wants one thing: time. Bill's expression goes completely dark, his eyes casting a terrifying shadow. He tells them to give him time to arm himself, and then he makes a bone-chilling promise he'll do his best to kill them. Hans just laughs it off, thinking Bill is just trying to buy time to run away. He turns to the commander and tells him they should just kill the guy now and be done with it. The commander looks at his own hand, repeating the word run with a tone that suggests he knows something the students don't. He questions if Bill is really the type to run, looking at the kid who just threatened to kill a squad of elite combatants. The commander is starting to sense the beast under the surface. Bill just bows his head, muttering a low groan. The weight of his grief and the memory of Uncle Phil is clearly fueling this sudden change in personality. Bill looks up with a twisted, manic grin that would make a demon sweat. He asks if they're not going with a face that screams he's already decided their fate. The commander claps his hands together with a loud smack. He's sold on the idea and shouts good, clearly loving the drama. The commander stands tall and asks the most important question: how long do you need? He's treating this like a legitimate duel now. Bill tells him that 1 hour is plenty. The commander waves him off, telling him to go and prepare. This is either the gutsiest move ever or the biggest mistake these students will ever make. The commander warns Bill that he knows what happens if he's late. The Empire doesn't take kindly to people who break their word, especially traitors. Hans watches Bill walk away into the shadows, clutching his talisman. He's still acting tough, joking about feeding Bill to the pigs later, but you can tell he's a little unnerved. He holds the talisman up, smugly telling the commander he told him so. He's convinced Bill is just running for the hills. The students lounge around in the clearing, looking totally bored as the clock ticks. Hans is whining about the extra credit they just lost because Bill supposedly ran away. Hans is still complaining while the commander just sits there in silence smoking. He says, let's wait a bit longer, his intuition telling him the show hasn't even started yet. Lynn, the pigtail girl, is stretching and yawning, complaining about how bored she is. She thinks they're just wasting time in the woods for a guy who's halfway to the border by now. She reaches her arms up high, completely letting her guard down. Big mistake. Huge. Suddenly, a blur of motion and light tears through the clearing with a thunderous boom. The piece is officially over. A massive mechanical hand clenches into a fist in a spray of steam and sparks. This isn't a blacksmith's tool. This is a weapon of mass destruction. Lynn screams as she's blasted back by a chain-link weapon. Bill didn't just arm himself, he became a walking tank. A figure in full, heavy plate armor emerges from the dust cloud. It's Bill, but he's encased in a mechanical suit that looks like it was built for a literal god of war. We see Bill's eyes through the narrow slit of the helmet. He cold-bloodedly mutters, 35 fingers left. He's counting down the kills, and he's starting with the digits. Lynn is absolutely livid, screaming for the boys to kill that bastard and make it as painful as possible. Her ego is hurt way worse than her body right now. The two guys charge in with a roar. They're done playing around and they're going for the kill, but they're about to find out what Golden Hand really means. They rain blows down on the armor with a cacophony of clangs. It looks like a heavy assault, but Bill isn't even flinching. Hans pulls back, a look of total shock on his face. He just hit that thing with everything he had, and it didn't even leave a scratch. The armored Bill just stands there, imposing and silent. He's taking their best shots and just absorbing them like they're nothing. The commander chimes in with a tactical lesson, asking them what they're supposed to do against an enemy with a hard outer shell. He's treating this like a live fire exam. Target the joints, he shouts. Hans yells back that he already knows that, looking frustrated as he tries to find a weak point in Bill's defense. The students try to slide their blades into the gaps of the armor with a sharp sound. They're trying to use precision to overcome the raw durability. A narrative bubble explains the logic. Armor joints are usually just cloth or thin chain to allow for movement. It's the standard blacksmithing 101 weakness. But Bill is a meister for a reason. He blocks their joint strikes with ease, his movements fluid and mechanical. He built this suit, he knows exactly where they're aiming. Hans is losing his mind as his sword is stopped cold by a joint that should be soft. He's realizing even the joints won't let it in, that Bill didn't leave any openings. Lynn comes flying through the air with her mace, screaming, "Die!" She's putting all her weight into an overhead smash. She swings with a whoosh, her face contorted in a mask of pure rage. She really wants to crack that helmet open. The mace bounces off Bill's head like a rubber ball hitting a brick wall. It didn't do a thing except make a loud noise. Bill looks down at her through the helmet. The commander notes that Bill has a soft heart because he's still not going for the kill. We see a close-up of a hand with several fingers missing and blood everywhere. Bill is methodically taking pieces of them instead of ending it quickly. He wants them to suffer. The commander calls Bill a fool for holding back his killing blow. He then tells his students not to hold back at all. It's officially a deathmatch now. Lynn is losing it, calling Bill a son of a as she charges back in. These kids are completely unhinged when they start losing. The two male students land a dual strike that creates a massive explosion of sparks, screaming die, thinking they finally broke through. The armor is still standing, completely unmoved by the combined assault. It's starting to look like they're fighting an immovable object. Suddenly, a heavy metal boot stomps down on the ground with a bone-jarring slam. Bill is done playing defense. The students jump on top of the suit, trying to pin it down by force. Lynn shouts, "Step on him," desperate to get any kind of advantage. They rain more blows down on the pinned suit, the sound of metal on metal echoing through the forest. They're acting more like a pack of wild animals than future heroes. They pause for a second, huffing and puffing. Hans asks if those hits are even doing anything, starting to sound genuinely terrified of the thing under his feet. Phylon tells them to stay focused and keep breaking the joints. They're doubling down on a strategy that's already failed 3 times. Smart. Bill's voice rumbles from inside the suit, mocking them. He calls it pretty cheap for future heroes to gang up 3-on-1. He's officially entered the trash talk phase of the boss fight. Hans grabs the armor's helmet and snarls that fairness only matters if you show up to the fight, fair and square. He's trying to justify his cowardice, but he just looks pathetic. Lynn kicks the suit, reminding Bill that they promised to kill him as painfully as possible. These kids are definitely the villains of this scene. Hans delivers another strike, telling Bill to not hold it against us because it's just training. Yeah, sure buddy, and I'm the King of England. Bill's eye is visible through the helmet, cold and calculating. You guys, he mutters, and you can tell he's just finished charging his ultimate. Lin laughs as she prepares another blow, repeating the "don't hold it against me" line. She's way too happy about beating on a target she thinks is helpless. She strikes again, but this time the armor makes a weird mechanical whirring sound. Something is about to pop. A massive mechanical trap or burst of energy erupts from the suit's arm. The explosive sound tells you this is the real deal. The students are sent flying in every direction by a shockwave of pure force. Bill has finally stopped holding back, and it's a total wipeout. Bill stands up, looking like a monster in the smoke. He notes that their attempt at joint locks was exactly what he expected. He's been 10 steps ahead of them the whole time. Armored Bill turns toward the commander and asks, "So, when are you planning to step in?" He's bored of the kids and wants to fight the real threat. The commander looks back at him with a dark, satisfied expression. He's finally seen enough to know Bill is the real deal. The students are struggling to get up, looking absolutely battered. Bill has completely dismantled the top class of the Hero Academy without breaking a sweat. Bill pulls out a short, glowing blade with a dismissive sound. He's ready to end this training session once and for all. He swings the blade, and a massive crescent of blue energy tears through the clearing. It's a move that looks like it belongs to a legendary hero, not a blacksmith. The blast creates a massive crater, completely leveling the immediate area. The power coming off this guy is insane. Inside the suit, Bill is huffing and puffing, sweat rolling down his face. He's frustrated, thinking, "Damn it, my sword won't reach." He's still not at the level he needs to be. He looks at the distance between him and the students, realizing his limitations. If he can't even reach these students properly, we get a shot of Oliver from behind, the man Bill is truly after. The hero looks untouchable, a golden god of war. Then, when will it ever reach Oliver? Bill's internal monologue is full of self-doubt and burning ambition. He knows the mountain he has to climb is endless. Bill takes a deep breath and tells himself to not rush this. He needs to approach combat like he approaches his craft. His eyes glow blue as he analyzes the situation. He realizes it's just like forging steel. He's going to hammer his enemies into submission. We see a flashback of a hammer striking red-hot metal. You can't get what you want with just one strike. It takes 1,000. Once, the hammer falls in his mind as he prepares his next move. Then once more. He's building momentum, his fighting style becoming a rhythmic, unstoppable force. And again, Bill lunges forward with a massive energy slash. The blue light is blinding as he puts everything into this one hit. Blood sprays through the air as the strike connects. It's the first real clean hit he's landed on the students. Bill stands there with his sword, looking like a demonic knight. Until, he thinks, he's not stopping until they're all in the dirt. It finally lands. A massive shockwave of red energy explodes from the point of impact, tearing the ground apart. Hans is clutching a bleeding arm, looking absolutely shocked. He tries to play it cool, calling it a lucky graze, but you can see the fear in his eyes. VILLIAN asks Hans and Lin for ideas on how to finish this. They're finally realizing that they're in way over their heads. Bill raises a glowing mechanical hand and says, "Yeah, I've got one." He's about to show them a real special move. A series of mechanical panels pop open on his suit, and a barrage of capture wires or traps shoots out with a rapid-fire sound. The students are caught in a massive web of metal wires. They're tangled up and pinned to the ground before they can even react. Lin is trapped in the net, looking absolutely terrified. The hero candidate is now just a bug in a spider's web. Lin screams that it won't break as she struggles. Bill tells her to struggle all she wants, but it's completely pointless. He tells them that even an ogre's strength couldn't snap those wires. He designed them to hold the strongest creatures, and 3 hero students are nothing compared to that. Hans tries to threaten him, saying the academy will send more people if they don't make it back. He's desperately clinging to his status. Hans gives a shaky, nervous grin and says time is on our side. He's hoping reinforcements will arrive before Bill decides to pull the trigger. Bill looms over him, his shadow turning Hans's face gray. He asks if Hans really thinks he didn't consider that, and the tone of his voice is enough to stop a heart. Do you know why I sprung the trap now? The question is rhetorical, and the answer is going to be nightmare fuel. Bill reveals the truth. He needed some live combat practice too, just like them. He's thanking them for being such good help with a cold, mechanical voice. Hans starts sobbing and apologizing, claiming it was all his fault and begging for his life. Bill just looks at him and says, "I'll start by collecting the fingers." Damn! Bill's mechanical hand reaches down toward Hans's face. Hans is shrieking in pure terror, yelling at him to get that hand away. Hans turns toward the commander, screaming for help. He's completely forgotten his pride and is just a terrified kid pleading for his teacher to save him. Close-up of Hans's face as he lets out a final, soul-shredding scream. The background is a blur of motion and blood. A massive splash of blood covers the scene. It's a brutal final strike that silences the clearing. Bill's armored helmet is splattered with blood. He looks like a monster that just finished a meal. The commander stands in the middle of the carnage, looking at Bill. He says, "You pass, Bill Bark," sounding almost proud of the slaughter he just witnessed. The commander gives a creepy, wide-eyed grin, his face lit from below like a horror movie villain. He tells Bill Bark that he passed, and you just know the nightmare is only getting started. We're starting off with the aftermath of that absolute blowout. The elite students are still tangled up in Bill's high-tech wire traps like common flies, and the commander is just watching it all go down with a chillingly calm expression. Lynn is absolutely losing her mind, screaming in a mix of pain and pure humiliation. Getting humbled by a backwater smith clearly wasn't in her lesson plan for today. The commander repeats those terrifying words, "You pass, Bill Bark." The other two students are in the background looking paralyzed with fear, finally realizing that the person they were bullying is a literal monster. Suddenly, a dark blur streaks across the panel with a sickening impact. One of the students gets hit by a strike so fast it's basically just a shockwave of blood. The student can't even process what just happened, his face frozen in a look of total confusion right before the lights go out. The commander's hand is visible, confirming he's the one doing the hitting. A massive splash of black blood covers the scene against a bright red background. The impact sound is the last thing that kid will ever hear. Talk about a brutal teaching method. The commander wipes the fresh blood off his baton with total indifference. He mutters, "May the departed rest in peace," like he's just finishing a prayer instead of a triple homicide. He walks away from the corpses of his own star pupils, wishing them a rebirth in a world filled only with good adults. This dude is officially the creepiest mentor I've ever seen. Bill is still encased in his heavy suit, his mechanical hand trembling as he clutches his sword. He just watched a teacher slaughter his own class in seconds. Any normal person would be vibrating with terror. The commander stops and looks back, telling Bill there's no need to be on guard. He's acting so casual, it's actually making the scene 10 times more intimidating. He keeps walking into the distance, repeating that Bill passed the test. To him, those students were just disposable tools to measure Bill's potential. Bill stares after him, completely drenched in sweat inside his armor. He wonders what just happened. He didn't see a single movement. The commander moved so fast it defied human logic. The commander looks over his shoulder at the students, or what's left of them. He's already moved on, his mind already calculating the next move for his new recruit. We see a silhouette of the commander engulfed in a dark, fiery aura. He asks a chilling question. How are we supposed to deal with a monster like that? He's referring to Bill, but honestly, look in a mirror, buddy. Bill stays in a defensive crouch, his glowing eyes fixed on the man. The commander just stands there with his batons out, ready for another lesson if Bill doesn't get the hint. He tells Bill he's got the wrong idea about those kids. According to him, they were the kind who deserved to die. If that's how he treats his students, imagine how he treats his enemies. He leans in, his face lit from one side. He claims that dying under torture is pitiful, so he was doing them a favor by ending it quickly. His twisted logic is actually terrifying. Close up on his cold, dead eyes. It's better to send them off without pain, he thinks. He's basically pitching himself as a merciful reaper. Action shot. Bill has heard enough and lunges forward with a powerful energy strike. He's putting every ounce of his grief into this attack. The commander just gives a little smirk, effortlessly dodging the blow. He notes that this pattern is exactly what he expected from Bill. He slides backward, maintaining a perfect distance. He tells Bill to listen, claiming he came all this way specifically to meet the legendary Golden Hand. Bill lunges again, but he's swinging at air. The commander is moving with the fluid grace of a ghost, making Bill's heavy armor look slow and clumsy. They clash in a shower of sparks. The commander asks Bill if he hates the Guardian Knights. He's trying to build a bridge based on shared hatred while they're trying to kill each other. He lands a heavy blow on Bill's chest plate, causing a sharp grunt of pain. "We feel the same way," he declares, signaling that there might be a massive rebellion brewing. The commander stands back, proposing they at least talk first. He's done with the violence for now, but the tension is still thick enough to cut with a smith's saw. Close up on his face, showing a nasty scar on his chin. He looks like a man who has lived through hell and is finally ready to burn the surface world down. Bill is shown in a dark, abstract void, huffing and puffing. He's completely mentally drained, his rage barely keeping him upright. Suddenly, a blinding flash of white energy fills the clearing. The commander says, "Can't be helped then," looking like he's about to put the monster to sleep. He looms over Bill's silhouette in a red-tinted haze, muttering, "You brought this on yourself. You just know a world of hurt is coming." A massive impact hits Bill's helmet. The force is so great it creates a shockwave that probably rattled Bill's brain around like a marble in a tin can. The helmet shatters. Bill lets out a desperate gasp as the world goes black. He's been knocked out cold by a single, perfectly placed strike. Bill wakes up with a start, sitting upright in a comfortable wooden bed. His first thought is, "I'm still alive." He looks around the cozy room in total confusion. He's clutching his face and head, his hands shaking with trauma. The memories of the massacre and the fight are clearly playing on a loop in his head. He scans the room, wondering where the hell he is. His armor is gone, and he's back in regular clothes, looking way more vulnerable than he did an hour ago. Through the door, he hears voices talking about inspecting the northern passage. He leans in, his expression going from confused to suspicious in a heartbeat. He sees someone's hand writing notes with a pen. It's calm, orderly, the complete opposite of the chaos he just escaped. Bill peeks through the door with a creak. He overhears people saying the wind direction changed and that it leaves traces behind. This sounds like some serious covert ops talk. He steps out into the hallway, still looking like he's in a daze. He catches more snippets of conversation about danger and staying cautious. Bill watches from the shadows, his face half hidden by a doorframe. He's listening to a group discussing how they need to stay cautious in advance. This isn't just a random house, it's a headquarters. A massive speech bubble fills the panel, representing the background chatter of the base. The atmosphere is bustling and filled with a sense of purpose. Bill finds himself in a large hall filled with different groups of people. Someone asks who has the warehouse key while others are busy prepping gear. It's like an underground guild. The scarred commander is there, talking to another guy about how someone's control over his strength was insane. He calls the guy Barhan, so we finally have a name for the Reaper. In the background, guys are drinking and shouting for more booze. A red-haired brawler tells someone to stop drinking or they'll die early. It's a classic rowdy rebel vibe. A red-haired kid is sitting on the floor with some colorful stones, asking his sis if she wants one too. It's a strangely domestic moment in the middle of a rebel base. Bill has a brief, painful vision of Sepia eating an apple. He whispers her name, his heart still anchored to the tragedy that started all this. A hand lands on his shoulder, and a calm voice asks, "You're awake." Bill jumps a mile, his eyes going wide with shock. Instinct takes over. Bill lunges at the man behind him, landing a heavy strike. He's acting like a cornered animal. The room erupts. People are jumping up and screaming boss as they prepare to tear Bill apart for attacking their leader. The man Bill attacked just smiles calmly and tells everyone to stay seated. He's completely unfazed by the sudden assault, looking cool as a cucumber. He shows his hand, which is dripping with blood. He didn't just take the hit, he blocked Bill's attempt to strike him down. A subordinate yells in horror that it went clean through him. The red-haired brawler is restrained by his friends, screaming about whether Bill has a death wish. He clearly wants to feed Bill his teeth right now. The leader looms over Bill, his back to the camera. He tells Bill he must be confused and scared. He's got that charismatic aura that makes you want to either trust him or run for your life. Bill looks up, his face a mask of suspicion. The leader apologizes for bringing Lady Sepia there without a word, saying they figured Bill would feel more at ease with her at his side. Wait, is she alive? He introduces himself as Whit Tyler, the leader of the anti-empire group Orient. He looks like a high-class noble, which makes his position as a rebel leader very interesting. Whit says he'll get straight to the point, cutting through the pleasantries. He's a man of action, and he's ready to make Bill a serious offer. He stands in the center of his group and asks Bill to join them in driving out the Guardian Knights. It's an invitation to a war that Bill didn't even know was happening. Bill stands there with his head bowed, listening as Whit praises his abilities. He's being offered a chance to use his golden hand for a real cause. Bill looks up with cold, dead eyes and gives a flat no. He's not interested in being someone's pawn again, regardless of the cause. He declares his singular goal, to kill the Guardian Knights. He doesn't want to drive them out, he wants to end them. His revenge is personal and absolute. Whit Tyler just gives a knowing little smirk. "I see," he says. He's clearly realized that Bill isn't just a blacksmith, he's a vengeful spirit in human form. Whit raises his hand, noting that it won't be easy to kill the knights who have seized so much power. He's trying to be the voice of reason in the middle of Bill's rage. He proposes a temporary alliance. They work together only until the knights are gone, and after that, Bill can do whatever he wants. It's the enemy of my enemy strategy. He calls it a collaboration and offers his hand to Bill. He looks so sincere, it's almost suspicious. This guy is a master at recruitment. The rest of the Orient group watches with varied expressions, some curious, some skeptical. They know the weight of the decision being made here. Close-up of the handshake. Bill takes Whit's hand, but this isn't a friendly gesture. Bill grips Whit's hand with a crushing force that makes the leader's arm shake. The crack sound shows Bill is basically trying to break Whit's fingers right then and there. Bill looks at Whit with pure venom, asking if it's collaboration with the bastards who tortured his uncle. He's realizing these rebels might be just as bad as the Empire. His face is bathed in red light, looking absolutely demonic. He tells them to get lost before he kills every single one of them. The extra is officially done taking orders. Barhan, the scarred commander, tries to calm Whit down, saying, "Boss, this is good." He sees Bill's rage as proof of his usefulness. Whit Tyler leans in and whispers right into Bill's ear. He asks if killing them all by himself will really be enough. He's playing on Bill's feelings of inadequacy. He gets even closer, asking the ultimate taunt. Are you even confident you can stand face to face with them? He's hitting Bill exactly where it hurts most, his lack of combat training. A side profile of Wit's intense, shadowed eyes. Bill is shivering and sweating, his stammering showing that Wit's psychological warfare is working perfectly. Bill clutches his chest, trembling violently. He whispers with my own hands like it's a heavy burden he's afraid he can't carry. A grainy, red-tinted flashback of a bloody scene flashes through his mind. The trauma of the Forge massacre is still his main motivator. Bill collapses to his knees, letting out a primal, soul-shredding scream that echoes through the entire base. He's completely broken. He clutches his head, sobbing about how he's supposed to fight with his arm. The loss of his limb is a constant reminder of his failure. Whit Tyler just looks down at him with a stoic, almost bored expression. He's waiting for the storm to pass so he can collect the pieces. Bill is a total mess on the floor, calling himself useless. He's officially reached rock bottom, and Whit is right there to offer him a ladder. A hand reaches down to help him up. A friendly voice says, "Bill, right? Nice to meet you." It's a total shift in tone from the previous madness. Close-up of Bill's eye, wide with shock as he looks at his own hand. My fingers. Bill stares at his fingers like he's seeing them for the first time. The trauma has messed with his perception of his own body. The blonde guy, Edric, introduces himself with a warm smile. He asks Bill to hear them out before making a final decision. A pile of swords and spears is dumped on the ground with a massive clatter. The armory is open for business. Whit Tyler stands before a group of condemned prisoners and tells them to take up their weapons. This is a very different kind of army. An announcer bellows that by the will of the merciful Count, whoever wins in battle shall be granted freedom. It's a gladiator game disguised as a chance for redemption. One commoner stands up, tears in his eyes, claiming they just joined a demonstration and know nothing of fighting. They're being forced into a slaughter. A creepy, pale-faced noble tremors with sick excitement in the background. "Oh my gosh!" he squeals, clearly getting a kick out of the despair. More shackled prisoners are dragged into the arena, their chains clanking rhythmically. It's a funeral procession for the living. The commoner spots his own family in the chains, crying out their names. The cruelty of the Count knows no bounds. A massive, shirtless warrior with a purple robe stands up from his seat. He declares that the reason he respects his comrades is because they deserve it. He's the ultimate survival of the fittest advocate. He looks at the prisoners and claims that before they picked up weapons, they were no different from them. He's erasing their humanity to justify his upcoming violence. We see the labels for the prisoner groups: farmers, carpenters, merchants, miners, all regular people turned into combatants for a rich man's entertainment. The big guy, who looks like a gladiator boss, says it doesn't matter what they used to be. The only thing that matters is what they are now. He looms over the terrified commoner and his family, looking like a literal demon. He's enjoying the fear he's radiating. He grabs the man's wife, whispering that he'll make her fighting spirit bloom. It's incredibly gross and predatory. The commoner snaps. He lunges with a knife, screaming at him to get his hands off his wife. He's found his spirit, but at a terrible price. The big guy just casually smashes the man aside with a backhand. The sound and the way the guy flies suggest his jaw is probably in orbit now. The wife watches in horror as her husband hits the dirt. The hope in the room just vanished. The gladiator just kicks the husband's limp body like a pile of trash. He's completely devoid of any empathy. He turns to the rest of the shivering crowd and asks, "What are you all standing around for?" He's ready to start the main event. The other prisoners are shaking, unable to even move. The gladiator asks if he has to step in and help them again, which is a threat of more violence. The arena erupts in screams as the gladiator charges into the group. It's not a battle, it's a massacre. Close-up of the gladiator's face. He looks totally zen in the middle of the slaughter, which is way more disturbing than if he was angry. He flips his sword into the air, playing with his weapon like it's a toy. He stands amidst a field of blood and bodies, looking like a dark god. The contrast between his purple robe and the red carnage is striking. Blood literally rains down on him as he stands there with his eyes closed, soaking in the violence. He's a total psychopath. The screen fades to black with the red text. Being weak is a sin. This is the core philosophy of the world Bill is now trapped in. We're getting a look at Count Zahir, the former weapon master of the hero's party. He's got that look of a guy who's seen too much blood and probably enjoys the taste of it now. Back at the Orient headquarters, Whit Tyler is laying out the map for the team. He explains that Zahir now commands the regular army under the Lord Protector, overseeing the defense of the entire territory. Whit leans in, adjusting his suspenders while dropping some heavy truth. As long as Zahir is on the field, Oliver, the Lord Protector, doesn't even need to lift a finger to win. The discussion gets serious as the group realizes Zahir isn't just a solo boss. He's got an entire army at his beck and call. Bill listens from the side, finally seeing the true scale of the monster he's up against. Bill looks doubtful, asking a question that's probably on everyone's mind. Can a ragtag revolutionary army actually stand a chance against Zahir's trained forces? Draco, the red-haired hothead, literally starts laughing in Bill's face. He thinks the concern is hilarious, which is a big red flag for how overconfident this group is. Draco mocks Bill, asking if he's stupid for thinking they'd clash head-on with a regular army. He's being a total jerk about it, acting like he's got a secret master plan. He points a finger at Bill, asking if he even knows where they are. Bill gives the obvious answer, the meeting room, but Draco is clearly setting up a gotcha moment. Bill stares back with a blank expression, waiting for the punchline. He's not in the mood for Draco's games, especially after the trauma he's been through. We get a technical readout of the facility. The Orient base is designed with high humidity and active ventilation to keep things running deep underground. Bill looks around, noticing the damp soil and the sound of distant pumps. He deduces the obvious, this is a basement. Draco facepalms, calling it a disappointing conclusion. He's clearly bored by Bill's logic, wanting more drama in their secret hideout. Sarah steps in to correct him, telling Bill to listen carefully. This isn't just some dusty basement they found in a tavern. The camera pans out to show the whole group at the long table. Wit Tyler prepares to reveal the real secret of Orient's survival. The big reveal, they are standing in an underground tunnel that runs beneath the entire region. No, Wit says, cutting through the confusion. He's got an even bigger surprise waiting for our boy Bill. We see a massive blue wireframe map of a sprawling complex. It's an underground city, a literal fortress hidden from the hero's eyes. Bill is floored. An underground city. He's starting to realize that Orient isn't just a small rebel cell. They built a whole civilization in the dark. Wit explains that these tunnels are intricately connected to every corner of the kingdom. It's the ultimate logistics network for a rebellion. He slaps a hand down on Zahir's portrait, his plan finally clear. They're going to use these tunnels to hunt the Count down like a cornered rat. The plan is brutal. Isolate Zahir and eliminate his inner circle one by one. Wit clenches his bandaged hand, showing he's ready for the dirty work. The objective is simple but terrifying, crushing the enemy's morale through assassination. They aren't soldiers, they're killers. Wit Tyler smirks, clenching his fist. This is guerrilla warfare at its finest, and he's the mastermind behind the chaos. The scene shifts to the training grounds where dozens of rebels are shouting and working out. The air is thick with sweat and determination. Bill is out there with a practice sword, training against a wooden dummy. He's focused, trying to translate his blacksmithing precision into combat. He lands a solid strike on the wooden arm of the dummy. He's making progress, but he's still got that amateur vibe compared to the others. Bill takes a breather, wiping the sweat from his face. He looks exhausted, but he's not quitting. The memory of Sepia is keeping him going. He prepares for another set, his eyes narrowing. He's muttering as he tries to find his rhythm with the blade. He delivers a powerful blow to the dummy's head, the sound of wood on wood echoing through the training area. The dummy's head wobbles as Bill pulls back. He's putting in the effort, but someone is watching him with a very judgmental eye. Bill lets the wooden sword fall to the ground with a thud. He's clearly reached his limit for the day. Barhan, the scarred commander, is standing in the distance watching the whole thing. He says, "You really are completely talentless, aren't you?" Ouch. Tell us how you really feel, Cap. Barhan leans on his gear, telling Bill to think it over. He only agreed to let Bill join if he made equipment, but Bill's insistence on fighting is clearly annoying him. Close up on Barhan's eye, he gives Bill a chilling warning. Your greed is going to get you killed. He sees Bill's drive for revenge as a fatal flaw. Bill just looks down, his face full of stubborn resolve. He knows he lacks talent, but he's got enough hatred to fill 1,000 blades. Long shot of the two men. Bill reaches down to pick up his training sword again, refusing to take the easy way out. Barhan starts walking away, muttering that Bill still isn't listening. He's officially done babysitting the rookie. "Hey, look!" Bill calls out, causing Barhan to stop in his tracks. Bill's got a look in his eye that suggests he's noticed something Barhan missed. Bill asks a strange question. How do you gather mana? Barhan looks back confused, clearly puzzled by the smith's line of thought. Barhan scoffs, telling Bill he should ask a mage about something like that. He thinks Bill is just grasping at straws to find a cheap power. Bill clarifies. He means what Barhan did when he was killing his own students. He's referring to that terrifying, lightning-fast strike. We see a flashback of Barhan's baton glowing with a fierce blue mana. Bill saw it clearly. Barhan gathered the energy at the very tip for maximum impact. Barhan is absolutely stunned, sweat dripping down his face. He's shocked, wondering how Bill knew. He can't believe a talentless civilian saw his hidden technique. Close up on Barhan's wide, shocked eye. He's realizing he just severely underestimated the guy standing in front of him. Barhan asks, "Don't tell me, can you see mana?" His voice full of disbelief. If Bill can see energy flow, his potential just went from 0 to 100 instantly. Barhan bursts into a loud, manic laugh. He's overjoyed, declaring that a real monster has finally joined their ranks. He grabs Bill by the shoulders, completely changing his tune. He takes back everything he said about Bill having no talent. Seeing mana is a god-tier trait. Barhan walks with Bill, his mood completely flipped. This is going to be worth teaching, he says. He's finally found a student he actually respects. Barhan's hand grips a rope as he notes he's a bit busy right now. He's got some heavy lifting to do before he can start Bill's real training. The dude is a literal beast. Barhan is lifting a massive, netted creature or cargo over his head like it's a bag of groceries. Talk about super strength. Bill watches him carry the enormous weight away. "Hey, where are you going?" Bill asks, probably wondering how a human body can even do that. Barhan looks back with a grin, telling him he's heading to the Hero Academy. He needs some achievements if he wants to get back into his spy role properly. We get a full profile of our new mentor. Meet Barhan, the captain of the Lightning Assault Unit. This guy is officially the real deal. The scene shifts to a massive, imposing fortress perched on a hill. Welcome to Count Zahir's fief, the next destination on this bloody tour. The heavy castle gates groan open, revealing the iron-fisted rule of the Count inside. An army of Zahir's soldiers marches out in perfect formation. The order is given to split into 3 squads and search the woods for any sign of Orient. The soldiers, armed with halberds, give a loud understood. They're well geared and look much more disciplined than the students Bill fought earlier. From an aerial view, we see the 3 squads fanning out across the forest paths. They're systematic, leaving no stone unturned in their hunt. The soldiers move cautiously through the thick trees, their eyes scanning the underbrush for traps or ambushes. One soldier stops cold, hearing a rustle in the dark bushes nearby. He's found something, but he doesn't know what it is yet. His partner looks over, and they both focus on the foliage. The tension is building as they prepare to investigate the noise. 3 soldiers approach the bush with their weapons ready. It's the classic, don't go in there moment in every horror movie. One soldier stabs his halberd into the bush with a sharp poke. He's not taking any chances with whatever is hiding in there. He pulls back, looking a bit bored. It seems like it was just a false alarm or a small animal, and he lets out a frustrated sigh. He jokes with his comrades about whether he should take whatever he found and grill it for lunch as he moves through the dry leaves. Suddenly, a dark figure appears in the trees behind them. The ambush is finally here, and these guys are completely oblivious. Draco and his squad leap from the trees, shouting, "Found you, get them." The battlefield is a total disaster zone. Rebels and soldiers are scattered everywhere, and the smell of ozone and blood is thick in the air. Our redhead rebel leader is sweating bullets. She recognizes the massive tank of a man looming in the smoke. It's the big bad himself. Meet Qasim, Count Zahir's right-hand man. This dude is basically a wall of muscle and bad attitude, and he's ready to flatten anything in his path. The girl realizes that a head-on fight is just a fancy way of saying suicide. She's watching her comrades get tossed around like ragdolls and knows they need a better plan. She grits her teeth, her eyes narrowing as she finds a glimmer of hope. "But there is a way," she mutters, finally getting her head back in the game. She starts barking orders, telling the squad to split left and right. They're deploying a flank formation to try and confuse the giant. The rebels charge in from the sides with a roar. It's a chaotic mess of steel and shouts as they try to swarm Qasim. The rebels lunged forward, but Qasim just stands there like an immovable mountain. These guys are brave, I'll give them that, but they're way out of their league. Qasim swings his massive club, and it's like a wrecking ball hitting a house. Rebels are flying everywhere, but the distraction is working. Qasim is busy swatting away the small fry, completely focused on the troops in front of him. He's falling right into the trap. The redhead rebel moves like a literal blur. She's using the chaos to close the gap, slipping through his line of sight with a sharp whoosh. She finds her opening and leaps. She's sailing through the air right toward the giant's blind spot. Qasim senses something at the last second, his eyes widening as he realizes he's been baited. "Too late, big guy." She lands a solid hit right on his armored back. It doesn't do much damage, but it's the signal they were waiting for. She hovers in the air for a split second, glowing with energy. "Now!" she screams, signaling the main event to start. Close up on her face, she looks intense. She's put everything into this distraction, and now it's all up to Bill. She drops back down as the ground begins to rumble. The real fireworks are about to begin. Bill is standing at a distance, looking cool and collected. He's got his mechanical arm raised, and it's glowing with a terrifying amount of power. He's charging up. The arm cannon is humming with energy, and you just know whatever comes out of that thing is going to leave a mark. We get a quick flashback to the forge. Bill is looking over the artillery setup, his Meister brain already looking for ways to break the laws of physics. Bill turns to the captain of the artillery engineers with a very technical question. He's wondering why they don't just infuse the explosives with mana to make them even deadlier. The captain, Dashkan, looks at Bill like he's crazy. He explains that explosive powder is way too sensitive. Trying to add mana usually just results in the whole thing blowing up in your face. Here's the man himself, Dashkan, captain of the artillery engineers. He's the expert on things that go boom, and he thinks Bill's idea is impossible. Dashkan starts listing off all the reasons why it won't work. Humidity, temperature, air pressure. It's basically a math nightmare that no sane person would try. Bill just listens with a half smile. Dashkan admits that if someone could actually pull it off, it would be a game changer. Bill asks if only a god could pull that off. His eyes start to glow. "Challenge accepted, buddy." Back to the fight. Bill lets out a calm fire boom. The air around his mechanical arm literally ignites. A massive fire grenade streaks across the field. Grenade plus fire attribute. This isn't just an explosion, it's a localized sun hitting the dirt. Kasum looks up just in time to see his life flash before his eyes. He's right in the center of the kill zone. The fire takes over everything, creating a massive mushroom cloud of flame that swallows the giant whole. The smoke clears and the ground is scorched black. Bill stands his ground, his arms still smoking from the heat of the blast. The rebels are stunned. Whoa, damn, look at that firepower. They're realizing that their new blacksmith is actually a walking tank. But wait, something is moving in the flames. Kasim charges out of the smoke with a roar, looking singed but very, very angry. A rebel screams boss as Kasim closes the distance. The giant is on a rampage and he's heading straight for the nearest target. Kasim swings his heavy mace with a whoosh. He's moving with a speed that shouldn't be possible for someone that big. He smashes a rebel aside like he's playing golf with people. This dude is a literal raid boss. Kasim's blade is dripping with blood as he glares at Bill. He's done playing games and he's going for the source of the annoyance. Bill doesn't even blink. He switches rounds and mutters, "Ice boom." The air around him suddenly turns freezing cold. A massive blast of blue energy erupts. It's a total polar opposite of the last hit, freezing everything in its path instantly. Grenade plus ice attribute. The frost hits Kasim head-on, covering his armor in thick, jagged shards of ice. Kasim is literally turned into a human popsicle. He's frozen solid in the middle of his charge, looking like a very expensive garden statue. The ice shatters as Kasim flexes his muscles, shouting how annoying. He's breaking through Bill's crowd control like it's nothing. The giant looms over Bill, looking like a monster out of a nightmare. Bill is tiny compared to him, but he isn't backing down an inch. Bill looks at his mechanical hand, realizing that his hastily made gear is starting to reach its limits. He needs something bigger to put this guy down. He thinks in that case, next is, Bill is already loading his third and final option. He's got one more trick up his sleeve, and it's a doozy. "Protect Bill," the redhead rebel screams, charging in to buy him more time. She knows Bill is their only chance to win this thing. Kasim leaps into the air, coming down like a meteor. He's putting all his weight and momentum into one final, crushing blow. Kasim yells too late as he descends. It looks like game over for our boy Bill. The girl's face is a mask of pure terror. She's too far away to stop the impact, and everything is moving in slow motion. Someone's hand slams onto the ground, calling out Sinkfang. The earth itself starts to respond to the call. The ground literally opens up under Kasim's feet. He's caught mid-air as the dirt turns into a hungry mouth. Kasim's eyes bulge in shock. He wasn't expecting the environment to start fighting back. A massive sinkhole swallows the giant whole, burying him up to his neck in a split second. Talk about a grounding experience. Bill watches the trap work with a stoic expression. He's the one who set the coordinates, and he timed the trigger perfectly. He looks down into the dark pit, confirming the target is contained. He figured he'd check just in case. A narrative bubble mocks Bill, calling him a highly anticipated newcomer with a heavy dose of sarcasm. The local rebels still aren't fully convinced he's the real deal. Draco, the red-haired captain, walks up with a shovel over his shoulder. He's acting all casual, like he just finished gardening instead of a battlefield maneuver. Incredible timing. A rebel cheers. They're all amazed that Draco managed to pull off such a precise trap right when they needed it. Draco looks at the pit and his eyes go wide, asking, "What? Kasim, Captain Kasim of the Knights." He's just realized he accidentally caught a whale in his little fish trap. Draco bursts into a fit of hysterical laughter. He's absolutely delighted that he just bagged Zahir's top commander with a hole in the ground. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light erupts from the hole. The laughter stops real quick as the ground starts to explode. Kasim literally launches himself out of the earth like a rocket. Everyone is losing their minds at the sheer physical power this guy has, wondering what just happened. Draco is sweating buckets now. He can't believe Kasim just jumped out of a pit that deep through raw leg strength. This guy is a freak of nature. Kasim lands with a thunderous impact, a shockwave of dust and light following him. He looks like a demon that just crawled out of hell. Close-up of Kasim's face cast in shadow. "You're making me angry." Uh-oh, the boss just entered phase 2, and he looks like he's about to break the game. He bulges his muscles, promising to crush Bill's legs first so the kid can't run away while he grinds every bone to dust. This dude is a total psychopath. Bill isn't intimidated. He's already charging his mechanical arm again, and this time the light is a blinding, jagged yellow. Everything is a blur of high-speed motion. The air is vibrating from the tension as both sides prepare for the final clash. Draco grabs Bill and starts hauling him away. He asks if Bill is crazy, wondering what kind of sniper shoots from that close. He's trying to save Bill from his own reckless plan. Bill just gives him a calm look and says there is one. He's got that "I know something you don't" vibe that usually means someone is about to get wrecked. Bill thinks back to his previous attacks. Fire boom, ice boom, they worked. He was just testing the waters, and now he's ready for the knockout punch. Draco looks back, asking what Bill is talking about. He's completely lost. While Bill is already 10 steps ahead in his head, Draco keeps running with Bill on his back, trying to put as much distance between them and the angry giant as possible. Draco's little mole critter, Moo, lets out a loud sound and jumps off. It's the cutest thing on this battlefield, but it looks like it's on a mission too. Draco starts drawing a weird black trail on the ground while he runs. Bill is finally the one who's confused for a change. He completes a perfect circle around Bill, the black energy glowing faintly on the dirt. It's some kind of ritual magic that looks very, very dangerous. Bill stands in the center of the ring, looking around as he realizes he's just been put in the middle of a no-entry zone. Draco screams at everyone to get as far away as possible. He's got that look of a man who's about to drop a nuke and doesn't want any friendly fire. Dodgekin is watching from the sidelines, looking worried. He notes they barely have enough people even if they all attack together, and now Bill is going one-on-one. Draco tells Bill he's too young to know his limits. He's taking over the fight, and he's bringing his A-game to the table. Draco pulls back his shovel like it's a legendary claymore. One is enough, he declares, sounding like a total badass. He slams the shovel into the ground with enough force to shatter the earth. The energy ripple is massive. Draco's eyes glow with a fierce yellow light as he calls out his ultimate move, Hell Pit. The ground literally groans in protest. A gargantuan pillar of earth erupts from the ground. It's like a reverse sinkhole, launching Kasim high into the air on a column of solid rock. Kasim is sent tumbling down the side of the massive earth spike. For a second, it looks like he's actually going to fall into the abyss below. He's furious, calling it another annoying trick. He's determined to climb right back up and finish what he started. Close-up of his face, he's gritting his teeth so hard they might crack. This dude is pure, concentrated spite at this point. The pillar of earth starts to crumble and twist under Kasim's weight. It's a total landslide in slow motion. The whole structure collapses, sending a massive shockwave and a cloud of dust into the air. It's a complete landscape change. A thick cloud of dust and debris settles over the impact site. The silence that follows is deafening. Draco wipes the sweat from his forehead with a relieved, "Phew, it worked." He looks like he just ran a marathon and then some. He looks around at the empty battlefield, thinking that everyone has retreated and he should probably hurry too. The coast is finally clear, or is it? He turns to walk away casually, thinking the job is done. He's got that "I'm the hero" strut going on. Draco stops dead, his face going pale as he looks back at the rubble. He sensed something that shouldn't be there. Bill is running toward him, shouting about an escape tunnel. Draco realized he stayed behind far too long to celebrate his win. Draco is panicking now, yelling that they have no time and need to retreat immediately. Apparently, that magic dirt he used is about to disappear and take the ground with it. He screams at Bill, asking if he can even hear him. They need to move, like 5 seconds ago. Bill looks down at the ground with a dark, focused expression. "It's true," he mutters, his voice weirdly calm given the situation. The magic platform Draco created has already started to vanish into a fine mist. The floor is literally becoming air beneath them. Kasim's voice bellows from the depths. What? He's still alive, and he's climbing back up through the falling debris like a monster. The giant is scaling the cliff face with his bare hands, screaming that he'll kill those mole bastards for making him work this hard. This guy just won't stay down. Bill points his mechanical arm cannon right down at the climbing giant. He shouts to Draco, "Quick, the escape route." Draco is screaming at Bill that they need to run, but Bill is locked on. He's standing his ground on the crumbling ledge, ready for one last shot. Kasim reaches the top and lunges out of the smoke with a terrifying roar. He's going for a flying smash with his club. Bill's eyes glow with an intense, electric blue light. He's overclocking his gear, pushing it way past its safety limits. Kasim is midair, his face a mask of pure murderous intent. "I'll kill you," he bellows, thinking he's finally got the kid cornered. Bill aims his glowing mechanical arm right at the giant's chest. He's perfectly calm, like he's just lining up a punch on a punching bag. Thunder boom. A massive, blinding blast of lightning erupts from Bill's hand with a thunderous bang. Close-up of Kasim's eyes wide with total shock. He was prepped for fire and ice, but he never expected the blacksmith to be packing lightning. A massive bolt of electricity strikes Kasim right out of the air. The crackle tells you his heart just got a very nasty surprise. Kasim falls back into the abyss, his armor smoking and a giant hole in his chest. He mutters as his lights go out for good. The giant has finally fallen. Kasim is caught taking a quick nap, looking completely unbothered by the war raging around him. Big mistake, big guy, you're about to have a very rude awakening. Someone just smashed into a wall or the floor right next to him with enough force to shake the entire room. That's one way to start a boss fight. Kasim is already on the defensive, leaping back as Bill stands his ground in the smoke. Our boy is looking cool, collected, and ready for round 2. Bill has that "I'm the main character now" stare going on. Kasim is screaming about crushing him into dust, but Bill doesn't look like he's sweating it at all. We get a close-up on Kasim's angry mug as he bellows his threats. He's all bark right now. Let's see if he actually has the bite to back it up. Qasim lunges forward with a glowing red fist, putting all his weight into a massive punch. He's trying to end this fight before it even starts, but he's swinging at air. Bill dodges the strike just in time, but the speed of the attack is no joke. The afterglow of the punch shows just how much raw power Qasim is packing. Qasim gives a dark, confident smirk as he pulls back. He clearly thinks he's got this in the bag, but he has no idea who he's dealing with. Bill creates a localized explosion to cover his retreat, leaving Qasim coughing in a cloud of dust. Bill is already moving to a better position. Qasim is gritting his teeth, frustrated that his target is slipping away again. He's shaking with pure rage, and honestly, it's a great look for a villain. Bill and Draco are sprinting for their lives through the woods. Draco is screaming about why Bill keeps acting up instead of sticking to the original plan. Bill knows they're outmatched for now and doesn't want to die for nothing. He tells Draco to stop screwing around so they can regroup and power up for the real fight. Bill's mind is already on the next upgrade, his Meister instincts kicking in. He's planning to boost the total supply of mana stones to give their gear a massive power-up. He starts getting technical, talking about using troll blood as a catalyst to increase mana density. This kid is becoming a literal mad scientist of weaponry. Qasim is left screaming, "Come out, you mole bastards," into the empty forest. He's totally tilted, which is exactly where Bill wants him. Bill and Draco disappear into the shadows, leaving the angry giant behind. Today was just a warm-up, but the real hunt is about to begin. The text lays out the stakes for the next encounter. When we meet again, then I'll definitely... Bill's face is a mask of pure determination as he finishes the thought, "Catch you." He's not running away, he's just going to fetch a bigger hammer. Back at the Orient base, someone welcomes Bill back and tells him he worked hard. It's good to have a support system when you're planning to topple an empire. The whole squad is gathered around the war table, debriefing on the recent skirmish. They managed to avoid a total wipeout, but Qasim's power definitely left them rattled. Draco is looking a bit beat up, but he's still got his mascot, Moo, with him. Bill is already focused on the map, ready to jump into the next phase. Bill gets straight to business, asking about the next plan. He's got that laser-focused Revenger energy that makes everyone else look lazy. Wit Tyler is looking classy as ever, telling Bill to be patient for a second. He's about to drop the strategy that's going to dismantle the Count's forces. Wit places a token on the map for the Shadow Recon unit. The strategy is officially shifting from simple survival to targeted surgical strikes. He declares that they don't need a lot of troops for this part of the mission. It's all about quality over quantity when you're fighting from the shadows. Wit's eyes glow with a tactical light as he explains the goal. Plant the fear of not knowing when or where the hit is coming. Psychological warfare is the name of the game. He places another piece on the map with a sharp tap. Their first target is a strike once in the East Forest. An Imperial soldier gets taken out from behind before he can even turn around. The silent assassins of Orient are finally letting loose. Another soldier is caught in a dual assassin strike, letting out a final grunt. They never even saw the shadows move through the trees. Wit moves another piece on the board, planning an attack from the north next. He's playing a deadly game of chess, and the Count's soldiers are just pawns. Another soldier is run through, blood splattering the ground as he gasps his last breath. Orient is making the Empire pay for every step they take in these woods. The bodies are piling up, and the surviving soldiers are starting to panic. They purposefully let one soldier escape, and he's running for his life in total terror. That single survivor becomes the fuse that ignites the terror. He's going to go back and tell everyone about the ghosts that are haunting the woods. Rumors start flying through the castle as the news hits. The soldiers are hearing that even the elite 7th platoon got wiped out without a trace. On the castle walls, the guards are whispering in fear, calling the rebels mole bastards. Patrol duty has officially become the most terrifying job in the kingdom. The rumor spreads fast, and soon everyone is trying to dodge patrol shifts. The Empire's discipline is circling the drain thanks to Wit's plan. 2 guards on night watch are trying to convince themselves they've got a sweet gig. They're clearly just trying to stay brave in the dark, but their faces tell a different story. Wit's internal monologue is chilling. They'll think inside the wall is safe. That's the exact moment when they are most vulnerable. One guard is dead tired, yawning while he waits for the relief shift. He has no idea that the real relief is already standing right behind him. The ground starts shaking violently under the guard's feet. They're looking around in total confusion, wondering if it's an earthquake or something worse. Draco and his engineering crew are right beneath the castle. They've tunneled all the way into the fortress, and Draco has that "I'm about to wreck your day" grin. The soldiers are screaming for everyone to get down under the wall, thinking it's a natural disaster. Poor guys have no clue what's really happening. The underground tunnel connects all the way into the heart of the fortress with a thunderous impact. The rebels have officially bypassed the main defenses. Draco is laughing his head off, mocking the guards for thinking they could actually sleep. The psychological game is officially a total victory for Orient. "Found you!" the rebels shout as they strike from the east again, leaping out of the very ground the soldiers thought was solid. It's total chaos inside the walls. Another soldier is taken out in the blue-tinted night. The massacre continues, and the Empire can't find a single safe spot to regroup. Wit Tyler moves another piece on his map, planning a hit from the south again. He's conducting a symphony of death, and every move is a masterpiece. A soldier lies dead in the fog with a sword through his chest. It's a cold, silent victory that hammers home just how outmatched the regular army is. The camera pans across the high fortress walls at night. The wind is the only thing moving up there now, and it's a very lonely place to be. A guard on the wall lets out a long groan, his eyes vacant and bloodshot. He's reached the absolute limit of his exhaustion and fear. We see the main gate of the fortress standing tall. It looks solid, but after what Draco did, we know the real danger is already inside. One guard is literally nodding off on duty, his head bobbing as he tries to fight the sleep deprivation. This is what happens when you don't let an army rest for days. He finally passes out, his head slumping down. The castle's defense is officially wide open for the final rebel strike. A massive hit rocks the scene with a loud bang. The infiltration is moving into high gear and the castle is about to fall. Qasim is finally back on the scene, barking orders to get the patrol unit over to the breach. He's trying to hold the crumbling line together by sheer force of will. Qasim is in full combat mode, his face covered in dark shadow. "We go mole hunting," he growls, finally losing his patience with the guerrilla games. Back at the war room, the plan is unfolding exactly as Wit predicted. He explains that once Qasim gets impatient and starts searching personally, Draco is excited, thinking this is the moment they finally catch Qasim. "No," Wit says, shutting that idea down immediately. We see Qasim leading his men out into the woods. Wit's plan is even more cold-blooded. We let him be. The giant is being led on a wild goose chase. Draco is confused, asking why. He thought the whole point of this was to draw out Zahir by capturing his top man. Wit gives a calm, almost gentle smile that doesn't reach his eyes. "Not yet," he says. "We need to trim a few more loose ends." He's basically playing with Qasim's head now. Qasim is out in the woods, screaming at his men to dig deeper. They're literally digging up the dirt looking for rebels, while Wit is miles away laughing. Qasim kicks the dirt in frustration, shouting, "God damn it." He's a tactical giant being completely outplayed by a technical genius. The text says it all, while Qasim wastes time outside. The trap is working perfectly. Meanwhile, dark shadows are moving through the castle streets. The second part of the operation is already in motion. We eliminate Qasim's officers inside the wall. The assassins strike. An officer is taken out in a spray of blood while he was probably just headed to bed. Wit summarizes the psychological attack. First, the unknown terror called rumor. Second, the total sleep deprivation that makes even the best soldiers sloppy. A guard is shown with heavy bags under his eyes, looking half dead. Third, the officers start dying. Wit sits at his desk, having successfully decimated the Empire's command structure without ever drawing a sword himself. Qasim used to control his soldiers through raw fear, sitting atop his pile of subordinates like a petty king. But a new fear is making him lose his grip. He's shown alone in the dark, his entire power base crumbling into dust beneath him. Qasim is kneeling in the throne room, looking defeated and weary. He's lost his men, his officers, and his sanity to a ghost army. A voice calls out his name. He responds with a shaky yes, sounding more like a scared child than a commander. Count Zahir is sitting in the shadows, looking down at his subordinate. He tells Qasim that he's heard things have been unstable lately, and the rumors aren't good. Zahir continues, saying that they say the soldiers aren't following Qasim anymore. He's basically telling him his career is over. Zahir looks at Qasim with total, cold disappointment. "You're being taken lightly. That's gotta hurt more than any of Bill's lightning blasts." Qasim is sweating and stuttering, trying to defend himself, shouting no. Who would dare look down on Qasim, the one you appointed yourself? Zahir just goes, looking over a report. He's clearly already made up his mind about what to do with his failing right-hand man. Zahir crumples the report in his hand with a sharp rustle. "Yeah," he says. He's got that look that says he's about to deliver a very final performance review. Zahir strikes. A blast of red energy hits Qasim's chest armor, knocking him back with a sharp grunt. This isn't a training session. Qasim is sent flying across the throne room floor. Zahir is sitting there looking bored while he casually assaults his own commander. Zahir looms over him, asking if Qasim is saying he's mistaken. The aura of murderous intent in the room is suffocating. Qasim is groveling on the floor, bleeding from the mouth. "No, that's not what I meant, I'm sorry." He's completely pathetic now. Zahir says he had his reasons for putting someone as dumb as Qasim in charge. He's basically admitting Qasim was always just a disposable tool. He points a finger at Qasim and asks if he understands. He wants total submission before he decides whether to let the giant keep breathing. "Prove you're useful," Zahir demands. This is Qasim's final chance to redeem himself or die trying. Back at the Orient War Room, Wit Tyler finishes the debrief. And finally, Qasim is isolated. The psychological setup is complete. Wit looks down at the map with a grim expression. That day will be the last day of Zahir's right-hand man, Qasim. The stage is set for the rematch. Wit asks who will take Qasim on this time. He mentions that Selvia suggested Barhan or Rina might be a good match, but he wants to hear from everyone who witnessed the first fight. Draco agrees, 1000% agreed. He acknowledges that despite everything, Kasim is still a straight-up monster. Draco starts to volunteer, putting a hand on Bill's shoulder. He says, "I'll go between Mr. Barhan or Rena if we have to pick one." He's a good leader, trying to protect the rookie. But Bill steps forward, his eyes full of that cold blue light. "I can take him." The room just went silent. Draco is shocked. He's asking what, how, with what exactly? He's looking at Bill like the kid just said he could fly. Draco reminds him that Kasim didn't even flinch at Bill's previous hits. It was a completely one-sided beatdown last time. Whit Tyler looks at Bill with interest. "You two are saying different things," he says. "You got a secret trick up your sleeve, Bill Bark?" Bill explains that the only reason he failed last time was because those magic bullets were improvised. He's a great meister. He needs the right tools for the job. This time's different. Bill's expression is hard as steel. He's ready to show them what a master craftsman can really do when he has time to prep. He pulls out a new, massive power cell for his arm cannon. It looks industrial and way more powerful than anything he's used before. Draco is still skeptical, asking, and if that still doesn't work, then what? He's worried Bill is going to waste their only opening. Whit Tyler agrees with Draco's concern. If they miss this chance, who knows how long it'll be until they get another shot at Zahir's inner circle. Bill slams his hand onto the table, steam rising from his grip. He's ready to make a high-stakes gamble. "If I fail, I'll give you my right arm." The stakes just became astronomical. He's willing to lose everything for this revenge. The whole room is in shock at the sudden intensity. Draco just stares, stuttering, "What? I don't need that." Suddenly, Whit Tyler starts laughing like a madman. He's absolutely loving the audacity of this newcomer. Whit looks at Bill, calling out to the captain. He's clearly enjoying the drama Bill is bringing to the rebellion. Bill just stares at Whit, thinking, fine, so that's how you want to play it. He's completely serious about the armband. Whit Tyler clenches his hands together, his face shadowed and serious. He's decided to take the bet. Whit looks up with a sharp, tactical gaze. "So what do we do?" He's officially following Bill's lead for the Kasim rematch. The wind whistles through the base as the team prepares to move out for the raid. The final confrontation is officially set. We see Kasim walking through a clearing in the forest. He's alone and looking tired, exactly where Whit wanted him. Kasim stops suddenly, sensing someone watching him. He knows he's being hunted. He looks into the trees, his face full of murderous intent as he spots them. "Well, look at that," he says. "We finally meet again." Bill and Draco step out from the shadows into the clearing. Draco has his shovel, and Bill has his upgraded arm cannon ready. Kasim calls them mole bastards. Bill is loading his arm cannon, and it's spinning with a mechanical whir. This thing is already putting out 10 times the power of the old one. Bill aims the glowing barrel right at Kasim's chest. First up, light boom. The boss fight is officially on the road. Kasim stands tall, his massive club resting in his hand. He smugly asks the rebels if they know why he brought such a crude weapon to the battlefield. We get a close-up of Kasim's face as he grins with pure malice. He's about to give them a very brutal reason for his weapon choice. Kasim sprints forward and swings his club wildly. He roars that a club is the perfect tool for hunting down pesky moles. Draco doesn't waste any time, crouching down and slamming his palm into the dirt. He triggers his signature sink fang to swallow the giant hole. But Kasim isn't falling for it this time, literally stomping his foot right over the shifting earth. He's trying to resist the trap through pure, raw physical strength. Draco's eyes go wide as he feels the trap failing. He can't believe someone can just muscle their way out of a magical sinkhole. Kasim is holding his ground, his muscles bulging as he refuses to get sucked into the dirt. He's turning Draco's ultimate move into a total joke. Draco stands up, sweating buckets as he watches the giant resist. He shouts that the monster is holding his ground with sheer strength, while Bill charges his gauntlet in the background. Bill steps up and points his mechanical arm forward. It's time to test out the upgrades as he calmly calls out, "Light boom." Bill unleashes a blinding, massive beam of light from his mechanical arm. The text reads, "Lightball max output," and it completely illuminates the battlefield. Kasim looks up, his face washed in a brilliant yellow glow. He's completely frozen as the massive energy blast bears down on him. Kasim braces himself as the blinding light washes over him. He closes his eyes and clenches his jaw, bracing for the impact. Kasim lets out a heavy breath, relieved that he managed to avoid a direct hit. The massive beam of light just streaks past his shoulder, leaving him slightly singed but alive. We get a close-up of Bill's eye as he watches the smoke settle. He's absolutely stunned that Kasim survived his maximum output blast. A massive cloud of dust and rocks is thrown up where the blast hit. The battlefield goes dead silent as everyone waits to see who is still standing. Draco is sweating bullets as he stares at the destruction. He's completely blown away by the sheer destructive power Bill just put out. Kasim walks out of the smoke, largely unharmed and swinging his club. He begrudgingly admits that Bill is no ordinary field mole. Draco stands in front of Bill, gritting his teeth in frustration. He thinks Kasim is looking down on them, and he's ready to jump back into the fray. Kasim charges forward again with a roar. He lifts his club high, yelling that he show them exactly who they are dealing with. Draco spins his shovel around, taking a defensive stance. He thinks his shovel is sturdy enough to handle a direct hit from the giant. Bill yells in panic, shouting for Draco to dodge instead of blocking. He knows exactly how much power is behind that club. It's too late. Kasim's massive club slams directly into Draco's shovel, sending a shockwave through the air. A massive explosion of rubble occurs as Kasim overpowers the block. He smashes the ground with his club, sending Draco flying into the air. Draco screams as he is violently thrown backward from the impact. Even his little pet looks horrified by the raw power. Kasim stands inside the massive crater he just created. He looks completely unstoppable, a mountain of iron and rage. Draco and Bill turn tail and run as fast as they can. Draco shouts for a tactical retreat, knowing they need to regroup immediately. As they run, Bill tells Draco that Kasim channeled mana into his club. Draco is completely shocked, asking Bill if he can actually see mana. Bill doesn't have time to explain and tells Draco to focus because Kasim is coming again. The giant is already closing a distance. Close up on Draco, looking terrified as a massive shadow looms over them. They have no time left to run. Kasim leaps into the air with his club raised high for a crushing overhead strike. Bill and Draco look up in panic, yelling, "Home," to dive back underground. Kasim slams his club down with a thunderous impact. Bill and Draco manage to dive into the tunnels just in time. Kasim grinds his teeth in anger as he stares at the empty holes in the dirt. He spits out a furious insult, calling them damn moles. Kasim stands alone in the empty clearing, the enemies having completely vanished. He yells for them to come out and face him like men. Bill pops his upper body out of the ground with his mechanical arm glowing brightly. He yells, "Fire boom," to start his counter-assault. He unleashes a massive pillar of fire that shoots directly upward from the hole. The flames engulf the area where Kasim was standing. Kasim is sent flying into the air by the force of the explosion. He yells in pain as the fire scorches his armor. Close-up of Kasim screaming in pure rage while engulfed in flames. He is getting completely tilted by these hit-and-run tactics. Inside his tunnel, Bill readies his gauntlet again. He realizes standard output isn't enough to put the giant down for good. Draco is shown kneeling in his own tunnel, planting his shovel into the ground. He's prepping another massive earth trap to follow up Bill's fire. Draco yells, "Ground pop," as a giant stone pillar erupts from the earth. The pillar launches Kasim high into the air once again. Kasim is shown falling through the air, looking annoyed and surprised. He's being tossed around like a rag doll and he hates it. Kasim crashes down hard, sending up a massive cloud of rubble and dust. The impact shakes the entire clearing. Draco yells, "Home," as he dives his upper body back into the earth. They need to stay hidden to survive. Both Draco and Bill dive into two separate holes in the ground. They vanish into the dark tunnels just as Kasim gets back up. Kasim stands there, clicking his tongue in frustration. He mocks them, calling them filthy little moles for hiding underground. Kasim charges his right leg with blue mana, preparing to stomp the ground. He's going to collapse the tunnels on top of them. Kasim slams his foot down with all his might. A massive shockwave ripples through the earth, shattering the ground. Inside the tunnel, Bill and Draco are shown getting buried by falling dirt. Kasim's shockwave is collapsing the roof on their heads. A text panel shows Kasim shouting at the moles to stop hiding and get out here. He's had enough of these underground games. Kasim leaps into the air with his club, smashing the ground to smoke out the moles. The impact creates another massive shockwave. Draco is shown struggling underground, gritting his teeth as debris hits his face. He calls Kasim an ignorant fool and realizes they need to change tactics. Bill pops his upper body out of the ground with a quick out. He's ready to face the giant on the surface. Close up on Bill's eyes as they go wide in shock. He's just spotted Kasim right in front of him. Bill pops out of the ground, standing right in front of Kasim. The giant has his club raised high, ready to squish Bill like a bug. Draco jumps out of the ground just in time to block Kasim's strike with his shovel, saving Bill's life. Draco smirks and tells Kasim that he is his opponent. He's ready to take the heat while Bill charges his next big shot. Bill stands there watching the fight between Draco and Kasim. He's breathing heavily, trying to calm his racing mind. A text panel questions why Bill has those eyes yet. This is his first time seeing mana manipulation. We cut to a flashback of Whit Tyler talking to Bill. Whit asks if Bill has seen battles in places like the Coliseum, assuming he has combat experience. Bill tells Whit he doesn't really like that sort of thing. Whit looks surprised and asks what Bill looks at when he's making weapons, if not combat. Bill explains that he just studied from books and asked local mercenaries. He's a self-taught theorist when it comes to magic and combat. Whit looks completely shocked, repeating just from books. He can't believe Bill's level of knowledge came from self-study. Whit bursts into laughter, calling Bill either extremely naive or extraordinary. It's clear he finds Bill's eccentric genius amusing. Bill looks to the side, asking if mana manipulation is really that common of a skill. To him, it's just a set of equations and theories. Whit tells him it's not exactly common. Most fighters just swing their weapons without ever understanding the flow of energy. Wit shows off a spear glowing with mana concentration. He explains that even a relatively simple concentration is a difficult skill for most warriors. The flashback ends as Bill watches Draco fighting Kasim in the background. The battle is raging on the surface once more. Draco spins his shovel, telling himself not to be scared and that he is a captain. He's pumping himself up for a massive clash. Kasim swings his club down on Draco with terrifying force. Draco takes a defensive stance and prepares to block the blow. A text panel shows Draco telling himself he'll concentrate all his mana to block the single strike. Draco surrounds his body with blue mana. He decides to put 80% of his energy into his arms and shovel, and 20% into his lower body for stability. Draco clashes his shovel with Kasim's club. The impact creates a massive shockwave of energy and dust. Close-up of Draco gritting his teeth, successfully holding the block. He smirks, thinking Kasim's attack was nothing. Draco's face goes pale as something goes wrong. A white impact line hits his stomach, catching him completely off guard. Kasim kicks Draco hard in the stomach with his left foot while their weapons are locked. Draco groans in pain as the kick connects. Draco gets sent flying backward from the kick, tumbling helplessly on the ground. Kasim's feint worked perfectly. Draco is sent sliding across the battlefield, leaving a trail of dust behind him. Draco lies unconscious on the ground in a cloud of dust. He's out for the count. Close-up of Draco's face, bruised and out cold on the dirt. Bill stands there with his gauntlet, analyzing what just happened. He realizes Kasim used a brilliant feint to take Draco down. Bill visualizes the fight in his mind. Kasim didn't concentrate mana in his club to begin with, which is why Draco's defenses failed. Bill visualizes the real attack. Kasim's right foot kicking Draco. It was all a setup. Kasim walks toward Bill, smiling mockingly. He tells Bill he's the only one left and calls him a magic tool mole. Bill braces himself as he looks at his gauntlet. He thinks that to deal damage to Kasim, the output has to be high, but magic bullets take time to charge. Bill looks at Draco lying unconscious on the ground. Now that Draco is down, there is no one left to buy him the time he needs to charge his arm. A text panel shows Bill realizing there is no one left to buy him time to charge his mechanical arm. Bill grabs a normal sword with his left hand. He knows he can't block that club with his left arm either, but he has no other choice. Bill stands heroically with his sword glowing in the sunlight. He's ready to face the giant head-on without any tricks. Kasim smirks, surprised to see the smith draw a blade. He asks if Bill knows swordsmanship too. Kasim swings his club down with a roar. He claims it doesn't matter what weapons Bill has before his club. Kasim swings his club down on Bill. To the giant's shock, Bill blocks the massive strike with his normal sword. Bill holds the block with his sword, his face strained from the effort. His mechanical gauntlet on his other arm starts to glow. Bill fires his gauntlet at point-blank range while their weapons are locked. He calls out his point-blank fire boom. A massive explosion occurs as Bill fires his cannon point-blank into Kasim. The screen is filled with fire and smoke. A text panel shows Kasim is shocked that he was blown back by a pipsqueak. Bill stands ready with his sword. Kasim is shocked that Bill's sword is still in one piece after blocking his club. Bill readies his gauntlet again, calling out Ice Boom. He's pressing the advantage while Kasim is reeling. Bill unleashes a massive ice blast, freezing Kasim on the spot. Kasim is encased in a block of ice. He clicks his tongue in annoyance at being distracted for even a second. Bill pants heavily, knowing Kasim will break out soon. There's no time to increase the gauntlet's output for a finishing shot. Bill charges forward with his sword. He decides he has to cut Kasim down with the blade while he's frozen. Kasim breaks out of the ice with a roar of anger, swinging his club wildly to crush Bill. Kasim swings his club down. Bill dodges the blow by sliding underneath the giant's legs. Kasim's club smashes into the ground, missing Bill by inches. Sliding through, Bill jams his sword right into a joint in Kasim's leg armor. Bill slices through the joint, drawing a spray of blood. He successfully bypassed the heavy plate. Kasim falls to one knee, groaning in pain. He can't believe he got wounded by a blacksmith. Draco sits on the ground, laughing through his pain. He realizes Barhan was right about Bill's hidden potential. A text panel shows Draco thinking about how Bill can see mana and even crafts next-level weapons. Bill stands tall, holding his sword and gauntlet. He looks like a true warrior now, ready to finish the job. A text panel shows Bill telling himself that even if it's a mana-infused weapon, he can cut through it. Close-up of Bill's face, his eyes glowing blue with intense focus. Bill charges forward. He decides to target Kasim's weak spots exclusively to end this fight once and for all. Kasim is absolutely stunned, clutching a nasty wound on his leg. He can't believe his body's been wounded by a simple smith. Bill is standing his ground, breathing heavily but looking more focused than ever. Kasim is losing it, unable to wrap his head around being tagged by that brat. Kasim swings his massive stone club with a thunderous impact. He's furious now, realizing he's been flushed out by a kid he thought was beneath him. The two face off in the clearing, the dust settling as they catch their breath. Kasim lets out a heavy exhale, finally acknowledging that this isn't just a standard arrest. Close up on Qasim's eye as he recalibrates his strategy. You can practically hear the mental gears grinding as he decides to stop playing around. He bellows that there will be no more letting his guard down as he lunges forward. He's putting all his weight into this charge, and he looks absolutely terrifying. Bill's eyes widen as he sees the giant coming at him like a runaway train. He's got that "oh crap" expression that comes with realizing your opponent is finally taking you seriously. Qasim starts glowing with a fierce blue mana aura. Bill mutters that he's sensing the sudden spike in power from the Imperial commander. The giant is swinging his club like a whirlwind, but Bill is pulling some Matrix-level moves. Qasim is shocked, shouting that Bill is actually dodging his attacks. Bill isn't just running though. His mechanical gauntlet starts humming and glowing red. The sound tells us the engine is ready to roar. Bill lets out a blast that sends Qasim flying through the air. It's a massive discharge of energy that levels the playing field in a split second. Bill slides backward, his boots digging into the dirt to maintain his balance. He's keeping his distance, knowing one good hit from that club will end his day permanently. Bill charges back in, leading with his sword. He's not giving Qasim a single second to recover from that last blast. The giant manages to block Bill's blade with his club just in time. It's a high-stakes game of back and forth in the middle of a dust storm. We get a technical look at the gauntlet. It's vibrating and clicking as it prepares another shot. Bill is literally fighting with a ticking time bomb on his arm. Bill fires a point-blank explosion into the ground to propel himself away. He's using his engineering to move in ways no normal warrior could. Bill lands a direct hit on Qasim's midsection while he's off balance. "Predicted it," Bay shouts, showing that he's finally reading the giant's movements. The blast hits Qasim right in the face. He's getting absolutely clobbered by a guy half his size. Qasim stands in a cloud of smoke, looking like a demonic furnace. He's beyond angry now. He's entering pure berserker mode. He screams bastard as he charges through the remaining fire. The guy is literally too angry to die at this point. A terrifying close-up of Qasim's face, veins bulging as he prepares to unleash everything. This dude has officially gone off the deep end. He swings his club with enough force to create a vacuum. Bill is right in the path of a strike that could probably level a small building. Bill's eyes glow with that eerie blue light again. This attack is a fake, he realizes, spotting the hidden trap in Qasim's over-the-top swing. The real one is this way. Bill counters with an ice-infused strike from his gauntlet. He's completely outplaying the veteran commander. Bill drives his sword into Qasim's armor, the metal groaning under the pressure. He's found a weak point, and he's digging in. The gauntlet fires again. Bill is using every trick in the book to keep the giant on the ropes. Qasim is engulfed in a massive fire explosion. The moles are definitely winning this round of the hunt. The two are locked in a desperate struggle, Bill trying to push through Qasim's club defense. The sound shows the raw physical strain on both of them. Qasim groans as Bill manages to land another heavy hit. The giant is leaking blood and looking more vulnerable by the second. Qasim is sent spinning backward from a powerful impact. He's stumbling through the dirt, his pride taking as much damage as his body. Bill lands perfectly on his feet, sword at the ready. He's looking like a seasoned pro, not a backwater apprentice. Qasim clutches his bleeding arm, his face twisted in disbelief. He's losing this fight, and the reality is starting to set in. He glares at Bill, calling him a magic tool mole bastard. He can't figure out how Bill is doing all this without using a drop of mana himself. Bill checks his gauntlet, muttering that it's possible. He's realizing that his theoretical physics are actually holding up in a real brawl. The variable I have works. Bill fires another blast. He's essentially field testing his revenge gear on a high-level boss. The blast creates a massive impact right in front of Qasim. Bill is controlling the space, keeping the giant exactly where he wants him. Bill sighs as steam rises from his arm. He knows he can't produce high output with rapid fire. He knows his gear has limits and he's cutting it close. Qasim dodges a flurry of smaller shots with a frustrated sound. He's starting to figure out the rhythm of Bill's mechanical weapon. Close-up of Bill's eye glowing. He's going back into analysis mode, searching for the final opening to end this. It's coming, Bill warns himself as Qasim wraps blue mana around his feet for a high-speed dash. The final round is starting. A huge cloud of dust and snow-like particles explodes as the two clash again. The intensity is reaching its peak. Bill gracefully dodges a sweep, realizing that if he watches where the mana concentrates, he can predict every single attack. It's like he's playing in slow motion. He notes that attacks that leave no mana trace are the real danger, but everything Qasim does is loud and magical. Bill is basically a counterpick for this guy. Bill lands a low strike, thinking these hits are blockable with low firepower. He's chipping away at the giant's health bar piece by piece. Bill's glowing eyes show total focus as he narrowly avoids a club swing. He's in the zone now, a complete predator on the battlefield. Qasim manages to land a glancing blow, knocking Bill off balance. One mistake is all it takes for things to go sideways. Qasim mocks him, telling Bill that his swordsmanship isn't skilled enough to pierce armor. He's banking on his defense to outlast Bill's gadgets. Bill looks at his sword with a small smile. He wonders if the blade itself is good, knowing he forged it with the same quality as the hero's gear. Before the opponent finds a countermeasure, Bill thinks, charging back in. He's determined to end this before Kasim adapts any further. I'll press the attack. Bill unleashes a rapid-fire series of blasts from his gauntlet. He's going for a full-court press to keep the giant blinded. Bill delivers a clean slash across Kasim's midsection. He's finally found the gaps in that heavy plate armor. Kasim just gives a creepy, bloody smile. By the way, he says, he's got that I'm about to do something crazy look. The giant literally tanks a point-blank blast from Bill's gauntlet. He's using his own body as a shield just to get close. Kasim throws Bill into the air like a piece of trash. The power dynamic just shifted back to the giant in a big way. Kasim notices the shots are getting weaker, wondering, doesn't it seem like the magic bullet's power has decreased? He's caught on to Bill's energy depletion. Bill lands and goes on the defensive, realizing he just needs to watch out for the sword. He's running low on ammo and high on danger. Bill thinks he thought he was just a big idiot, looking at Kasim with new respect. He wonders if the giant already figured out the counter. Kasim starts wrapping mana around his whole body, glowing with an intense blue flame. He's going all out for the finish. Kasim vanishes in a blur of speed. Bill thinks, I can't tell how he'll attack. He's completely blind to the giant's next move. The massive commander charges like a beast through the smoke. Bill is panicking, wondering if it'll be a club, kick, or headbutt. How does he intend to come at me? Bill's mind is racing as the shadow of the giant looms over him. Kasim bellows as he closes the final few inches. The air is practically vibrating with his killing intent. Kasim delivers a massive, ground-shaking slam. It looks like a direct hit on our hero. But wait, Kasim is the one looking shocked. He realizes he hit Bill's right arm. The mechanical limb was used as a sacrificial decoy. A massive explosion from the gauntlet sends Kasim flying backward. Bill used the impact to trigger his biggest blast yet. Bill's normal sword falls and sticks into the ground, vibrating from the force. He's completely disarmed now, but still breathing. Kasim gets back up, screaming ignorant bastard. He's beyond insulted that a smith would sacrifice a split arm just to land a hit. Bill is a wreck, panting and covered in grime. He looks like he's at the end of his rope, but he's still staring the giant down. We see a close-up of the gauntlet, which is glitching and shooting off random sparks. The buster output signal is glitching because of that last hit. Not good. Kasim walks forward slowly, calling himself Strongman Kasim. He's trying to reclaim his dominance through intimidation. He keeps walking, repeating his titles like a mantra. He's trying to convince himself as much as Bill that he's untouchable. Bill looks at his sword in the dirt. He knows if he loses even that sword to Kasim, his revenge quest ends right here in the mud. Kasim stands tall, his shadow stretching across the battlefield. Very useful Kasim, strongman Kasim. He's officially entered a full-blown ego trip. The giant looms over Bill, looking like an invincible wall of steel. It's the ultimate David versus Goliath visual. Kasim starts laughing. I remembered, he says. He mocks Bill's clumsy, unseen fighting style and says a good weapon doesn't suit the body of a mere smith. He points his club and asks if Bill is the crazy blacksmith who tried to assassinate the Lord Protector. The truth is finally out. Bill grinds his teeth, clutching his damaged arm. He's being forced to listen to the Empire's twisted version of history. A text panel reads, Count Zahir said it. The propaganda machine is in full effect. We get a flashback to a golden smithing emblem. Zahir used to call Bill a supreme blacksmith in the Voltaran Empire. Kasim keeps shouting about how Bill was an excellent blacksmith who made the hero's party's gear. He's acting like Bill owes the Empire for his talent. We see a vision of Bill's masterpiece sword. Kasim claims Bill was so stuck up because he wouldn't make decorative toys for lazy nobles. Flashback Zahir and his soldiers. He calls out Bill for not making mass-produced gear for adventurers, making him out to be some kind of elitist jerk. The lie continues. Kasim claims Bill went crazy and attacked the Lord Protector after being caught stealing royal treasures. This guy is a literal fiction writer. Kasim stands over Bill, calling Oliver truly generous for letting such a sinner run loose. The gaslighting is on another level. He screams that Bill is an ungrateful wretch playing mole and a goddamned bad guy. He's completely bought into his own lies. Kasim declares himself a guardian of justice passing judgment on behalf of the Count. Talk about a delusional villain. Death penalty. Kasim raises his club for the final execution. He's going to judge Bill right here in the dirt. He's foaming at the mouth, screaming death penalty over and over. This guy has officially lost whatever sanity he had left. Kasim is about to strike when he stops. He's noticed Bill's sword on the ground is glowing with an intense light. Close-up of Kasim looking down in confusion. Bill mutters that Zahir always had a bad case of mythomania. Shots fired. Bill is suddenly holding his sword again, and it's shining like a localized star. He notes that Zahir's habit of lying is still there. Kasim is stunned, asking when Bill even grabbed the sword. He's realizing that the mole still has some fight left in him. The giant loses his cool completely. It's a summary execution, he roars, charging in for one final, desperate lunge. Flashback to Zahir in his palace. Qasim's true motivation is revealed. He wants to catch Bill to show his usefulness to his master. We see Qasim kneeling to Zahir, dreaming of being the right hand receiving Count Zahir's favor. He's just a social climber with a club. He even imagines a life turnaround as the Count's adopted son. This dude's daddy issues are the only thing keeping him in this fight. Bill is charging his gauntlet, the mechanical parts spinning with a fierce whir. This is the big one. Qasim charges with a scream that shakes the forest. It's all or nothing for both of them now. Bill fires. A massive, blinding, point-blank blast erupts from his gauntlet right into the giant's face. The light is absolutely blinding, turning the entire panel into a white void of pure energy. Sparks and fire fill the screen as the blast hits Qasim head-on. The crackle tells us this is a total system failure for the commander. The light continues to intensify, swallowing the silhouettes of both fighters. It's like a mini supernova in the middle of the woods. Boom. A colossal pillar of fire and energy shoots thousands of feet into the air. Qasim is toast, and the mold just brought the thunder. The dust finally starts to settle after that massive collision. Bill is standing in the middle of a literal crater, looking like he just walked through a hurricane and survived. We get another angle of the fallout, and man, the scale of this blast was no joke. The ground is shredded, and the air is still thick with debris from Bill's final thunderboom. An aerial view shows the center of the impact, and it's a total wreck. The shockwave leveled everything in a perfect circle, proving Bill's upgrades are in a league of their own. And there he is. Qasim is officially grounded. The big man is slumped over, looking like a heap of discarded scrap metal instead of a terrifying commander. Bill starts walking through the smoke, his silhouette looking like a total boss. He's taking slow, heavy steps, probably feeling every ounce of exhaustion from that all-or-nothing gamble. We see his boot crunching into the dirt as he closes the distance. The sound of his mechanical arm whirring is the only thing breaking the silence. Bill looks down at Qasim, his face hard and uncompromising. He's still gripping his sword, just in case the giant decides to pull a round 3 out of nowhere. The inner monologue kicks in. Bill realizes his gamble actually paid off. He didn't have time for a full charge, so he had to improvise, and man, did it work. He reveals his secret trick. He overloaded the damaged area of his gauntlet to force that explosion. It was a one-time only move that could have easily blown his own arm off. Bill stands over the fallen giant. The power dynamic completely flipped. He's looking down at the man who mocked him for being a pipsqueak only a few minutes ago. He throws Qasim's own words back at him. Ungrateful criminal, huh? Bill is done listening to the Empire's garbage propaganda. Bill stares him down, cold as ice. "You don't know anything," he mutters, his blade glowing with the dying light of the setting sun. We take a trip down memory lane to see how Qasim became such a beast. He was always a big, one-eyed giant of a man who looked like he belonged on a different planet. Because he was different, he never fit in anywhere. He was just a lonely guy with a face that made people uncomfortable, and he had no place to call home. The text tells it like it is. At first, people feared him, but then they started underestimating him. They saw his size as a threat until they realized he was actually pretty timid. He became everyone's favorite stress relief punching bag. It's hard to watch, seeing this massive guy get bullied by people half his size just because he wouldn't fight back. A redhead girl screams in his face, asking why he can't even smile for once. She's being a total jerk for no reason, just picking on him because he's an easy target. Qasim forces a weird, awkward grin, and that just makes things worse. He tries to be nice, but his bullies aren't having any of it. One guy shouts, "What are you grinning at, you freak?" as he delivers a hard kick. Qasim is just standing there taking it, his patience making him look even more like a loser to them. The bullies laugh as Qasim falls over his own wood bundle. They're mocking him for being happy after getting yelled at, proving that some people are just born to be villains. Things get even worse when a group of thugs demands a toll for the wood. They give him the classic pay up or take a beating choice, and they look like they're hoping he picks the beating. Qasim just hangs his head, resigned to his fate. "I'll take the beating," he whispers, completely broken by the constant abuse. The main thug gives a creepy, satisfied smile. He's genuinely excited to beat on a guy who won't hit back, which is as low as it gets. Qasim lies face down in the grass while they kick him. They mock his sturdy body, telling him he can handle a few hits since he doesn't feel pain like regular people. The beating continues as they tell him he's not human. They're dehumanizing him just so they can feel better about being absolute monsters. They eventually get bored and tell him to get home before it gets dark. They even mock him about his family starving, knowing exactly how to twist the knife. Qasim picks himself up and starts running home through the fields. He's battered and bruised, but he's still got one reason to keep going. We see his beloved family. It's a group of cute little rabbits. He's given them all names, and they're clearly the only thing in this world that doesn't hate him. He kneels down to pet them, his voice soft and gentle. He says, "Aw, so tasty, my little ones," which is a bit of a weird way to talk to pets, but hey, he's happy. He smiles as he holds one up, feeding it some greens. As long as I've got my family, I'll never be lonely, he thinks, finding a small slice of peace in a cruel world. Kasim lies down on the straw with his rabbits, looking content for once. It's a quiet, peaceful moment that you just know isn't going to last. The sun is shining bright the next day, but there's trouble brewing in the village. The taxes are going up, and the commoners are starting to feel the pinch. An old man announces that because of the ongoing war, they'll be collecting even more taxes. The empire is literally bleeding the people dry to fund their expansion. The villagers are rightfully pissed, complaining about another war so soon after the Demon King. The economy is in the trash, and the Lord Protector is just making it worse. One man looks terrified, wondering how they're supposed to make ends meet this month. Everyone is on edge, and that's a bad sign for anyone who stands out. Kasim is walking through town with a bag of groceries when someone calls his name. He stops, looking confused and a little worried. A thug grabs him and starts a scuffle. Kasim is getting roughed up again, and it looks like his groceries are about to become a donation. The thugs walk away with his food, laughing about how they'll eat well tonight. They're basically stealing from a guy who's already starving. Kasim is left crawling in the dirt, looking completely pathetic. He's taking the no violence thing to an extreme that's actually painful to watch. He manages to hold on to a small piece of bread or a potato, whispering, "I did it." He's just happy he can still feed his family at home. He walks home through the empty streets, thinking that if his family is full, he's full too. He's the ultimate selfless loser, and it's honestly heartbreaking. He spots some neighborhood kids playing in the street. They're the same age he was when he started getting bullied, and he watches them with a sad look in his eyes. One kid is lecturing another, saying that followers just means family. He's warning the other kid that if he doesn't have brothers and sisters, he'll end up being the bad guy. The smaller kid looks sad, whispering no. He's clearly being left out, just like Kasim was. Kasim stops and listens, the word family echoing in his head. He realizes that, in his own weird way, his rabbits are his followers. He watches the kids play, thinking that this stuff is way too hard to understand. He just wants to go home and be with his long-eared friends. The moon is full and the clouds are passing by. It looks like a peaceful night, but the silence is about to be shattered by a horrific discovery. Kasim's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. He's stuttering as he stares at something that's about to change him forever. He walks into his yard and finds a group of men sitting around a campfire. "You here?" one asks, looking way too casual for what they're doing. They're roasting his rabbits on spits. Kasim is frozen in shock as the bully tells him he should have just said if he had meat to share. This is absolute psychological torture. One guy is stuffing his face, mocking Kasim for hiding food while everyone else is starving. They've literally eaten the only thing he ever loved. A red-tinted close-up shows Kasim finally snapping. The rage is bubbling over, and you can tell he's about to go from timid giant to killing machine in 5 seconds. We cut to a trial where Kasim is kneeling in chains. The judge is reading his crimes, apparently. He didn't just fight back, he went on a total rampage that left many innocents dead. "I sentence you to death." The judge delivers the final blow. Kasim just sits there with his head bowed, not offering a single word of defense. Kasim accepts his fate with total apathy. Death? Fine by me. He feels like there's nothing left for him in this world now that his rabbits are gone. Suddenly, a set of expensive-looking boots walks into the courtroom. "Who said you could die yet?" a voice booms, stopping the execution in its tracks. It's Zahir. He's walking down the hall, noting that Kasim killed 6 soldiers barehanded and crushed 23 men. He's more impressed by the violence than he is concerned by the crime. Zahir looms over him, seeing the strength Kasim has hidden for so long. He makes the offer, "Become my subordinate." The words, subordinate, family appear on the screen. Kasim is processing the first bit of respect he's ever received in his entire life. Kasim looks up with wide, hopeful eyes, asking, "Are you saying you want me to be your family?" "Bro, Zahir is a snake, don't fall for the 'we're a family company' line." Zahir gives a fake, warm smile, telling him that if he has family, he'll never be alone. He's basically recruited a loyal monster by giving him the one thing he always wanted. Back to the present. Bill is facing off against a very angry Kasim. "I am Count Zahir's subordinate," the giant screams, his loyalty still absolute. Bill starts to say no, but he's cut off. Kasim is gripping his club with a force that's literally cracking the handle. Kasim lets out a primal roar that shakes the trees. He's channeling all that old trauma and new loyalty into a single, devastating move. Family. The giant bellows as he lunges forward. He's convinced he's fighting for the only people who ever cared about him, which makes him more dangerous than ever. Bill is caught in a massive shockwave, thinking, damn it, he still had strength left. He's struggling to hold his position as the giant's aura flares up. Bill grinds his teeth, telling his useless body to move. He's pushing himself past the breaking point, his eyes fixed on the target in front of him. Kasim is screaming his lungs out, charging in for one final, crushing overhead smash. It looks like it's game over for our boy Bill. A massive strike comes down from above, but it's not Kasim's club. A long, elegant blade intercepts the giant's weapon in a shower of sparks. A huge explosion of golden light and dust follows the impact. Someone just entered the chat and they're carrying some serious main character energy. The mysterious warrior lands in the center of the crater. Kasum is pushed back, looking totally stunned that anyone could block his full-strength strike. Kasum stares through the dust, his eyes wide with shock. He's just met someone who can match his raw power without breaking a sweat. A tall, blonde woman in sleek golden armor stands in a combat-ready pose. She looks incredibly impressive, and the way she's looking at Kasim says she's bored already. Bill is on the ground, looking up in total awe. "Who is that?" he asks, completely caught off guard by his mysterious savior. The woman gives a cool, smug smile, telling the giant that humans should always study a craft if they want to reach her level. She's basically calling him a brainless brute. Kasim is furious, mocking her for throwing her weapon. What an idiot. He thinks she's defenseless now, but he has no idea who she is. Close up on her hand as she grips the handle of a second, even more ornate sword. She's a dual wielder, and she's just getting started. "I'll kill every last one of you," Kasim roars as he charges her. He's officially lost his cool, and he's ready to flatten the entire area. The woman moves with a shimmering sound, her speed being completely off the charts. She's dodging Kasim's swings like she's dancing. A blinding flash of golden light erupts as she counters. The energy blast is so intense it literally whites out the entire scene. She delivers a lightning-fast kick to Kasim's head, her leg glowing with power. The giant is completely overwhelmed by her speed and precision. Kasim is sent flying into a wall of rock. He's battered, charred, and looking totally confused about how he just got one-shotted. The blonde warrior turns to Bill and says, "Came to pick you up, rookie." She's acting like this whole life-or-death battle was just a quick errand. Bill is staggering, his head spinning as he asks, "You're with Orient." He's realizing he just met one of the big shots from the rebellion. The woman tells him to snap out of it, rookie, as Kasim lies unconscious in the background. The battle is over, and it was a total blowout. The scene fades out as Bill starts to lose consciousness again. He sees the sun shining through a small window, safety at last. He has a fever dream of Sepia reaching out to him with a smile. He mutters in his sleep, the trauma still clinging to his mind. Bill wakes up to find actual Sepia leaning over him. He's totally confused, whispering her name like he's seeing a ghost. Suddenly, a loud, "Hey!" Bill bark and some heavy footsteps ruin the mood. Someone is barging in with zero respect for personal space. It's Draco. He's standing in the doorway with a shovel and a grin, shouting that Bill is finally awake. The intimate moment with Sepia is officially over. Sepia pulls back, looking a bit embarrassed, while Bill just lets out a tired sigh. He's still a mess of bandages, but at least he's in one piece. Draco is sweating and blushing, waving his hands frantically, stammering, "Wait, this isn't what it looks like." He's clearly overthinking the whole situation. Sepia tells Bill he's been out for 4 days straight, and they were starting to worry. She tells him to get dressed and come out when he's ready. Draco chimes in, saying that the deputy commander wants to see him immediately. The relaxing recovery period is officially over. Bill and Draco walk into a massive office filled with towers of books. "You're awake at last," a stern voice greets them from behind the desk. Meet Sylvia Orient, the deputy commander of Orient. She's got that no-nonsense principal energy and a look that says she's already planned out Bill's next 3 years. She tells Bill he should understand now that he can't achieve his goal alone. She's trying to recruit him for real, using his recent near-death experience as leverage. Sylvia gives him a reward for cornering Kasim. He gets to choose which unit he wants to join. It's a huge step up for a new recruit. Bill looks lost. "I don't even know what units Orion has yet," he says. He's still trying to figure out if these guys are actually the good guys. Sylvia says it doesn't matter and starts a full briefing. The background of her office is bathed in soft, golden light, making the scene feel very official. First up, Barhan's Lightning Assault Unit. These guys are the frontline fighters who strike first and rip open the enemy's lines with raw power. Second, Lena's Shadow Intelligence Unit. They're the masters of espionage and assassination, the ghosts who turn the tides of war from the shadows. Third, Zodro's Field Medical Corps. They're the healers and clerics who patch everyone back together and send them right back into the meat grinder. Fourth, Baskar's Artillery Engineers. These are the experts in explosives and traps, the guys who clear paths and destroy anything in their way. Lastly, Draco's Underground Assault Unit. They're the moles who tunnel beneath the earth and collapse defenses from below. Draco looks pretty proud of his crew. Sylvia stands by her desk and recommends Bill pick one of these 5 divisions. She's waiting for an answer, her sharp eyes watching his every move. She gives a small, confident smile. "So, which one draws you in?" It's a career choice that will decide his entire future in the rebellion. Bill looks up, his expression serious and thoughtful. He's officially moving beyond being a simple smith and becoming a real soldier. He starts, and we're all waiting to hear his choice. Sylvia Orient basically gives Bill a blank check to join any elite unit, but Bill drops a total bombshell. He looks her in the eye and declines the offer, saying none of those squads really suit his style. Bill isn't being arrogant though. He admits that he can't pull off his revenge mission solo. He knows his limits, but he's got a very specific vision for how he wants to move forward. Sylvia looks a bit surprised, leaning back as she asks him what exactly he has in mind. If he's not joining the varsity team, what's the play? Bill stands tall and makes his move, telling her he wants to create a new unit. Sylvia is visibly stunned, probably not expecting the rookie to ask for his own command right off the bat. Bill clenches his fist over his heart, looking more determined than ever. He wants an independent force that answers to him, not just another cog in the Orient machine. He spells it out clearly. He wants to form a separate detachment. This guy is really looking to build his own dream team from scratch. We get a flashback to Bill's shop where his former apprentice, Tom, was watching him work. Tom was always curious about how Bill could find the highest grade minerals with just a glance. Bill recalls Tom asking him his secret for picking out materials. Back then, Bill didn't really have an answer that made sense to a regular person. Bill realizes now that his talent isn't something you can just teach in a classroom. It's an instinctual connection to the world around him that most people are totally blind to. We see a close-up of a mana crystal glowing with intense blue energy. To Bill, this isn't just a rock. It's a living map of power and potential. Bill explains that people are the exact same way as minerals. If you stop and really focus your senses, you start to notice the things that everyone else misses. His vision shifts, and he sees the world in a wash of blue and white mana currents. He's scanning the crowd, looking for individuals who carry a unique energy that marks them as something special. The name Roar rings out as we transition into the first potential recruit for Bill's new squad. Meet Roar, a guy who looks like a total powerhouse with those green shades and massive build. He looks cool, but there's a catch to his supposed talent. The text says he was born with the rare talent of a mage, but here's the kicker. He can't actually use magic. Imagine being a Ferrari that can't find the ignition. We see Roar trying to cast spells while everyone else is working hard, but all he manages is a tiny fizzle. He's basically a walking magical dud, and people are starting to notice. Despite his constant failure, the other rebels are actually super supportive, cheering him on to keep trying. He's become a bit of a mascot for the base. Everyone screams that he's got this as Roar poses heroically, but he's still not producing a single spark. It's kind of wholesome, but also incredibly frustrating to watch. He eventually earned a nickname that's more pitying than cool, the Cheer Up Wizard. Talk about a participation trophy of a title. Roar finally snaps, crying out in frustration about why his magic won't work. He's put in the work, but the results just aren't coming. Bill walks up to him and drops some cold, hard truth. He tells Roar that his mana flow is getting cut off at his fingertips, which is why his spells are failing. Bill explains that this is an innate physical trait Roar was born with. No amount of standard training is going to fix a plumbing issue in his mana veins. Roar gets defensive, asking Bill what a non-mage like him could possibly know. He's heard the "it's impossible" line 1,000 times already. Bill doesn't miss a beat and gives him a radical suggestion. Try channeling the mana through his mouth instead of his hands. He's thinking way outside the box here. Roar is completely thrown off, repeating "cast through my mouth" like Bill just told him to fight with his toes. It sounds like absolute nonsense to him. Roar tells Bill to mind his own business, clearly annoyed by the weird advice. He's tired of people giving him tips that don't work. Bill challenges him, noting that Roar has absolutely nothing to lose at this point, and asks why not give it a try. It's the ultimate persuasive argument. Roar takes a deep breath, glowing with a soft green light. He's actually going to give the mouth casting theory a shot. He lets out a massive grunt as he feels a surge of heat rising from his chest. This is definitely a new sensation for him. Sparks of fire and light start leaking from Roar's mouth as he concentrates. Bill's crazy theory is actually starting to look like a genius move. With a massive roar, he unleashes a vertical pillar of fire directly from his mouth. It's an insane amount of raw power that dwarfs anything he tried to do with his hands. Roar is left standing in the smoke, looking totally stunned. He's wondering what just happened, finally realizing he wasn't a broken mage, he just had the wrong output port. He immediately collapses, sweating and gasping for air. Bill notes that these are just symptoms of mana exhaustion, standard for a first-timer using that much juice. The next recruit is Alia, a stunning elven warrior who looks like she belongs on a recruitment poster. But just like Roar, she's got a hidden struggle. Alia has been stuck in basic training for years, unable to manipulate even the simplest mana. It's a huge embarrassment for an elf, who are usually natural-born mages. She looks depressed, clutching her head as she wonders why she can't feel mana at all. She desperately wants to help the cause, but she feels like a burden. Bill watches her from a distance, seeing her slumped over in defeat. He's already scanning her energy to see what's really going on under the surface. Bill's internal monologue explains that while magical talent is rare, there's something even rarer that most people never even look for. We see a vision of a person kneeling, engulfed in a bright golden light. This is the manifestation of holy power, a tier above standard mana. It turns out Alia wasn't a bad mage, she just had a different frequency. She could see and interact with divine energy itself, a power most mortals can't even dream of. Bill thinks about what truly makes a good team. It's not about having the 5 strongest individuals, but having the right mix of unique abilities. A pile of weapons is shown in the shadows. Diversity is the key to strength, and Bill is building his squad with that exact philosophy in mind. Bill is shown deep in thought, his blue eyes glowing. He's finalized his roster, and it's a group of misfits that only he knows how to use. First up is Draco, the utility man who can bind enemies and keep the team mobile. He's the glue that holds the battlefield together. Then there's Roar, the heavy hitter who provides ranged bombardment from his mouth. He's the team's localized artillery. Next is Alia, the support specialist who can heal the team and bring the wounded back into the fight with her divine power. Finally, there's Bill himself, the mid-range fighter who can adapt to any position and support his team with his mechanical inventions. The new squad is immediately put to the test against a massive Gravar beast. It's a chaotic explosion of fire and fur as they engage the monster. The beast lets out a deafening roar as it charges. This thing is a literal tank on 4 legs, and it's not happy about the company. Alia steps up, her hands glowing with white divine energy. She's shielding the team, her power acting as a wall against the beast's assault. The team coordinates perfectly. Bill and Draco attack from the sides while the beast is distracted by Alia's light. It's a textbook execution. Close up on the Gravar's eyes as it realizes it's been outplayed. The shining light of the squad is too much for it to handle. Nice shot. The beast collapses in a heap, dead as a doornail. Bill and the crew stand over the carcass, looking like a well-oiled machine. Bill confirms that was the last of the Gravar beasts. Roar is wiping his forehead while Draco grumbles about serving in the underground assault unit strike team. They're exhausted, but they did the job. Bill tells the team to bring everything back to the forge once they're finished cleaning up. The real work is about to begin. Sylvia Orion had one condition for this alliance. Bill had to create custom armor for the Lightning Assault Unit. He's back at the anvil, ready to fulfill his end of the bargain. Barhan explains the requirements. Since his unit fights on the front lines, they need armor that's incredibly durable but doesn't slow them down. It's the ultimate blacksmithing challenge. That's exactly why Bill chose Gravar hide. He pulls out a sketch of the beast, knowing its skin has a very special property. We see a demonstration. Gravar skin instantly hardens upon impact. It's like a biological version of non-Newtonian fluid. Most smiths only use the back portion of the hide because it's the easiest to work with, but Bill knows he needs more than just the basics to meet Barhan's needs. He notes that the shoulder and side hides are tricky because they harden faster and unevenly. One wrong move and you just made a very heavy, inflexible jacket. If you mess up the process, the armor can lock up, literally trapping the wearer inside a solid shell. That's a death sentence on the battlefield. Bill reveals his Meister knowledge. Subtle mana veins radiate from the center of the hide. If you can follow those, you can control the hardening. Bill uses steam to gently warm the hide, slowing down the hardening process so he has time to shape it. It's a delicate, high-temperature operation. He works along the mana strands branching from the spine, meticulously guiding the energy. This is more like surgery than blacksmithing. Bill hammers with a steady strength and rhythm, maintaining perfect spacing between each blow. The hide eventually grows accustomed to the stimulation and becomes more uniform. Then comes the stitching. He joins the side and back hides together, creating a composite structure that's stronger than the sum of its parts. The science is sound, the sides react fast but are unstable, while the back is slower but steady. By combining them, he's creating a balanced defensive layer. We get a diagram of the energy flow. When struck, the sides absorb the shock first, then the back endures the impact, and the energy flows back and forth until it's balanced. It's a self-stabilizing system. The final result is the Gravar living hide. It looks sleek, dark, and ready for war. Bill wipes the sweat from his brow, looking at the finished piece. Only 299 more to go. Bro, he's really gonna be living in this forge for a while. He has a brief, sad memory of Tom. He thinks about how much easier this work would be if his old apprentice was still by his side. Bill clutches his head, trying to shake off the painful memory. He can't afford to get bogged down in what-ifs right now. He narrows his eyes, focusing back on the task at hand. The tragedy of the forge is the fuel for his fire. He knows that just this armor alone won't be enough to stand against a monster like Weapon Master Zahir. He needs to go even further. He needs the full set. He lays out the Gravar living hide chest piece alongside a pair of heavy boots. The set also includes Charge Wolf Sinew boots and Carnia Scorpion Claw arm guards. This is basically a full legendary tier build. Together, these pieces form the Lightning Assault Unit Storm Set. It's designed for maximum offensive momentum. A demonstration shows a soldier in full gear. You accelerate with the boots, absorb impact with the arm guards, and let the living hide redirect all that energy into your next move. We see the soldier from behind, ready to charge. This set turns a regular man into a relentless force of nature on the front lines. Close up on the boots releasing a burst of energy. As the hide releases its hardening, it flows back into the boots for another burst. It's a perpetual motion machine of destruction. Tom is shown reading a report about the storm set, looking impressed and maybe a little jealous of his former master's skill. He realizes Bill has surpassed every expectation. Oliver Prime, the hero, is laughing and clapping in his palace. Incredible, as expected of you, Bill. He's genuinely enjoying the fact that Bill is still creating masterpieces, even if they're for his enemies. Zahir stands in the lush palace room, asking Oliver a blunt question. Lord Protector, may I ask, why didn't you arrest him immediately? He clearly doesn't share Oliver's sense of appreciation. Zahir argues that forcing Bill to make weapons for the Empire would have been way easier than letting him join a rebellion. He's the practical, cold-blooded type through and through. Zahir looks at Oliver with a serious, doubting expression. He thinks Oliver is being far too soft on a traitor. Oliver gives a knowing smile, explaining that forced work only ruins the quality of a craftsman's output. He wants Bill at his peak, even if he has to wait for it. I prefer to let him do what he pleases, Oliver says, while we see a shot of Bill talking to Orient leaders. Oliver is playing a very long, very sick game of cat and mouse. The scene shifts to an aerial view of the forge at sunset. It looks peaceful, but we know the darkness that's hidden within those walls. Bill is peering through a heavy stone doorway, looking suspicious. He's entering a restricted area he probably shouldn't be in. He finds himself in the forge's secret underground vault, filled with dusty shelves and hidden blueprints. This is the source of all his illegal research. Bill looks around with a somber expression. This vault represents everything he's lost and everything he's fighting to reclaim. We cut back to Oliver's luxurious office. He's sitting on a plush red sofa, looking like the ultimate master of puppets. Oliver reveals the truth. The plan went perfectly because Tom guided them right to the secret underground vault. The betrayal was complete from the start. Tom is shown bowing deeply, sweat dripping from his chin. He promises to handle all the equipment upgrades personally, having fully sold out his master for a position in the Empire. Tom looks pathetic as he pleads, but you'll spare my master, right? He's trying to convince himself that he's doing this for Bill's protection. Oliver's voice booms out with fake sincerity. Of course, I value talent. He's just saying what Tom needs to hear to keep him useful. Oliver gives a chilling, shadow-veiled smile as he drinks from his cup. He makes a true promise that he will never take his master Bill's life. Close up on Bill's face, he looks hollow and haunted, the realization of the full scope of the betrayal finally sinking in. We see a flashback of the actual arrest. Soldiers are lined up in the forge courtyard, and an officer is reading the decree, calling out criminal Bill Bark by command of the Lord Protector. The officer declares the forge is hereby seized and that Bill is under arrest. Bill is shown bound and defeated in the dark, the end of his old life finally arriving. Chapter 13 concludes with the origin of his fall. Flashback to the very beginning. The Imperial officer screams that by order of the Lord Protector, the workshop is seized and Bill is under arrest. This is the moment everything was stolen from him. Bill stands surrounded by spears, but he doesn't look scared. It's no use, he says calmly, already preparing his first little trick. Suddenly, fire erupts from the forge. The officer's warning about doing nothing foolish is cut off by a blast of heat and light. Bill is a total blur as he charges through the flames. He's using the smoke as cover to take the fight to the soldiers who tried to ram him. A soldier is engulfed in a gout of fire, screaming in pure agony. Bill is delivering his own summary execution to the people who ruined his life. Bill sprints through the carnage, his face set in a look of total, savage joy. Great, he bellows, finally letting all that repressed rage out on the world. This is the new Bill Bark. Bill is absolutely losing it, his face twisted in a mix of panic and pure determination. He's screaming that he needs a weapon for his prosthetic arm, and he needs it right now. He lunges into the pile of gear in the secret vault, moving like a man possessed. He's not just looking for any old sword, he needs something that can actually handle the power he's about to unleash. Bill starts tossing weapons aside like they're garbage, his eyes darting frantically over the racks. He mutters, "No, not this one either," his frustration reaching a boiling point. Close up on Bill's focused gaze as he rejects another blade. He knows exactly what he's looking for, and anything less than perfect is just going to get him killed in the next 5 minutes. Success. Bill finally pulls a sleek, blue-glowing masterpiece from the pile, whispering that this is it. The light of the blade reflects in his eyes like a promise of bloody retribution. Outside, the soldiers are already sounding the alarm, shouting that the target has equipped a weapon. Bill stands tall with his new gear, looking ready to turn this arrest into a funeral. The blade glints dangerously in the light as Bill readies himself. It's a beautifully crafted tool of destruction, and in the hands of a Meister, it's basically a death sentence for anyone in the room. Bill's expression has gone completely cold, all the panic replaced by a chilling sense of purpose. The background extra is officially gone, replaced by someone the Empire should actually be terrified of. Switching gears to a way more peaceful scene, someone is slicing up a fresh watermelon. It's a weirdly domestic contrast to the life-or-death struggle we just saw, but that's just how Orient rolls. Barhan and Bill are sitting on a bench, taking a breather. Barhan offers him a slice with a casual "here, eat this," acting like they didn't just survive a localized war. Barhan admits he's impressed, noting that he didn't think Bill would actually be able to capture a beast like Qasim. He's giving the rookie some rare props, even if his face is still stone cold. Bill looks down, his appetite suddenly gone. He admits that he didn't really capture him in a heroic way. He couldn't even bring himself to deliver the final blow when he had the chance. Barhan leans in, his gaze piercing through Bill. He asks the ultimate question, do you regret not killing him? He's testing Bill's resolve to see if he's truly ready for the path ahead. Bill takes a bite of the watermelon, but you can tell it tastes like ash in his mouth. Well, yeah, he mutters, the weight of his own hesitation clearly eating him alive. Barhan tells him it's only natural to hesitate. He explains that there's even less reason to feel regret, trying to ease the kid's conscience before the real fighting starts. The mood gets darker as Barhan points out that everyone else in Orient kills without a second thought. They've been in the trenches so long that taking a life has become as routine as breathing. He looks at Bill and drops a hard truth. They were born into an age where fighting isn't a choice, it's a requirement for survival. It's a bleak outlook, but in this world, it's the only one that makes sense. Barhan explains that they all eventually grew accustomed to the killing. But that doesn't make it right, he adds, showing that even the toughest rebels still carry a bit of their humanity as a burden. Close up on Barhan's scarred face. He's seen more blood than 100 blacksmiths, and every line on his face tells a story of a battle he probably shouldn't have survived. Bill asks if Barhan ever struggled with it too. Barhan admits he's only human, so of course he had moments where he wasn't okay with the slaughter. He's being surprisingly vulnerable for a commander. He describes the physical toll, remembering how his hands would shake uncontrollably in the beginning. We see a flashback of him holding a blood-soaked shield, looking totally rattled. The flashback gets more intense as Barhan recalls finding it hard to even breathe. He's gasping for air in the middle of a war zone, the adrenaline and terror nearly drowning him. The text hits like a hammer, but the situation always pushed me to the brink. He didn't become a killer because he wanted to, he did it because he had to. We see Barhan surrounded by an army of soldiers. He looks tiny compared to the horde, but the look on his face says he's about to make them regret surrounding him. In the end, I had to do it. Barhan slashes through an enemy in a spray of blood. It's the moment he crossed the line and never looked back. Killing, the text declares as Barhan drives his weapon into another soldier. The action is brutal, fast, and completely devoid of mercy. And killing, it continues. Barhan looks like a demon in the dark, his eyes wide and wild as he hacks his way through the Imperial ranks. And killing again. Close up on Barhan screaming in pure, raw rage. He's completely lost himself to the violence, becoming the very monster he was fighting against. He stands alone in a field of corpses, drenched from head to toe in blood. It's a horrific image that shows the true cost of becoming a legendary warrior in this era. Now, not even my fingertips tremble. The evolution is complete. He's no longer a scared soldier. He's a perfectly calibrated weapon with a human face. Barhan wonders if this lack of fear is actually courage, or if he's just lost something fundamental to being a person. He's questioning his own soul in front of Bill. He asks if he should really call this courage as we see him walking over a literal pile of bodies. It's a grim reminder that in war, the hero is often just the person who killed the most. Back to the present, Bill and Barhan are still sitting on that bench. Barhan stares at his own hands, admitting that when he looks at himself, all he sees is a monster drenched in blood. A monster is what I've become. Barhan gives a small, sad smile. He's warning Bill that if he follows this path, there's no coming back to the normal life he once had. Bill looks at his own bloodstained sword, the words "I've been cursed to become a monster" echoing in his mind. He's realizing the price of his revenge is his own humanity. Bill is shown huffing and puffing after a brutal fight, covered in the blood of his enemies. He's already knee-deep in the transformation Barhan warned him about. He looks at his hands in shock, the adrenaline finally fading to reveal the horror of what he's done. The rookie phase is officially over. A distorted, nightmarish vision of a screaming face fills the panel. This is what Bill sees when he closes his eyes, the ghosts of the people he's had to kill to survive. The surviving soldiers are in total shock, screaming that he actually killed one of their own. They thought he was just a joke, but now they're staring at a cold-blooded killer. The captain roars to capture him at once, but you can see the hesitation in the soldiers' eyes. They're no longer arresting a smith, they're trying to contain a whirlwind of steel. Bill doesn't wait for them to move first. He lunges with a speed that defies his armor, his blade a blur of silver and blood. Bill cuts through a soldier's guard like it's made of paper. He's moving with a terrifying efficiency that only comes from a man with nothing left to lose. He slices right through another guard's shield, the metal groaning before shattering under the force of his blow. Bill is officially a one-man wrecking crew. He runs his sword through an enemy's chest, the impact sending a spray of blood into the air. It's cold, calculated, and absolutely lethal. Bill's eyes are wide and wild as he continues the slaughter. Slash again, the text reads, matching the rhythmic, brutal pace of his assault. He's taking on an entire squad at once, parrying spears and landing counterstrikes in a chaotic dance of death. He's completely outnumbered, but he's the only one doing the killing. A massive horde of soldiers charges toward him with a collective roar. They're trying to win through sheer numbers, but Bill is ready for them. Bill cuts through the first line of the charging army. He's creating a wall of blood and bodies to keep the rest of them at bay. A soldier screams in agony as Bill's blade finds its mark. It's a brutal close-up that hammers home just how much of a monster Bill is becoming. He's a whirlwind of destruction now, and slashes again. He's not even looking at their faces anymore. They're just obstacles between him and his goal. A panicked worker screams into a megaphone, desperately requesting backup. He's witnessing the total annihilation of his squad, and he's losing his mind. We see a set of boots walking casually through the base. Someone is completely unbothered by the screams coming from the forge. It's Roar. He's looking totally bored, calling the panicking soldiers idiots. He's clearly seen this kind of thing before and isn't impressed by the rookie's rampage. Roar mutters that even if the captain said there's no need to help, this is the perfect time to score points with the boss. He's thinking about his career while people are dying. He clicks his tongue in a dismissive sound. He's the ultimate cynical veteran, watching the chaos with a detached, judgmental eye. Roar imagines himself helping Bill and getting a legendary high mana wand as a reward. He's got some seriously greedy daydreams for a guy in the middle of a base raid. Roar is walking through a busy street in the background when the backup requested alarm goes off again. He's slowly realizing that this might be bigger than a simple scuffle. A massive unit of soldiers sprints past him. Roar wonders, what's this? Why are there so many soldiers? His casual attitude finally starting to crack. He stops and looks truly worried for the first time, wondering if something happened. He's sensing the shift in the air, and it's making his skin crawl. Close up on Roar's eye behind his shades, he finally sees the scale of the Imperial response and realizes that Bill might actually be in way over his head. He looks toward the mountain where smoke and fire are rising from the forge. The situation has officially gone from training to total war in a matter of minutes. That way, Roar mutters, his mind finally catching up to the gravity of the situation. He's done with the jokes. It's toward the forge. Roar starts to panic, finally realizing that his new friend is currently the center of an Imperial execution squad's attention. A literal army of soldiers is charging toward Bill's location. It's not an arrest anymore, it's an extermination mission. Bill looks absolutely feral, his face splattered with blood and his eyes filled with a terrifying blank intensity. He's completely embraced the monster within. He slashes through another group of soldiers with a massive, energy-infused arc. The power he's putting out is starting to look more like magic than smithing. Blood splatters the screen as his blade connects. He's no longer hesitating, he's just delivering the death penalty he was promised. More soldiers charge in with their spears leveled, screaming as they try to pin the monster down. They're terrified, but they have their orders. Bill cuts them down without even breaking his stride. He's moving with a quick motion, a blur of steel that no one can stop. Bill is panting heavily, a dark, pulsing aura surrounding him. He's at his absolute physical limit, but his rage is keeping him upright. The narration notes that extreme stress tightens its grip on him. Bill is in the middle of a total mental and physical breakdown, but it's making him stronger. Bill stands amidst the carnage, looking cold and efficient, and every single cell in my body hardens into an armor of hyper-awareness. He's officially entered God mode. He reaches for a glowing gem on his prosthetic arm, his hand steady and sure. He's about to activate the final stage of his weapon. He slams a massive mana crystal into the hilt of his blade with a sharp click. This is it. The ultimate golden hand masterpiece is finally fully powered. The blade begins to hum with an intense, vibrating energy. It's glowing with a blue light so bright it's blinding, signaling the end for anyone nearby. Bill unleashes a whirlwind of slashes, blood flying everywhere as he becomes a literal blender of death. He's moving so fast the soldiers can't even see the blade. He's carving through whole squads now, the swish of his blade the only sound over the screams of the dying. It's a total massacre. Bill's face is half-shadowed as he lets out a primal, beastly roar. He's officially shed the last of his humanity to save his own life. The panel is filled with a massive, red-tinted roar. Bill has become the very thing Barhan warned him about, a true monster of war. Back to the bench talk. Barhan tells Bill that as far as he's concerned, Bill is still perfectly normal. He's trying to comfort the kid even though he knows the truth. He looks Bill in the eye, noting that whether you are capable of it or not, the decision isn't always up to you. Sometimes the world decides for you. You'll only find that out once the situation pushes you to your limit. Barhan is giving the most ominous foreshadowing in history. Barhan looks directly at Bill, his expression unreadable. He's finished his story and now he's waiting to see if the rookie has the stomach for what comes next. Well, Bill, can you? He leaves the question hanging in the air, a final test for the boy who just wanted to make swords. We see Bill in a dark, blue-lit void, clutching his massive, glowing mechanical blade. He looks absolutely terrifying, a silhouette of vengeance. become a monster too? Bill's one visible eye is glowing a murderous red, the extra is dead, and the monster is born. If you enjoyed, please consider subscribing and like the video. Also, don't forget to comment. See you in the next one. We're opening up with some high-speed footwork, the rhythmic thud of boots hitting dirt as someone sprints through the grass, pushing for maximum speed. And it's Roar, the mouth-casting mage, absolutely hauling it through the woods. He looks determined, but you can tell from his heavy breathing that he's reaching his limit. Roar finally makes it to his destination, huffing and puffing as he spots the prize. There it is, the secret headquarters call button, hidden right in the middle of nowhere. As he reaches for it, he gets a quick flashback to when he first met Bill, remembering how he originally thought Bill was just this incredible person, standing there looking all calm and professional. Roar remembers totally geeking out over Bill's alias, Midas with the golden hands. He clearly thinks being a legendary smith is way cooler than being just another standard battle mage. Back in the present, Roar is still on the move, thinking about how warriors, rogues, and mages are all the same to him. They're just people who end up with blood on their hands at the end of the day. But his internal monologue makes it clear that the boss is different from everyone else. Bill doesn't just destroy things, he knows how to recognize the true value in other people. We get a shot of Bill just glowing with that main character energy. According to Roar, Bill is the type of guy who brings out a person's true potential and breathes life into everything he touches. Roar peeks out from behind a tree, his expression turning dead serious. He's watching the chaos erupt at the forge and knows the stakes could not be higher. In the distance, Imperial soldiers are swarming the forge. Roar watches them closing in on Bill, and you can see the desperation starting to set in. We get another glimpse of Bill's hyper-awareness form, and it looks terrifyingly unstable. He's surrounded by a dark, jagged aura, looking like he's about to completely snap. Roar clutches the tree bark, sweating as he weighs his options. He wonders if he should just jump in and wipe them all out with his mouth fire, but he knows he's only got one shot at this. He hesitates, knowing that if he fails to finish them all at once, he'll hit mana exhaustion and just become a burden. He's got to play this smart and trust the rest of Orient. Roar turns and bolts, sprinting deeper into the forest. He's following a specific path, his eyes locked on his next objective. He uses a tree with 2 broken branches as a landmark. It's a classic, hidden-in-plain-sight marker for a secret rebel facility. Next, he navigates past a massive rock formation. The sun is starting to set, adding a golden, high-stakes glow to his desperate run. He checks the sapling next to the rock to confirm his position. Every single step is calculated to lead him to the hidden transmitter. Roar takes a quick look around to make sure no Imperial scouts followed him. He's alone in the clearing, and it's time to make the call. He reaches into a hollowed-out stone and grabs a hidden lever, and you can hear the mechanical click as the secret compartment unlocks. A hidden panel slides open with a burst of white light and steam. Roar's found the secret outpost, and he's moving fast. He slides down into a dark, narrow chute, disappearing into the underground network. It's a fast-track way to get to the comms equipment. And there it is, the big red headquarters call button. It's mounted on a rough stone wall, looking like the only hope Bill has left. Roar doesn't hesitate, slamming his hand onto the button with a heavy thud. He's putting all his strength into that hit, hoping the signal reaches the base in time. Roar slumps against the wall, huffing and puffing. He's done his part, and now a signal is finally being sent to the Orient headquarters. But wait, something's wrong. Roar stares at the button in total disbelief, asking why it isn't working. The red light hasn't turned on, and panic is starting to creep in. He starts wailing on the button with his fist, screaming for it to just work already. He's getting desperate now, knowing Bill is completely out of time. He keeps punching the wall, his face twisted in a mask of pure agony. He's shouting that the boss is in danger right now, but the machine is staying silent. We see a montage of Roar's journey with Bill. He realizes that if Bill hadn't recognized his worth and shown him how to mouthcast, he'd still be a total failure who couldn't use magic. Roar pulls back for one more massive strike, his face covered in sweat and tears. He's decided that it's his turn to save the boss, just like the boss saved him. He slams his bloody fist into the button one last time. He's literally breaking his hand just to get this signal through. The impact is massive, and Roar shouts that he's going to save the boss, putting every last ounce of his will into this final, desperate attempt. Roar is gasping for air, looking totally spent. He's staring at the console, waiting for any sign of life. Success. The button finally glows with a bright, pulsating red light. Roar gasps out that it worked, his hand dripping with blood from the effort. Roar pulls himself together and gets back into a combat stance. He's ready to head back to the forge and hold the line until help arrives. The signal travels through the underground wires with a series of loud bangs. The tech is old, but it's still getting the job done. Back at the base, a ticker tape machine starts clacking wildly. The emergency transmission is finally coming through, and it's coming in loud and clear. We cut to the Orion Department of Information and Communications. It's a bustling office filled with scholars and comms officers who just got a very rude awakening. A young officer is staring at the report in total shock. He repeats the name Bill, the one who formed the special task force, while a high-ranking official looks on from the back. The officer is stuttering, barely able to get the words out. Forge, crisis, the transmission from District 4 is sounding like a death knell. A stout man with a pipe looks up in horror. He can't believe the Golden Hand is actually in danger, and the news hits the room like a physical blow. The office erupts into total chaos. People are shouting to sound the alarm and get an emergency report to the commander immediately. Sylvia Orion, the deputy commander, has a look of cold, sharp focus. She's already processing the tactical implications and preparing for the worst. We're in Whit Tyler's office now. The leader of Orient is looking down at his desk, acknowledging that he knew this would happen eventually. Draco is in the room and he is fuming. He's shouting that they should have forced Bill to use the forge at headquarters instead of letting him go to some distant border town. Whit gives a small, knowing smile. He points out that for a true craftsman, the equipment and facilities they're used to are an essential part of their skill. Rena, the brawler, crosses her arms and agrees. She says it must have been an unavoidable choice for the sake of quality, trusting Bill's professional judgment. The group continues the debate, with Whit explaining that Bill reached the level of Meister specifically because he refuses to compromise on those tiny details. Draco huffs, calling it stubbornness, but a subordinate corrects him. It's not stubbornness, it's the core of craftsmanship. Whit slams his hands on the desk, ending the debate. He tells them to save the talk for later because right now, they need a plan to rescue Bill. Whit looks serious, stating that Bill is a crucial asset to their forces, and they can't afford to lose him now. He's looking for a way to bridge the massive distance. Draco asks if Whit actually has a plan. Whit admits it depends entirely on Bill's ability to survive the initial assault. Whit turns to Draco, asking for a professional opinion. Since Draco has been on missions with Bill, how long does he think the Smith can hold out against regular soldiers? Draco's eyes glow with confidence. He reminds everyone that Bill was strong enough to take down Kasim, so a few grunts shouldn't be a problem. Rena drops a reality check, noting that from headquarters to the forge is a 40-hour walk. Even at top speed with transport, their executives would take at least 5 hours to get there. The room goes quiet as they realize Bill will likely be captured before they even arrive. If that happens, the only way to save him would be a high-risk prison break. Whit looks down, lost in thought. He asks, what if they don't depart from headquarters? He's clearly cooking up something outside the box. He looks up with a sharp gaze, noting that if someone departs directly from the capital, they'd arrive at the forge in just 1 hour. Draco is confused, pointing out that Orient doesn't have any troops stationed near the capital right now. He thinks the math doesn't add up. Whit gives Draco a knowing look, saying he sees it dawned on him. He's referring to a specific person who is already in the area. Whit has that checkmate look on his face. He's got an ace up his sleeve that the rest of the team hadn't even considered. Close-up of Whit's eye, cold and calculating. He says the real question is whether Bill can hold out until HE arrives. Back at the forge, things are looking grim. Bill is completely surrounded by a wall of Imperial spears, looking tiny against the horde. Bill is on his knees, huffing and puffing. He's covered in blood and grime, his mechanical arms sparking as he reaches his absolute limit. The soldiers see their opening, shouting that he's exhausted, and now's their chance. They charge in for the kill, looking to end the Golden Hand once and for all. A soldier lunges with a spear, the sharp tip aimed directly at Bill's head. Bill just stares at it, looking totally drained of energy. Bill looks up, his face a mask of exhaustion. It looks like the end, but there's a flicker of something in his eyes. Suddenly, an impact. One of the soldiers is sent flying back with a pained grunt as something enters the fray at high speed. A gloved hand reaches out and catches a spear mid-thrust. The raw strength behind the grab is enough to stop the entire Imperial advance in its tracks. The spear is snapped like a toothpick in a massive explosion of force. The air fills with wood splinters and the sound of breaking metal. The soldiers are totally dazed, looking around in confusion. They're shouting, asking who the hell he is, as a dark silhouette stands between them and Bill. Bill is just as confused, muttering his name as he looks up at his mysterious savior. The power dynamic of the battlefield just changed in a second. A massive, muscular man in black armor and a white mask stands over the fallen Bill. He's holding the broken spear shaft, looking completely untouchable. A massive wave of energy tears through the air. You can practically hear the swish of the blade as it creates a literal wall of light. Someone's having a very bad day. They get absolutely blasted back by a hit so hard they can't even keep their footing, letting out a desperate scream as they fly through the air. Barhan stands back with his arms crossed, just watching the chaos unfold. In the background, his students are out there putting in work, but apparently, they're not fans of the messier parts of combat, complaining about the blood. Barhan looks completely unimpressed by the whole scene. While goblins are screeching in the background, he's just thinking about how boring this lesson is. Suddenly, something catches his eye. A bird lands right in front of him, clearly carrying a message, and Barhan's finally showing a tiny bit of interest. The bird drops a crumpled up note right on the grass. This is the classic mysterious letter trope if I've ever seen one. Barhan hunkers down to pick up the paper and see what's actually on it. You can tell he's already calculating his next move based on whatever is written there. One of the students reports that they've cleared the area of goblins. They're all proud of themselves, but Barhan's head is already somewhere else. Barhan gives them a dry well done and calls it a day. The kids are absolutely thrilled to be done with training, completely unaware that their master just got some serious intel. Barhan stands tall, still clutching that note in his gloved hand. He's looking off into the distance like he's already planned out his next mission. Back at the forge, a massive, muscular figure in a mask has appeared to back up Bill. Bill is standing right there, looking completely dwarfed by this guy's sheer presence. The masked man tells Bill that he held up well. Bill is gasping for air and covered in grime, clearly at the end of his rope after that long fight. The masked man tells him to leave it to him from here on out. He's facing down the entire squad of soldiers, and honestly, those guys should probably start running. He doesn't waste any time, lunging into the fray like a freight train. This is about to be a total blowout for the Imperial soldiers. He lands a brutal strike right on a soldier's throat. That poor guy didn't even have time to raise his spear before he was getting folded by the masked man. One after another, the soldiers are getting dropped. The masked man is moving with terrifying speed, literally tearing through the Imperial ranks. He grabs a soldier right by the neck, and you can hear the sickening crunch as he exerts his strength. This guy is definitely not pulling any of his punches. He delivers a point-blank strike that sends another soldier reeling. The impact is so heavy, it's basically just a shockwave of pain at this point. Bill is watching all this with wide eyes, sweat pouring down his face. You can see the internal struggle as he watches the carnage unfold right in front of him. He mutters to himself that he must kill them. He's clutching his weapon, and his expression is starting to look more like a monster than a human. He starts sprinting toward the remaining soldiers. He's done being the victim and is ready to join the slaughter. Bill drives his blade right through a soldier's back in a spray of blood. It's a messy kill, but it marks a dark turning point for our main man. Even the masked man stops for a second, looking at Bill in surprise. He's sensing that something about Bill has fundamentally snapped. Bill is gasping for air, the adrenaline and trauma hitting him all at once. He looks totally out of it, like he's not even in control of his own body anymore. The masked man grabs Bill from behind, calling the whole scene pitiful. He's putting a stop to Bill's rampage before he loses himself completely. He tells Bill that he's clearly not in his right mind. He uses a glowing blast of energy to knock him out, saving Bill from himself for now. He tells him to get some shut-eye. The mask is totally blank, which makes this moment of mercy feel even more unsettling. We cut to a horse galloping at full speed through the grass. The escape from the forge is officially in progress. Bill is just dangling off the back of the horse like a sack of potatoes. He's completely out cold, oblivious to the fact that he's being carried to safety. They're riding through a bright, sunlit field when the masked man asks if Bill is finally awake. It's a huge contrast to the bloody scene they just left behind at the forge. Bill starts to stir, asking who he's with. The masked man just gives a mocking, "Oh my," like he's been waiting for Bill to rejoin reality. The mask comes off, and it's Barhan. Bill is totally shocked, finally realizing that the ordinary masked man was his own swordmaster all along. Bill can't believe they're already outside the capital. He's questioning how Barhan managed to get them both over the walls all alone. Barhan just laughs it off, bragging that he can definitely pull off a feat like that. His ego is as big as his muscles, that's for sure. Barhan tightens his grip on the reins, bringing the horse to a steady pace. The urgency of the initial escape is starting to fade. Barhan drops a heavy question, asking Bill how it feels to be a monster. He's referring to the blood Bill just spilled for the first time. Bill stares down at nothing, his eyes filled with a mix of guilt and horror. He can't stop thinking about what he did back at the forge. He bows his head, the weight of the day finally crushing his spirit. The transition from peaceful smith to killer isn't sitting well with him at all. Flashes of the violence keep playing in his head like a broken record. The sight of the blood in his own manic face is a nightmare he can't wake up from. He thinks to himself that it was disgusting as they ride through the darkness. He's completely repulsed by his own actions, even if they were for survival. The sun finally starts to come up as they continue their ride. A new day is starting, but for Bill, everything has changed. Close up on Barhan's profile as he rides. He looks as calm as ever, almost like he's just out for a morning stroll instead of being a wanted man on the run. Barhan acknowledges Bill's silence, probably expecting him to feel this way. He knows exactly what it's like to cross that line for the first time. Barhan gives the horse a friendly pat and sends it on its way. They're ditching their transport to stay stealthy for the next part of the trip. The horse bolts off into the distance, and Barhan tells Bill it's time for a walk. They're heading for the underground tunnels to get back to headquarters. Barhan puts his mask back on and asks Bill if he wants to learn how to control the monster. He's offering to teach Bill how to stay in command of his new violent side. Bill sounds skeptical, asking if it's even possible to control something like that. Barhan insists it is, but it's going to require a completely different way of thinking. Barhan's got his own personal theory on how to handle mana manipulation. He's dangling the bait, waiting to see if Bill is ready to listen. Bill doesn't hesitate for long. He gives a firm, of course, ready to do whatever it takes to stay sane. Barhan tells him good and commands him to close his eyes. The first lesson of his personal training arc is officially starting. Barhan explains that most people think of mana as just raw power. He thinks that's the first mistake everyone makes when trying to master it. He goes on to say it's way deeper than just energy. It's not a simple battery you tap into, it's something much more personal. It's emotion, Barhan reveals. He wants Bill to think of mana as the feelings that encompass their entire bodies. He tells Bill to find all that disgust and regret knotted up inside him. He wants him to find a condensed lump of that emotion. Bill's face is tight with concentration. You can see his eyes twitching as he tries to find that core of negative energy inside himself. And he's actually doing it. A small glowing lump appears in Bill's chest as he manages to find that core Barhan was talking about. The light starts to expand and pulsate. It looks like Bill has a lot more raw power hidden away than he even realized. But just as quickly as it appeared, the light flickers and dies. The first attempt at mana manipulation ends in a total fizzle. Bill is bummed that the feeling disappeared, but Barhan just laughs. He reminds Bill that nobody gets something this advanced right on the first try. Barhan tells him not to worry, because he knows a shortcut to help him improve quickly. And when a swordmaster says that, you just know it's going to be dangerous. The sun is shining through the trees, but the peace is about to be broken. There's a rustle in the bushes nearby that signals trouble. Bill and Barhan are hunkered down, watching a group of soldiers searching for them. It looks like the Imperial hunters have finally caught up. The knight in charge is fuming, refusing to believe they lost the trail. He orders his men to search thoroughly until sundown. Barhan notes that these guys aren't just regular grunts. They're a specialized unit, and they've managed to track them way faster than expected. It's an executioner knight. These guys are the elite of the elite, and they're specifically trained to track and execute people like Bill. Bill repeats the name Executioner Knight under his breath. You can tell just by the look on his face that he knows they're in deep trouble. Barhan, being an absolute madman, calls the Executioner Knight the perfect training partner. He notes that one of them has the power of 5 regular knights. He decides to split the work. Barhan will hold off the 4 regular knights while Bill takes on the boss. Talk about a trial by fire. Barhan gives Bill a final restriction. He must only attack using mana. No special prosthetic functions allowed, just use it as a simple sword. Bill is second-guessing everything. He's supposed to take on a top-tier knight without relying on his main weapons. He's literally shaking. He stands there in silence for a moment, the weight of the task settling in. If he fails here, his revenge quest ends before it even begins. He tells himself, no, he has to do this. His eyes go sharp and the hesitation is finally gone. It's officially go time. They both stand up from the bushes, ready to launch their ambush. Bill's taking the lead, looking more determined than we've ever seen him. The Executioner Knight turns as Bill charges out of the underbrush. Bill's eyes are locked on his goal, thinking about his ultimate target, the Lord Protector. Bill lunges forward with his blade held tight, thinking he doesn't have time to hesitate here. This is the moment where the smith truly becomes a warrior. Bill is finally facing the trauma head-on, listing all the garbage he's been carrying. Betrayal, rage, helplessness. It's like a recipe for a total mental breakdown. Instead of letting it break him, he decides to treat those dark feelings like raw materials. He's throwing these lumps of emotion iron right into his core. He's not just thinking about it, he's literally melting them down in the hottest part of his soul. This dude is turning his internal misery into a literal fuel source. The visual is intense, a churning sea of red-hot magma and slag. He knows there isn't a single clean piece of ore in the bunch, just rotten feelings and raw blood. As the ore starts to burn, it begins eating at him from the inside. Bill's chest is glowing with a terrifying heat as he transforms his pain into power. He reaches the peak of his internal smithing, declaring his heart the hammer and his emotions the furnace. He's forging something inside himself that wasn't there before. A massive core of orange light erupts in his chest, looking like a miniature sun. This is the moment of truth for his new theory. Bill looks down at his hands, finally sensing it for the first time. So this is mana, he whispers as the orange glow pulses through his clothes. The results are immediate and absolutely brutal. Bill leaps into the fray, his speed reaching new heights as he catches the Imperial Knights completely off guard. Even Barhan is stunned, peering through his mask as he watches the rookie level up in real time. Bill, you can feel mana? He asks, clearly impressed. Bill stands tall in the clearing while a defeated knight lies at his feet. The power dynamic has officially shifted, and the student is quickly becoming the master. Bill's mechanical arm begins to hum with blue energy, reacting to his new mana control. The blade glows with a sharp, vibrating light that looks like it could cut through anything. He clenches his fist, confirming that he can see the mana currents pretty clearly now. The blacksmith has finally found the ignition switch for his own potential. We jump back 3 hours earlier to the capital, where someone is absolutely booking it down a luxury hallway. You can practically hear the frantic thud of their boots on the marble. An emergency message just hit the fan. Dilbark has officially escaped from the capital. The chandelier is practically rattling from the weight of that announcement. Tom is looking like he's about to have a heart attack, sweating buckets as he hears the news. "What's going on?" he stammers, realizing his master is now a wild card. Over in the Lord Protector's study, things are incredibly tense as Tom tries to explain the situation. Zahir is there too, looking like he's ready to kill someone for this massive screw-up. Oliver Prime is fuming, and you can see the literal veins bulging on his forehead. This isn't just a regular boss being mad, this is a heads are about to roll kind of anger. He closes his eyes for a second, trying to maintain that cool hero persona, but the rage is clearly simmering just below the surface. Oliver finally speaks, dismissing the brown-haired blacksmith so he can deal with Count Zahir in private. Tom looks like he's being granted a stay of execution as he's told to leave. "Understood," Tom says, not wasting a single second as he bolts for the door. He knows better than to hang around when the high tiers are about to start throwing hands. Oliver and Zahir are left alone in the massive, gold-leafed room. The silence is thick as they face off. Former comrades turned into a tyrant and his executioner. Oliver gives a little smirk, leaning in to confront the Count. "So it was you, they say," he mutters, having already pinpointed the source of the trouble. Zahir just stares off into the distance, looking like he's trying to find a convenient way to disappear. He's dressed like a peacock, but right now, he looks like a trapped bird. He takes a slow sip of his tea, trying to play it cool. "I don't know what you mean," he says, which is basically the worst lie you could tell a guy who knows everything. Oliver's green eye narrows, seeing right through the act. He's got that predator look that says he's about to dismantle Zahir's entire life. Oliver starts walking behind Zahir's chair, reminding him that back in their hero days, the Count never once disobeyed an order. This is a total power move. We get a close-up of Oliver's boots as he circles around, mentioning Bill's uncle, Phil Bark. Every step is a heavy reminder of Zahir's failure. He places his hands firmly on Zahir's shoulders, and you can practically feel the Count's spine turning to jelly. "I told you not to kill him," Oliver whispers. Oliver leans right into his ear, asking, "Think I wouldn't find out?" The lighting makes him look like a total demon right now. Zahir is absolutely vibrating with fear on the couch, sweating and shaking under the Lord Protector's touch. The hero isn't being very heroic right now. Zahir finally snaps and starts screaming for forgiveness, totally losing his cool. He's begging like a peasant instead of a count. Oliver gives him a sharp pat on the shoulder, telling him that's enough. He says there's no need for formal titles between them, which is honestly way scarier than if he was screaming. He walks away toward the balcony, leaving Zahir slumped and broken on the red sofa. Zahir tries to excuse himself, calling his actions a foolish decision in the heat of the moment. Oliver points out the irony. Zahir is still calling him Your Highness, even after being told not to. It's a subtle dig at how much the power dynamic has changed. He stands by the window with his back turned, looking like the ultimate ruler. "Are you planning to keep disobeying my orders?" he asks, and the threat is loud and clear. Oliver gives a little side glance and a smirk as Zahir stammers out that he'd never do that. The hero is clearly enjoying having his old friend grovel. "Let's stop this and speak honestly," Oliver says, finally dropping the interrogation act. He wants to have a real conversation about what's going on with Bill. The sun streams into the room as Oliver stands in the light and Zahir stays in the shadow. Oliver wants to go back to how they used to talk before all the titles. Zahir finally gathers some nerve and speaks up. He's got a look of genuine confusion as he prepares to ask his boss a direct question. Oliver just looks back with a calm, neutral expression. He's waiting for the punchline, already knowing what's on Zahir's mind. "Why did you let Bill live?" Zahir asks, looking angry. He thinks the smith is useless now that he's lost his hand, not realizing he's talking about a god-tier talent. Close up on Oliver's eye as he processes the question. He looks like he's listening to a toddler explain math. He's just that far ahead. Oliver bursts out laughing, telling Zahir that he's still stuck in the past. He finds Zahir's outdated view of people absolutely hilarious. He gives a wide smile, admitting that Zahir's uselessly stiff mindset has its perks, but it's definitely holding him back. Oliver's face goes half shadow, looking bored and dangerous at the same time. He's clearly contemplating something that only he can see. He starts walking across the room again, challenging Zahir's claim that Bill is just a useless blacksmith. Oliver grabs a glowing sword from the table, stating that Bill is not someone who forges mere weapons. The look on his face is pure obsession. He repeats the line, his eyes glowing with the light of the blade. He doesn't see Bill as a tool, he sees him as a creator of miracles. Zahir looks completely lost, muttering a shaky, "Sir?" He clearly doesn't get why Oliver is treating a blacksmith like a god. The sword in Oliver's hand begins to vibrate and hum with golden energy. The room is starting to glow as the weapon reacts to its true potential. Suddenly, a massive burst of light fills the entire hall, silhouetting Oliver as he holds the blade aloft. This is some next-level cinematography right here. He forges fate, Oliver declares. He's standing in a whirlwind of energy, looking like a literal god of war. Zahir is absolutely blinded by the radiance, shielding his eyes from the sheer power coming off the sword. He's finally realizing that Bill Bark is no ordinary man. The text spells it out. Any gear that Bill's hands have touched is fundamentally different from anything else in the world. Oliver explains that Bill's work reads the flow of mana in its wielder and syncs with them more perfectly than anything else. It's like the weapon itself becomes alive. Zahir is sweating buckets as he listens, the realization of what he tried to destroy finally hitting him. Oliver gives a creepy, open-mouthed grin. He's totally intoxicated by Bill's breathtaking talent, and it's honestly super unsettling. "What a breathtaking talent," he whispers. Oliver isn't a hero anymore, he's just a collector of powerful things, and Bill is his prize. Zahir finally loses it and starts shouting. "That's why he's dangerous," he yells, reminding Oliver that Bill literally attacked you. Zahir clenches his fist on the couch, his face twisted in a mix of fear and hatred. He's demanding that Bill be killed before he becomes an actual problem for the Empire. Oliver's voice drops to a cold, flat number. Zahir is on one knee, pleading, "For your sake, I will," but he gets shut down instantly. Oliver looks back with a gaze that could freeze a volcano. "Don't drag my Bill into your inferiority complex," he says, basically calling the Count a jealous loser. Count Zahir is left groveling on the floor, his head bowed low in total submission. He's been thoroughly put in his place by his master. Oliver holds his hand out, commanding Zahir to bring Bill to him unharmed. He's making it clear that Bill's safety is non-negotiable. "Bill is mine," Oliver declares. The word "mine" is massive on the screen, showing the level of toxic obsession the Lord Protector has for our boy. Close up on Zahir's shocked face, he's repeating the word "mine" in his head, unable to wrap his mind around Oliver's weird fixation. Zahir clenches his fist so hard the air ripples. He's fuming because Oliver is prioritizing a blacksmith over the stability of the entire nation. Oliver gives a soft, almost gentle smile that doesn't reach his eyes. He asks if Zahir knows where the hardest steel in the world is born. Zahir looks down, muttering, "I do not." He's completely submissive now, just waiting for the next part of the lesson. Oliver holds his hand open, explaining that the hardest steel can only be forged in hellfire hotter than lava. He's basically saying he's gonna break Bill so he can rebuild him as his ultimate weapon. Oliver is geeking out over Bill's potential, talking about how his talent will only burn brighter after being stolen and crushed. This dude is basically obsessed with tempering Bill through pure rage and trauma. Count Zahir listens in silence, looking like he's trying to process just how far Oliver is willing to go. The Lord Protector is literally waiting for Bill to forge something legendary from the flames of revenge. Oliver gives a smug little smirk, reminiscing about the first time he ever laid eyes on the boy. He clearly saw something in Bill that no one else did, and it's honestly super creepy. We get a quick flashback to Bill's younger days, looking innocent and hardworking at the forge. Oliver calls it a blinding talent, and you can tell this was where the obsession started. Oliver's face is bathed in light as he drops the ultimate bombshell. He sees Bill as the only person who might one day stand as his equal. Talk about having high expectations for someone you just tried to destroy. Back in the past, Oliver places a heavy hand on Bill's shoulder, acting like a supportive mentor. He decided right then and there that he'd do whatever it took to make Bill his. We see the contrast between an exhausted, angry Bill and a smiling, villainous Oliver. Oliver's logic is totally twisted. If Bill forges a weapon to kill him, then that weapon only exists because of him. The meeting is over, as Zahir stands up and announces he's taking his leave. The scale of the room makes the Count look tiny, but the tension between him and the Lord Protector is massive. Zahir marches out of the throne room with his subordinates trailing behind him. He's clearly not happy with how things are going, but he's still following orders for now. As he walks, Zahir scoffs at the idea of Bill forging destiny. He thinks the whole thing is ridiculous, refusing to believe a simple craftsman could have that much impact. Zahir's expression turns nasty as his internal monologue hits. He sees Bill as nothing more than a blacksmith with zero power, honor, or strength. He warns his subordinates not to put a commoner on the same level as heroes like them. His ego is through the roof, and he's clearly taking Oliver's praise of Bill as a personal insult. One of the subordinates catches up, reporting that the mages are ready to help Zahir track down the site where Bill escaped. They're treating this like a simple cleanup operation. Big mistake. Zahir snaps and lunges forward, grabbing the subordinate's face with a crushing grip. This dude has zero chill. Zahir's eyes turn demonic as he looms over the guy, asking if he actually thinks a blacksmith has the strength to escape on his own. He's fuming because he knows there's someone else helping. Zahir shouts that the blacksmith and the masked man must have used every trick they had just to break out. He's convinced they'll hear word of their capture any second now. The subordinate can only make muffled noises as Zahir squeezes his head, terrified for his life. The Count is officially entering villainous rage mode. Zahir slams the guy's head down with a sickening thud, leaving him groaning on the floor. He's completely done with any talk that makes Bill sound capable. Zahir tells his remaining men they're heading back to his domain to uncover the identity of the masked man. He's taking this personally now, and he wants answers. Close up on Zahir's eye as he grits his teeth in frustration. He's trying to convince himself he doesn't have an inferiority complex over a mere blacksmith, but we all know the truth. He prepares to mobilize his forces, planning to deal with the situation once they're back in his territory. His subordinates can only watch and bow, too scared to speak up. Zahir gives the order to prepare the traitors who joined the protests. He's looking to take out his anger on anyone associated with the rebellion. We switch to a fast-paced combat montage where blades are clashing and sparks are flying. The action is heating up as both sides engage in a flurry of strikes. Bill is in the thick of it, facing off against a silver-haired executioner knight in the middle of a clearing. The fight is intense, and Bill is struggling to keep up with the veteran's speed. The executioner knight bellows at Bill to come quietly, promising that he might keep his life if he surrenders. Yeah, okay buddy, like Bill would ever trust an imperial knight now. Bill is forced to block a heavy overhead strike, his prosthetic arm groaning under the pressure. The knight is putting a ton of weight into this, trying to crush Bill's stance. We get a close-up of the prosthetic blade as it begins to hum with blue mana. Bill is desperately trying to channel his energy to hold the block. A massive shockwave sends Bill flying backward. The impact is so hard it kicks up a huge cloud of dust and grass as he loses his footing. Bill hits the dirt, gasping for air. He realizes his mana slipped again, showing just how difficult it is to maintain focus in the heat of a real battle. Bill skids across the ground, trying to regain his balance. He's frustrated, muttering about how hard it is to keep the mana gathered exactly where he needs it. The executioner knight lunges back in for the kill. Bill watches him come, realizing that his opponent is moving his mana freely, unlike his own shaky attempts. Bill pulls a high-speed dodge, barely avoiding a horizontal slash that would have definitely taken his head off. The knight's speed is no joke. The knight keeps pressing the attack, mocking Bill's dodging skills. He's treating this like a predator playing with its food. He shouts, asking if running away is his specialty, looking down on the blacksmith. Bill is totally focused, trying to track the knight's mana flow to find an opening. Bill gets clipped by a glancing blow, a sharp sound indicating a direct hit on his shoulder. He's taking damage, and he's running out of time. Bill's eyes widen as he realizes the next strike is coming. He thinks he can dodge, but you can see the sweat beads on his face. He's at his limit. Bill stares in shock as the knight closes the distance. He looks like a deer caught in headlights, realizing he might have miscalculated the knight's next move. The knight is actually confused, wondering why he should have dodged a previous move. He's realizing that Bill's strikes are getting faster and coming from angles he didn't expect. The knight stands tall as blue mana begins to glow around his heavy greaves. He's prepping for a high-speed lunge, asking how Bill is still standing. The knight launches himself forward with a literal burst of speed. He's a blur of steel and armor, heading straight for our boy. Bill narrows his eyes, focusing as he tells himself to wait. He's looking for the split second where the knight is most vulnerable. Bill pulls off a perfect spin dodge as the knight's blade slams into the ground where he just was. The impact is so heavy it shatters the rocks beneath them. Bill jumps back to create some distance. The knight looks back, asking if Bill still has some stamina left. He's clearly surprised by how resilient this blacksmith is. The knight swings his massive blade down in a vertical arc. Bill leans back, letting the sword whistle past his face by just a few inches. Bill's inner monologue hits deep. He realizes he used to think mana was just for boosting stats like damage and jump distance. He's finally starting to understand its true nature. He blocks another strike, and this time the impact creates a huge burst of white light. He's realizing that there's more to mana than just raw power. Bill's eye glows with an intense blue light. He's finally grasped the secret. Body parts filled with mana move fundamentally differently than normal ones. He focuses his mana into his back, and you can see the energy pulsating through his shirt. He understands that focusing mana is about turning it into a literal part of your body. Bill charges forward with a new kind of confidence. Now that he understands the trick, he's channeling mana into his prosthetic arm to make it move as naturally as his real one. The blade on his arm glows brilliantly as he accepts the mana. He's finally syncing with his own invention, and it looks absolutely legendary. Bill delivers a massive horizontal strike. The sound effect is loud and jagged, showing just how much force is behind this new mana-infused attack. The executioner knight blocks, but you can see the shock on his face. He can't believe the brat's sword suddenly got 10 times heavier. Barhan watches from the shadows, giving a rare little chuckle. He's proud of his student, noting that Bill has finally gotten the feel for it. Barhan casually kicks a regular knight while watching the main fight. He's having a great time, deciding that Bill is actually worth teaching after all. Bill is still struggling, realizing that even with his new trick, the mana he has now isn't enough to handle a veteran executioner knight. He's pushing his luck here. The knight leaps into the air with a roar, coming down for a crushing overhead slam. This is his ultimate finisher, and Bill is right in the crosshairs. Bill crosses his arms to block the massive downward strike. The impact creates a huge pillar of blue light and dust, and you can practically hear the earth groaning. Bill grinds his teeth in pain, realizing his range of mana control is way too narrow to properly defend against a hit this big. He's barely holding on. Bill's legs skid backward through the dirt as the knight's pressure continues. He's being pushed around like a training dummy. The knight looks cold and dismissive, telling Bill there's no point trying to tank a hit like that. He thinks he's already won this round. Close up on Bill, looking absolutely desperate. He feels his stance collapsing, and he knows if he doesn't do something now, he's dead. Bill shifts his focus, and we see mana flowing down into his legs. He's following his new theory, trying to anchor himself to the ground through pure energy. We get a close-up of the mana stone on his prosthetic arm glowing with an intense light. Something big is about to pop off. Bill stands firm as the mana flows through his lower body. He realizes that by holding his ground with mana, his blade actually becomes stronger. Impact. Bill delivers a massive counterstrike that sends the knight reeling back. The knight gasps in shock as his own momentum is turned against him. Barhan finishes off another knight with a punch, offering a sarcastic, "Sorry." He's clearly way above these guys' pay grade. The executioner knight is sent flying into a tree with a loud crash. Even Barhan is surprised, admitting he didn't think the guy would fly that far. The silver-haired knight is furious, shouting at his remaining men for being idiots who can't handle a single guy. His pride is definitely hurt. The knight is fuming that 4 elites can't take down 1 blacksmith. Bill is panting heavily in the background, looking like he's just starting to get his second wind. Barhan tells Bill he's finally learned how to stand on his own 2 feet. He gives him the green light to use his gear's special abilities and go all out. Barhan tells him to use everything he has and figure out his own unique way of fighting. This is the moment Bill officially stops being a student. Bill looks at his mechanical arm in awe, asking if he's allowed to use his gear now. He's been holding back this whole time, and now the gloves are off. Bill faces the knight with a dark expression, telling him this will be over way too quickly. The knight is stunned by the sudden change in atmosphere. The executioner knight is confused, muttering, "What?" as he tries to figure out what Bill is talking about. He still thinks he's the one in charge here. The knight loses it, charging in while screaming about Bill being an arrogant brat. He's putting all his rage into this one final charge. Bill looks totally calm, his face a mask of focus. He's completely tuned out the knight's screaming and is ready to deliver the final blow. Bill reaches for his prosthetic arm as it begins to hum with power. He thinks about how every sword he's ever forged has led him to this exact discovery. He reflects on how even the sharpest blade hits a wall of resistance when it cuts through flesh. He's analyzed the physics of combat like a true blacksmith. Bill reveals his secret weapon, the blast arm. Since he lacks the skill to cut through resistance, he's going to use pure mechanical thrust to overpower it. The mana stone on his blade releases its stored energy with a loud mechanical whir. The blade gains massive thrust, turning it into a rocket-powered sword. Bill zips past the knight in a blur of blue light. The speed is so intense it leaves a trail of energy in the air behind him. The knight is frozen, his eyes wide as he realizes the slashes just got impossibly faster. He can't even react to Bill's movement anymore. Bill cuts right through the knight's guard, slicing not only through his flesh but also through the very air. This is the peak of his new combat style. Bill lands perfectly on his feet, his prosthetic arm smoking from the high energy output. He looks like a total badass in the sunset. The final strike cuts through the knight's neck, and the text declares he's sliced through the enemy's very breath. The executioner knight is officially finished. We open up on a grim sight. The floor is literally carpeted with the bodies of fallen soldiers, and there's Count Zahir sitting in the back like he's just waiting for the trash to be taken out. Zahir is slumped over, staring down at a report in his hand. You can tell he's fuming just by the posture. This dude is definitely not having a good day at the office. The report says it all. Bill escaped the capital and the capture mission was a total bust. Zahir just lets out a dark little laugh, and honestly, that's a somebody's about to die kind of laugh if I've ever heard one. He starts walking through the carnage, complaining about the smell of blood. "Bro, you're the one who made the mess. Maybe don't complain about the decor." A mysterious guy in a white turban walks up and asks if he had another rough one. It's a pretty casual question to ask a man standing in a literal sea of corpses. Zahir looks over his shoulder, his expression going from murderous rage to mildly annoyed. Looks like his visitor is someone he actually recognizes. Meet Sahil. He looks like a simple traveler with that massive pack, but Zahir seems shocked to see him. Sahil gives the biggest, most innocent smile ever and says he's back, brother. Yep, this is Zahir's biological younger brother, and the family resemblance is, well, it's not there at all. Sahil is a total high-energy type, literally launching himself through the air for a hug. He's shouting for a hug while Zahir is just trying to process the sudden invasion of personal space. Big mistake, Sahil. Zahir's reflexes are on point, and he just catches his brother's face mid-air with a solid clack. Zahir holds him at arm's length like he's holding a dirty gym sock. He tells Sahil he's disgusting and to get away, which is a pretty cold welcome for family. Sahil is immediately in his feelings, crying about how he came home alive from a brutal deployment just to be treated like trash. This guy is definitely the drama queen of the family. Zahir just sighs, acting like a battlefield is a vacation because he's the guy who killed the Demon King. He's got that "I've seen everything" ego that only a top-tier hero can pull off. Sahil is right back to being a fanboy, standing there praising his brother for being amazing. It's kind of wholesome how much he looks up to the local psychopath. The narrative confirms the hype. Zahir is a world-renowned hero and weapon master who can handle anything. He's basically a cheat code in a one-on-one fight. Sahil gives the double thumbs up, looking like Zahir's #1 subscriber. He calls his brother his absolute biggest source of pride, and honestly, Sahil is way too pure for this story. They finally sit down, and Sahil asks what could possibly have his dear brother in such a foul mood. He's poking the bear, and he's doing it with a smile. Zahir gives him a side-eye that says otherwise, but he insists he's not in a foul mood. "Yeah, okay buddy, we saw the room full of bodies 5 panels ago." Sahil isn't buying it. He says he can tell just by looking at Zahir's eyes, and besides, he's heard the rumors going around. Zahir's face goes completely dark as he thinks about Bill Bark. That name is clearly the one thing that can ruin his lunch. Zahir just says his name, Sahil, with a tone that would make a ghost sweat. Sahil realizes he might have overstepped the annoying younger brother line. Zahir asks if he actually wants him to get angry, looking like a total demon. The vibe in the room just dropped about 40 degrees. Sahil immediately goes into full damage control mode, bowing his head and stuttering that no, he does not. He knows exactly what happens when Big Bro loses his cool. He's literally screaming for mercy now. Sahil's life flashed before his eyes because he mentioned the one person Zahir can't stand. Sahil starts gesticulating wildly, trying to pivot back to how strong and amazing Zahir is. He's basically saying he's so scary when he's mad, and please don't kill him. Zahir covers his face, muttering about how embarrassing it is to hear this stuff out loud. Sahil is laying on the praise so thick it's actually making the Count cringe. Zahir walks off with a scoff, telling him it's enough, while Sahil yells that he means every word. It's the classic edgy brother versus sunshine brother dynamic. Sahil watches him go, his expression turning surprisingly serious for a split second. Maybe there's more to this guy than just turbo enthusiasm. Zahir stops as Sahil says he just wants to help. It's a rare moment of genuine brotherly connection in a palace built on betrayal. Sahil smiles again, saying if something is getting under Zahir's skin, he's there for him. He's really trying to be the emotional support younger brother here. He gets serious, saying he can't just stand by and watch his brother suffer. Sahil might be a goofball, but he's clearly loyal to a fault. Zahir looks back with a cold stare. He's not the type to share his feelings, even with family. Zahir tells him not to worry about it, calling the Bill situation a small miscalculation. He's acting like everything is under control, but the sweat on his brow says otherwise. Sahil asks about the menu, and the vibe is back to being weirdly casual despite all the dead bodies lying around them. Zahir just says he has no idea, which is fair. We get a shot of the feast, and man, the Empire eats well. Roast chicken, fresh fruit, seafood, it's a literal king's meal. Sahil is losing his mind over the food, shouting his thanks for the meal. This guy eats like he's never seen a plate before. He's double-fisting food, pointing at everything on the table and shouting about this one and that one. It's a total mess, but he looks happy. Zahir just sits there looking refined, telling Sahil to calm down because he hasn't been starving for months. He's the peak of classy noble right now. Sahil talks with his mouth full, explaining that on the battlefield, the only meat they had was whatever monsters they could catch. To him, this feast is a miracle. Zahir tells him to stop exaggerating, noting that he did the exact same thing for 8 years during the war. He's basically saying he's been through worse, so sit down. Sahil argues that Zahir could handle it because he's amazing, but asks how an ordinary person is supposed to survive that. He's calling his brother a monster to his face, but in a nice way. Zahir looks at his brother and tells him not to sell himself short. He reminds Sahil that being the hero's brother is a talent in itself. Sahil looks a bit depressed, saying he's just that and nothing more. He's living in Zahir's shadow and he clearly knows it. Zahir takes a sip of his wine and asks the big question, what's this Bill kid like? He's fishing for info on his rival. Sahil is busy eating chicken, asking if Bill actually has any real talent. He's clearly not taking the blacksmith seriously yet. Zahir suddenly snaps, his dark aura flaring up so hard it rattles the silverware. Sahil is caught completely off guard by the sudden outburst. Zahir goes on a full-blown rant, screaming that Bill is nothing but a blacksmith. He calls Bill's work a worthless trick that doesn't belong on a battlefield. Talk about being insecure. Zahir slams the table so hard the plates fly, while the maids in the background are probably reconsidering their career choices. The Count has officially lost his mind. Sahil is stunned, asking why Zahir is suddenly so worked up. Even the staff are terrified, with the note saying Sahil was about to flip the table. Sahil points out the obvious. Bill is a blacksmith, so of course he can't fight, but he's clearly skilled at making weapons. He's trying to be the voice of reason. We see a shot of Zahir's glowing blades. Sahil reminds him that he still uses the weapons Bill made during his hero days, so they must be top-tier quality. Zahir wipes his face, acting like it's no big deal. He claims he only uses them because they feel familiar after so long. Yeah, sure Zahir, keep telling yourself that. Sahil gets a mischievous look in his eyes. You just know he's about to ask for a favor that's going to make Zahir's head explode. Sahil asks if he can have Bill make him a custom weapon once he's captured. Zahir shuts that down with a cold, flat no. Zahir explains that the Lord Protector ordered Bill to be brought in immediately upon capture. No pit stops for custom gear allowed. Sahil starts whining like a toddler, begging for just a few days so he can get a weapon like his brothers. This guy is literally throwing a tantrum in a palace. He asks Zahir to ask for a favor, since Zahir and the Lord Protector are supposedly friends. Sahil is definitely poking the wound now. The text hits hard. The Lord Protector does not mix personal relationships with official matters. In other words, Oliver Prime doesn't have friends, he has tools. Zahir wipes his mouth, stating coldly that special treatment doesn't exist in Oliver's world. He sounds more like a programmed soldier than a hero right now. Sahil gives him a look that says he knows he's lying. He's clearly heard some things that don't match up with Zahir's no special treatment rule. Sahil drops a truth bomb. Bill joined a protest and was sent home with gifts by the Lord Protector. Zahir is left speechless, just staring at his plate. Sahil points a finger, telling Zahir he doesn't know the Lord Protector at all. He accuses his brother of putting on a front and acting like they're closer than they really are. Savage. Zahir growls Sahil's name, and Sahil immediately realizes he's entered the imminent death zone. Zahir's eyes are glowing as he tells Sahil to please just shut his mouth and eat. It's less of a request and more of a threat to his brother's life. Sahil looks totally traumatized, whispering about how he's supposed to eat with his mouth shut. He's a smart aleck even when he's terrified. He goes back to eating quietly, looking like a kicked puppy. Sahil finally learned when to stop talking, at least for now. The dinner continues in total, awkward silence. Zahir is staring into space while Sahil focuses on his food, the tension thick enough to cut with those custom scimitars. Sahil keeps stuffing his face, totally ignoring the fact that his brother looks like he's about to explode. This guy's survival instincts are zero. Zahir looks up, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light. He calls out to his brother, and you just know a heavy monologue is coming. Sahil looks back, and Zahir tells him he still thinks Sahil is the coolest of all the heroes, even more than the Lord Protector. Wait, is Zahir actually being nice? Zahir explains that while everyone else had noble blood or magic handed to them, Sahil climbed his way up from the very bottom. He's giving his little brother some actual props. Sahil smiles, hearing Zahir call him a hero among heroes. It's a rare moment of family pride, but Zahir's internal thoughts tell a different story. Zahir gives a self-satisfied smirk as Sahil calls him the hope of the common people. He's clearly enjoying the title, even if he knows it's a lie. The text repeats it, the hope of the common people. It's a bitter title given what we know he's done. We switch to a flashback of a torch burning in the dark. Zahir admits there was a time when he was called that, but says it was a false image built on the past. Barhan is shown holding a torch, echoing Zahir's words about the false image. It seems everyone has a different opinion on the Count's legacy. In a flashback, Barhan asks Bill what kind of person Zahir is to him. Bill's reply is savage, a reckless fool who loves to exaggerate his own achievements. Barhan smirks, saying that calling Zahir a reckless fool is actually almost a compliment. This dude really has no respect for the Count. Barhan's monologue gets dark. He says the Zahir of today worships the nobility and slaughters the very commoners who once worshipped him. The hero has become the villain. Barhan and Bill are walking through the dark tunnels. Barhan reveals that he heard it was Zahir himself who was behind the recent atrocities. The chapter ends on a bombshell. Zahir was the one who personally tortured Bill's uncle Phil. Bill's face is a mask of pure shock and horror. It's officially personal now. Barhan and Bill are trekking through dark tunnels with torches in hand. Barhan asks what kind of man Zahir was in Bill's memories, and Bill doesn't hold back, calling him a childish guy who loves to hype up his own achievements. Barhan gives a small, knowing smirk as they walk. He notes that being childish is almost preferable compared to what the man has become now. The mood gets heavy as we see a dark silhouette of Zahir. Barhan explains that the Zahir of today is a noble worshipping butcher who slaughters the very commoners who used to look up to him. Bill listens intently as they navigate the rocky cavern. Barhan reveals that he's heard some even darker rumors about the Count's recent activities. Barhan drops the ultimate bombshell. It was Zahir himself who personally tortured Bill's uncle Phil. Bill's face is a mask of pure shock, his eyes wide as the trauma of his past hits him all over again. The two stand in the vast, dark tunnel, the light from their torches barely reaching the walls. The silence between them is deafening after that revelation. Bill looks over at Barhan, his voice probably trembling as he asks if he's absolutely sure about that. He's looking for any reason to hope it's not true. Barhan keeps his gaze forward, admitting they only pieced it together from rumors, so it's not 100% certain. But given everything they know, it's likely very close to the truth. We get an extreme close-up of Bill's eyes, and you can see the fire starting to build. He's processing a level of hatred that would break a normal person. Barhan glances back at Bill, surprised by his reaction. He notes that Bill is being much calmer than he expected after hearing something that life-changing. Bill looks down, his expression hardening. He realizes that just getting angry won't actually change anything or bring his uncle back. Barhan stops and turns to him, acknowledging that Bill has learned to handle his anger well. He tells him that while anyone can feel rage, being able to control it is what separates the warriors from the victims. Barhan clenches his fist, giving Bill some veteran advice. He tells him not to let his emotions swallow him up, use that rage as fuel, but always keep a cool head. Suddenly, Barhan lunges forward, his hand becoming a blur as he reaches toward Bill's face. Bill is caught completely off guard, letting out a shocked gasp. It was just a lesson, as Barhan points a finger right at Bill's chest. He tells him that if he keeps his head cool, the enemy's openings will start appearing right in front of him. Barhan lets out a massive, booming laugh that echoes through the tunnel. He's trying to lighten the mood after dropping such a heavy truth on the kid. We cut to a party at the Orient base where Whit Tyler is raising a massive wooden mug. He's leading a toast to the safe return of Bill and Barhan. The whole room erupts in a collective cheer as the rebels celebrate. It's a rare moment of joy for the group after a successful, if messy, mission. Rena and Sylvia are watching the festivities, Sylvia looking typically unimpressed while the guys in the back are chugging booze like there's no tomorrow. Draco is trying to get in on the action, but someone stops him from taking a sip. They tell him he's still way too young for the hard stuff, leaving him whining for just one taste. Bill is sitting at the table, but he's not joining the celebration. He looks totally gloomy, staring down at the table while everyone else cheers. Whit Tyler notices Bill's mood and leans in with his mug. He asks why the star of the show is looking so depressed when everyone is here to celebrate him. Bill scoffs at the title, feeling like a failure. He tells Whit that everyone trusted him, and yet he still managed to let all the high-tier equipment get stolen by the Empire. He's full of guilt. Rena delivers a solid chop to the back of Draco's head while the guys are talking. Whit tells Bill that at least he understands the weight of what happened. Whit takes a long drink and admits that losing that legendary gear is definitely a shame. He really wanted to see the power of those masterworks on the battlefield himself. He slams his empty mug down on the table with a thud. He tells Bill that you can't blame a homeowner just because a burglar managed to break into their house. Whit gives Bill a reassuring look, telling him not to beat himself up over it. He's trying to be a supportive leader, but Bill isn't letting himself off the hook. Bill argues that it happened because he was stubborn and refused to move the forge earlier. He calls himself way too complacent, blaming his own choices for the disaster. Whit gets serious, admitting that the leadership knew there was a risk too. He takes part of the blame, saying they should have pushed harder to relocate the forge instead of taking the easy road. We get a close-up of Whit's eye as he reflects on the burden of decision-making. He tells Bill that this whole situation has made him reevaluate how careful a leader needs to be. Barhan watches the exchange in silence. Whit continues his speech, offering thanks to Barhan for the rescue and apologies to Bill for putting him in that position. Whit stands up and gives a formal bow to the table. He's publicly taking responsibility, offering both his thanks and his deepest apologies to his team. The entire dining hall goes silent as the commander bows. It's a massive gesture of humility that catches everyone off guard. Bill is panicked, waving his hands and trying to stop the bow. He insists that he was the one being stubborn about the forge and that Whit shouldn't be apologizing. Barhan places a firm hand on Bill's shoulder, stopping him from interrupting. He tells Bill that this isn't the time to argue about who's at fault. Barhan looks Bill dead in the eye, his expression intense. He tells him that this is the moment where a true leader shows what it means to take responsibility. Whit remains in his bow while Barhan explains the concept. He tells Bill that a leader has to shoulder the mistakes of their subordinates as if they were their own. Bill looks at Whit, still confused. He asks if a leader is supposed to take the blame even when the mistake wasn't actually their fault. Barhan gives a single, firm yes. He's teaching Bill the harsh reality of command. Whit is still bowed as Barhan calls this the price of authority. He tells Bill that if he wants to lead his own squad, he needs to understand this. Bill's expression changes as the lesson sinks in. He realizes that leadership requires the courage to be the one who takes the blame for everything. We see Whit from behind as he continues his bow. Barhan notes that this apology isn't just for Bill. It's a way to take the pressure off the rest of the members so they don't shrink back because of a failure. Bill looks up, his eyes sharp and focused. He's finally seeing the bigger picture of what it means to be a captain thanks to Barhan's explanation. Whit finishes his bow and raises his mug toward Bill. He's acknowledging the rookie's growth right then and there. Bill looks over at Whit with a look of new respect. The dynamic between them has shifted from a simple recruit to a future peer. Bill stands up and bows back deeply to the commander. He gives a simple, heartfelt thank you in front of the entire group. Bill looks Whit in the eye, addressing him formally as commander. He's officially accepted his place in the hierarchy and the responsibility that comes with it. Whit gives a small, satisfied smile. He knows he's managed to turn a crushing defeat into a vital lesson for his most important asset. The mugs clink together with a loud sound. The party is back on, and the bond between the team is stronger than ever. The scene shifts to the next day outside a large wooden building. It looks like a peaceful morning after a night of heavy celebration. Bill walks out of the door, looking refreshed but serious. He's likely heading out to start planning his next move for the rebellion. Bill stops as he sees someone waiting for him. He's got that "here we go again" look on his face. It's Draco, and he's looking absolutely furious. He's got Moo on his shoulder and asks Bill what gave him the guts to form a squad when he clearly doesn't understand leadership. Draco starts walking away, but he's still shouting over his shoulder. He tells Bill that even if everyone else is cool with him, he isn't, and reminds him that he's supposed to be a leader. Draco points a finger and lays into him about his stubbornness with the forge. He asks if Bill even realizes how many lives were put at risk because he wanted to keep using his familiar tools. Bill looks down at the ground, his voice quiet. He offers a simple, sincere sorry, accepting the criticism. Draco isn't done. He asks what would have happened if Bill wasn't the only one at the forge when the soldiers arrived. He's forcing Bill to imagine the worst-case scenario. Bill admits that they probably wouldn't have escaped without casualties. He looks completely depressed as he apologizes again. Draco is fuming, saying this is really pissing him off. He asks if Bill even understands that his choices are tied to the lives of everyone in his squad. Draco slams his hand against the wall with a loud bang. He's shouting "no" at the top of his lungs, losing his cool completely. We get an extreme close-up of Draco's face, veins bulging as he screams at Bill not to pretend he understands. This kid is taking the failure very personally. Draco points his finger right in Bill's face, ready to spell it out for him. He wants to make sure the gravity of the situation is crystal clear. He leans in, his eyes glowing with intensity. He asks Bill what he thinks would have happened if he wasn't alone at the forge that day. Bill looks horrified as the realization finally hits him. He's standing there like a deer in headlights, unable to even find words. We get a flashback to the forge surrounded by Imperial spears. Draco asks the crushing question, with Sepia? The flashback shows Bill and Sepia side by side in the dark. Draco states the obvious. Escape would have been impossible for both of them. Bill realizes that if she'd been there, she would have been dragged into it too, tortured or executed just like his uncle. He looks absolutely devastated. Bill stands in silence while Draco starts to walk away. Bill calls out to him, saying he takes back what he said about being sorry. Bill looks up, his expression hard as flint. He tells Draco that thanks to him, he's realized his mistake is too heavy to just be wiped away by an apology. Bill's eyes glow with that cold blue light again. He vows that because of his complacency, he will never again lead the people of Orient into a death trap. Draco pauses and gives a little smirk. He's finally gotten the reaction he wanted out of the rookie. Draco keeps walking away, waving a hand dismissively. He tells Bill that now he's finally starting to make some sense. He explains that a leader can't stop at just being sorry. You need the resolve to take responsibility, and that needs to show in your eyes. Bill is stunned, realizing that Draco was actually trying to help him this whole time. He watches the younger boy with wide eyes. Bill watches Draco walk off, thinking that he originally thought the redhead was just a kid. He was totally wrong. Bill realizes that Draco didn't become the underground assault unit captain for nothing. The boy thinks far beyond his years. Bill looks down at his own hand, feeling a bit ashamed of his previous attitude. He's being humbled by everyone in this base. He clenches his gloved hand into a tight fist with a determined grip. He's done with the excuses. Bill calls out to Draco one more time. Draco stops and gives him a casual look over his shoulder. Bill has a serious look on his face, starting to talk about his new idea. He looks like he's about to make a major proposal. Draco turns around and his eyes go wide in total shock. Whatever Bill just said, it's clearly a massive game changer for the rebellion. Bill is laying out his new philosophy to Draco. He reminds the redhead that first and foremost, he's a blacksmith, and he's starting to apply that same logic to how their team operates. He admits his previous mistake was trying to make everyone fit into his style. He knows better than anyone that a good sword isn't just about a sharp blade. It's about knowing how different materials respond to the right heat and hammering. Draco looks skeptical but intrigued. He smirks, noting that judging by how Bill is talking, it sounds like the rookie has finally figured something important out. Bill gets down to the tactical reality. Their squad's goal is to take down key enemies with a small, elite team, and right now, they just aren't at that level. He drops a heavy truth. As individuals, none of them can touch monsters like Oliver or even Zahir. Without a major change, they'll just die without ever accomplishing anything meaningful. Bill holds up his hands, clenching his gloves as he proposes a radical idea. He wants to link and combine their fighting styles to fight as a single set, just like a set item in a game. We see a vision of the whole squad. Draco, Alia, and Roar coordinated perfectly. Bill wants them to become a chain where each member amplifies the other's power to bring the enemy down. Bill looks determined, promising that creating this system is how he'll take responsibility for them. It's his way of making sure he actually keeps them from dying in the field. Draco is absolutely floored, calling Bill insane. He can't believe Bill is talking about actual people like they're just alchemy materials to be mixed and matched in a forge. Despite the shock, Draco gives a wicked grin. He admits that even if it sounds crazy, fighting as a set actually sounds like a lot of fun. A montage shows Bill leading the training session as they walk through the woods. Elia and Roar are following behind, already trying to figure out how their different powers can connect. Barhan is watching the exchange from a distance, leaning against a tree with a drink. He mutters that Wit's eye for people was right again, seeing Bill's potential as a leader bloom. Barhan has that proud mentor look on his face. He's impressed by Bill's resolve to survive the criticism and lead his team his own unique way. He watches Bill from behind, acknowledging that the kid finally has what it takes to be a leader. He realizes that if they use their weapons like this, they might actually have a chance. We cut to the surface near the Orion headquarters. It looks like a peaceful forest clearing, but this is the site for the next phase of Bill's plan. Bhaskar, the buff dwarf artisan, is scouting the outer area with Bill. She asks him what he thinks as they look over the riverbank. They're specifically looking for the new forge site. Bill needs the perfect environment to craft the gear that will make his set item strategy work. Bill's eyes glow with that intense blue mana light. He's scanning the landscape, searching for the specific elemental signatures required for a great Meister's workshop. He starts listing the 3 key elements for choosing a forge location: wind, water, and earth. He's not just looking for a nice view, he's looking for a natural power source. Text bubbles emphasize the 3 requirements: wind, water, and earth. Each one plays a critical role in the stability and quality of the smithing process. Bhaskar explains that when refining mana stones or special metals, they produce pollutants that damage the mind and body. You can't just set up a forge anywhere without poisoning the air. Proper wind is the first step, circulating the air and clearing those impurities. It takes a purifying wind from within the forest to keep the forge's air quality high. Next is the water element. Bill is walking through the grass toward the river, looking for a source of cooling water to harden heated metal. He notes that if the water is lukewarm, the blade goes soft, but if it's too cold, the metal shatters like glass. Finding the exact right temperature is a science. Bill crouches by the stream, testing the temperature with his hand. He thinks it's not bad, but he asks Bhaskar if there is something a little colder nearby. Bill's eyes light up again as he detects a hidden current. He's seeing something in the mana flow of the water that Bhaskar hasn't noticed yet. He points toward the center of the lake, where a massive surge of mana is erupting with a powerful whoosh. He's found a hidden spring that's overflowing with potential. Bill starts walking toward the mana surge, telling Bhaskar they've found their cooling water source. He's moving with total confidence now. Both of them reach into the water at the same time to test it. Bhaskar is keeping up, but you can tell she's skeptical about this specific spot. Bhaskar recoils from the water with a shock, screaming that it's cold. It's freezing, way more intense than it looked from the shore, proving Bill's intuition was spot on. Bill smiles, confirming that the cooling water is secured. He's 2 for 3 now, with just 1 element left to find before they can start building. Bhaskar stares at him with a look of pure confusion. She's a professional dwarf artisan, but she can't believe a human blacksmith has senses this sharp. Bill moves on to the last element, earth. He explains that if the ground is too soft, the force of your hammer blows just gets absorbed by the soil. In other words, you need solid ground to transfer all that force into the metal. He focuses his mana into his leg, sending a pulse deep into the dirt. Bill's leg begins to glow with blue energy. He's using himself as a literal sonar to check the density and firmness of the earth beneath them. A massive shockwave of mana explodes outward from his foot. The ground is literally vibrating as the energy ripple clears the entire clearing. Bill stands there waiting for the echo. He's looking for the feedback that tells him exactly how firm the bedrock is. Bhaskar is just standing there, looking bewildered. She spent her whole life engineering, but she's never seen someone scout a site with this much raw power. Bill is ecstatic. He realizes the ground is so firm that the mana waves are bouncing straight back up. He calls it the perfect spot for a forge. Bhaskar is genuinely impressed, noting that even dwarves spend decades hammering the earth to understand its value. Bill just recognized a prime spot in seconds. Close-up of Bhaskar's arm as she clenches her glove. She realizes that no dwarf can judge the worth of land just by eyeballing it like Bill does. Bill turns back and shouts his thanks to Bhaskar. He's so humble he doesn't even realize he just blew a master engineer's mind. Bhaskar watches him walk away, thinking his talent is outright insane. It's not just his skill with the hammer, but his inherent connection to materials that sets him apart. She's muttering under her breath as Bill asks what that was. He really has no idea how much he's intimidating her with his natural ability. Bhaskar gives a small, self-deprecating smirk. She admits that feeling jealousy toward a comrade's talent shows she still has a long way to go as a professional. Bill pivots back to business, asking when she thinks the forge will be finished. He's clearly on a tight schedule for his revenge mission. Bhaskar analyzes the scale of the project. She notes that judging by the construction quality and scale, it would normally take no less than 4 months. She gives a confident smirk and holds up a finger. She'll get it done in 2, she declares, showing off some of her own legendary dwarf speed. Bill is shocked, repeating 2 months. That's an incredibly fast turnaround for a high-level forge, but he's grateful for the speed. Bill bows, thanking her and saying he's counting on her. The partnership is solid, and the construction of the new headquarters forge is officially a go. Bhaskar heads off, noting it's a good thing they have some time before the next operation begins. We cut to Whit Tyler in the command room. He announces that the next major operation will begin in exactly 3 months. The war table is laid out with the whole team gathered. Whit states clearly that their current target is Zahir, but a full-scale battle is still too risky. The strategy is tactical. They'll first eliminate the Count's closest aides and core forces to weaken his grip on the region. We see silhouettes of Zahir's key pillars, Qasim for the military, the financial retainers, and the 4 bodyguard knights who protect him. Sylvia is skeptical, noting that each of those 4 knights fights on par with Qasim. To her, taking them on sounds like a death sentence. Barhan just laughs it off, saying, "That's nothing." He reminds everyone that Bill and Draco already took down Qasim, so the rest should be easy. Bill looks serious, reminding them that Qasim only lost because he let his guard down. He's not letting the team get overconfident. He explains that back then, the giant seriously underestimated them and wasn't even wearing his proper combat gear. We see a flashback of Qasim wielding that crude club. Bill notes that if he'd just used a standard iron weapon, they never would have beaten him. Sylvia pushes up her glasses, reminding everyone that a fully armed Qasim has combat power on par with Barhan. The threat is massive. Barhan just keeps laughing, mocking the idea that Qasim is a match for him. This dude's confidence is as high as his power level. Whit claps his hands to get the meeting back on track. He tells them all, right, let's not get sidetracked, focusing everyone on the map. According to their intel, the diplomat retainer Harun will head to the city-state of Marha in 3 months, accompanied by 2 bodyguard knights. Whit's plan is surgical. They'll eliminate them and cut Zahir's domain off from the outside. They're going to isolate the Count completely. With both his military and diplomacy heads gone, Zahir's territory will fall into chaos. That will be their golden opportunity to take him down once and for all. Whit holds up 3 fingers, telling the group they have 3 months to intensify their training and gain the strength to keep themselves alive. He vows that they will eliminate Zahir and press a blade right up under the Lord Protector's chin. The rebellion is moving into high gear. We cut to a dark cave entrance at night. It looks incredibly dangerous and isolated, exactly the kind of place Bill would pick for training. Roar is sweating bullets, looking into the cave and telling the commander that this feels like way too much. He's definitely not a fan of the dark. Alia agrees, admitting she still can't properly control her holy power. The team is feeling the pressure of the upcoming deadline. Bill leads them deeper into the shadows, telling them they should at least complete their basic training first. He insists that this cave is their training. Bill explains that to synchronize combo techniques, they each need a solid level of base skill first. He tells them that in 3 months, there's no way to massively boost raw combat power, so equipment will have to be the deciding factor. He adds that just understanding what minerals your gear is made of will speed up the synchronization. In other words, they need to mine the ore themselves. Bill points into the depths of the cave. Roar is still hesitant, reminding him that this place is rumored to be extremely dangerous. Bill suddenly goes silent, telling everyone to be quiet. He sensed something moving in the darkness ahead. A massive, glowing figure emerges from the dark. It looks like a high-level monster encounter they definitely weren't prepared for. The final shot is an extreme close-up of Zahir's face. He mutters the name Bill with pure, concentrated venom. The hunt is definitely on.